Welcome.
After me, down by the river, we could get a ball and split it round. Where's the harm in that rain? Taxed all the birds, what have we got to lose? That's what they all said, 'cause it reduces the fear when you're snoring here. Hope you had a nice night, 'cause I feel indifferent to what is going on in this dingy yard. And I don't know who lives here, oh, the sauce that smell, but my God, is it rank? Broken Saturdays with circuit fans, you waste the day away reminiscing of better times. It makes things easier. You play pro youth, what are you trying to prove? An injury held you back. It's the same old stories reverberating round Glasgow's provincial towns. Yet I feel indifferent to what is going on in this dingy gaff. And I don't know who lives here, or the sauce that I smell, but my God, is it rank? Coming down on your
Cut.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
Around 64 million of the world's hungriest children do not attend school. In order to survive, they have to work or beg, and for those that do make it to the classroom, hunger affects their ability to learn. My name is Ellen, and I'm the Treasurer of the Glasgow University Mary's Meals Society for the term 2020 to 2021. If you don't know what Mary's Meals is, we're a Scottish-based charity which ultimately aims to provide every child with a nutritious meal in their place of education. This is a way to reverse the poverty cycle by providing children with an education as well as a vital meal to give them the energy that they need to learn. Mary's Meals also supports families who are struggling to feed their children by sourcing food locally from communities where possible, which helps the wider economy. During COVID, Mary's Meals have been working tirelessly to keep feeding children despite school closures, and I'm happy to say that we are now feeding nearly all of the children requiring a nutritious meal in other ways. However, a lot more work is still needed to help reach these children until it is safe to return to the classroom. At Glasgow University's Mary's Meals, we aim to raise as much awareness as possible about this amazing charity, as well as hosting as many fundraising events as possible throughout the academic year. We are a small society, but have definitely been growing over the past few years. In 2020, we won the SRC Charitable Giving Award, as well as being nominated for Society of the Year and Event of the Year as well. This year will look a lot different in terms of the events we'll be hosting due to COVID, but we've been planning ahead and have lots of exciting things coming up. We always start our fundraising with Porridge Week at the start of October, which will still be going ahead this year. During Porridge Week, our Society's members challenge themselves to eat only porridge, rice and beans for a whole week in order to raise money and awareness about the charity. Sadly, our infamous Burns Night Ceilidh looks like it won't be happening this year, but it's definitely one to keep your eyes peeled for in the future. We also usually do lots of smaller events throughout the year, such as bake sales, pub quizzes, and our Hive glitter stalls are always a winner because we get a social as well. So if you're looking for a fun way to meet new people as well as making a difference to children and families around the world, contact us at gumarysmeals@gmail.com or message us on Facebook or Instagram. We look forward to meeting you lot this year.
Hi, we're the Doctor Who Society. We're a group of nerds who like to read, watch and talk about all things Doctor Who. We do screenings of both classic and modern era Doctor Who, as well as the odd episode of Torchwood or the Sarah Jane Adventures. Some of our seasonal events include the Halloween party and the biannual TARDIS pub crawl. That said, this year we're going to be doing a lot more online events, so keep an eye out for trivia nights and quizzes via our Facebook page.
I'm going to take you on a tour today. My name is Gary. I used to be president of the Queen Margaret Union and I now run the Celtic Ginger Scotland tours. going to take you on a tour today. My name is Gary. I used to be president of the Queen Margaret Union and I now run the Celtic Ginger Scotland tours. Welcome to Queen Margaret Union, welcome to the University of Glasgow and welcome to the City of Glasgow. The statue behind us could not be any more Glasgow. I'm going to take you on a tour today. My name is Gary. I used to be president of the Queen Margaret Union and I now run the Celtic Ginger Scotland tours. I work very closely with the university and I'm aiming to work even closer with Queen Margaret Union moving forward. We're going to go on a walk through Glasgow's history, through some stories, some myths and some legends. Come with us and I hope you enjoy it. George Square is the centrepiece of modern Glasgow and old Glasgow, but these days it's a place where people come to eat lunch, to mix, get off the bus and start their journey through the city. Behind us is the City Chambers. It's essentially Glasgow's version of a town hall. All the other buildings around here have different purposes throughout history, but from the train station across the road to the bars and cafes, this is still a hub of activity. Glasgow has a patron saint called St Mungo, and when Catholicism came to the UK and started to spread all across the country, St Mungo became the person who would spread it most around the west and central Scotland. And the patron saint St Mungo is quite firmly associated with here, Glasgow Cathedral. St Mungo is famously known in Glasgow for his miracles. 4 famous miracles include one about a bird, one about a tree, one about a bell, and one about a fish. The most famous of these is the one involving the fish. There was a king and a queen of a region known as Strathclyde. There's also another university in Glasgow by that name. And the king and the queen, according to the tourist version of the tale, which I'll tell you, weren't having the greatest time. And the king had ordered a kind of handmade ring for his wife. And he gave it to her. And as I said, they weren't getting on very well. She was friendly, let's just say, with the king's best friend and loyal knight. And he ended up with the ring. The king noticed this and then decided that he was going to try and entrap his wife and the knight by asking for the ring to be displayed. The queen obviously said, I have the ring, I'll get it for you, but the knight, in a bit of a fit of panic, had thrown it into the river, and so there was no way they were going to be able to get it. And as the queen and the knight were arguing over what was going to happen to them, conveniently at that moment, St Mungo himself came strolling on by and solved the problem by finding the ring inside a fish. Some say a trout, some say a salmon. I'm team salmon. And inside was the ring, which they then took back, showed to the king, and everybody relatively lived happily ever after, potentially with the exception of the king. St Mungo would eventually come to Glasgow. One of his mentors sadly died and left instructions to be laid out in a cart, and wherever the bulls that were tied to the cart decided to rest, he should bury him there and start a city. At least that's how the legend goes in Glasgow. And the bulls decided to stop here on this famous mighty river, which sadly no longer exists, called the Mall and Diner. It's now under the road, guys. It used to run under the bridge here, and it's converted into a pipe under the ground. So this is essentially where Glasgow started. He came here. The original tomb has been built up in different places over the years to become the cathedral, and St Mungo founded Glasgow, at least according to the tourist version. St Mungo had a second miracle, not quite as exciting, involving a bell that was given to him from the Pope, and that is the miracle. Doesn't seem very miraculous, so in Glasgow we have the tourist version of the tale, as always, where we like to turn it into some sort of dad joke. And the idea basically is that Mungo knew that getting the bell was impossible, because everybody knew that although he was the Pope liked to play tricks on everybody. Do you want my bell? It's amazing, it's my bell, but it's my bell, you can't have the bell. And then one day, Mungo was walking down the street and said, do you want to see this, guys? Brandished the bell, and everyone was like, where'd you get that? And he went, it's a miracle. Next to the graveyard, there is a well that has been boarded up and closed called the Lady Well. Glasgow is full of myths and legends, and one of my favourites I was told by a family member a long time ago, that the Lady Well was closed supposedly officially because a brewery and the graveyard were built next to it and it contaminated the water. But the story that I was told by a family member was that it was all about witches, a witch decided to get back at Glaswegians and poisoned the well with a spell. And 2 kids ran down and decided to test the curse and see if it was true. One boy took a drink from it and the other one watched and then screamed in fear as the boy who drank suddenly aged by about 12 to 15 years and couldn't return home to his family because they thought he was this strange weirdo and didn't know who he was. And the boy had to leave Glasgow and live in exile, and that's why the Lady Well was closed. This is Glasgow Necropolis. Beautiful graveyard. On a great day you can see all across the city and you get a fantastic view of Glasgow Cathedral where we've been already today. St Mungo, as I told you, had a number of miracles, and one of his most famous, but not quite as big and dramatic as the ones I've already told you, focuses on a tree and a bird. When St Mungo was essentially training in his faith, there were other people who were very jealous of what he did, and they always tried to catch St Mungo out. And in the tourist version of the story, which again is not the most official version, but is the one that we tell when we're younger and when we've got the tourists in the city, some of these people were so jealous of Mungo that when he was entrusted to look after a leader's pet bird, when Mungo fell asleep, the bird's neck was broken and it was blamed on Mungo. Mungo decided to confess what had happened, and he took the bird in his hands and said, "I'm so sorry." And the leader said, "What for?" And Mungo opened his hands and the bird flew away. Miracle number 3, I think, on the count that we're on. For the tree, similar story. There's a fire that Mungo's supposed to look after. Other people are jealous, and when he falls asleep, they douse the flames. Probably not the greatest thing to do, dousing a holy fire, but they are out to get St Mungo. Again, Mungo panics, not knowing what to do, and this being Scotland, it's raining so heavily, all the trees and all the wood is soaked, but he's got to try. So he grabs a hold of a tree and it bursts into the flames as if he's a member of the X-Men or the Avengers. Takes it in, starts the fire, miracle number 4. The University of Glasgow wasn't always in the West End. It used to be in the city centre off the High Street, near what is now the University of Strathclyde and some of the colleges. It was originally known as Glasgow College. Used to have beautiful hanging gardens, used to have really amazing buildings. And College Lands was where the campus used to be. The City Council, and especially the railway company at the time, wanted that land for railway expansion. And so they offered the university a deal that they just couldn't refuse. And so the campus was basically uprooted. Most of the stuff was destroyed. And they moved to QMUTV. And they took with them the Pierce Lodge at the bottom of University Avenue, across from the GUU, and the line in the Unicorn Staircase from Professor's Square. Sadly, nothing else from the campus made it to the West End. Glasgow's got an amazing music scene, and Queen Margaret Union's a big part of it. Lots of music venues across the city, lots of bands have played here, and in the city centre there's a small park called Barrowland Park after a very famous venue in the city, and a list of some of the musical acts, including many that have played Queen Margaret Union, are on the floor here. If you do not spend time in this city at music venues, you have not done Glasgow properly. Queen Margaret Union is really famous for having had some big bands from the 90s play before they were famous, and to this day there's bands playing QM that hopefully in a few years' time you will look back fondly at being the only person at that gig when no one else knew who they were. Perhaps the most famous QM legend is that Kurt Cobain from Nirvana stood on a copy of his set list, which is framed somewhere in the Union, somewhere in the early 90s before they were big. There's a lot of these in Glasgow. These blue police boxes, which most of you will know as the TARDIS from Doctor Who, are found all across the city historically. These days there is still a couple of them, a couple in the West End, a couple in the city centre, and this one here, just on the edge. Find them all, guys. That's your challenge. The Merchant City is a gorgeous part of the city, absolutely stunning. And it was thanks to Glasgow's trading history with the empire that was built. So of course it's not all good history, there's a lot of dark history involved in the slave trade and the sugar trade and the tobacco trade. But the original plan for that area and its streets was that each of the streets and roads would be closed, almost like a vista. So you would look down one street and you could see the beautiful building of the Trades Hall, look down another one and you could see Hutchison's Hospital, and some of the streets still are closed with this vista. Big archway that you see in Glasgow Green is the McLennan Arch. McLennan Arch has been in a few different locations and it's prominently displayed at the entrance to Glasgow Green. But it was at one time on Ingram Street and I think one other location somewhere in the city. And Jail Square across the road, now known as Jocelyn Square, is where you used to do the hangings, because the last thing you would see is the monument. Right. And it was to remind you that, you know, no matter how bad you were still part of the city, and although that you were dying, you were to remember that you still were Glaswegian, and the last thing they wanted you to see was Glasgow. Almost to remind you that although you were dying, like, this city was your home and you'd ruined it. The fun centre of modern Glasgow, especially for office workers and students, is the Merchant City. If you're living in the West End and you want to visit the city centre, you're going to end up here at some point. The Merchant City is beautiful, loads of really hipster cafes, lots of nice bars and restaurants, and amazing architecture. The beauty of this part of the city does unfortunately have a dark side. This was built with the money of the merchants, and all the merchants at one time or another were involved in the slave trade. Yes, many of them did help end it, but sadly the history was there. In recent years, Glasgow has tried really hard to start embracing the history, but also acknowledging the faults of the past. The University of Glasgow and Glasgow City Council in recent years have done a lot of research into the history of Glasgow and the Merchant City and its involvement in the slave trade. After this tour, if any of you are interested, get in touch with Queen Margaret Union via myself, and we can give you plenty of resources to look up on it. There's a great book called It Wasn't Us that explores Glasgow's actual involvement in the slave trade, and there's some walking trails that you can get involved with as well. So the church here, which is now the Glasgow Association for Mental Health, among other things in its history, was originally known as the Whistling Kirk. And the story goes that it was one of the first churches in the whole of the city to get an organ, and when people heard the music coming from it, they had no idea what it was, and they said that the church was whistling, and so they called it the Whistling Kirk. There's actually a bar around the corner, I think sadly closed down, with the name, so it is still quite common knowledge in this part of Glasgow. This is Glasgow Cross. Heart of the city in the old days, bit out of the way these days. What you see here is one of the only pieces left of the original Tontine building that ran the entire block behind us. The archways used to have really cool heads above them. All these faces have been moved up near the cathedral in a place known as, I think, St Stephen's Garden, I could be wrong, just behind Provin's Lordship, oldest house. Big search went on to try and find all of these. What's really cool about this, and a bit morbid, is on the other side there are little rings along the wall where they used to pin people by the ear for the crimes that they'd done, and your choice was you can stay there and get tomatoes, among other minging things, as we say in Glasgow, disgusting things, thrown at you over the time you're there, or you can rip off your ear and walk to freedom. One thing Glasgow is well known for is its green spaces, like Glasgow Green. The name Glasgow, and it's the original Scottish language Gaelic. It's quite controversial, but some people say that it means green space. And if you do travel across the city, or you look even simply on Google Maps as you zoom out, you'll see why. Glasgow has over 400 parks and gardens. Most of them are tiny, but 25 of them are massive, including Glasgow Green here, Kelvin Grove Park in the West End, Victoria Park near some of the student halls, Dosholm Park. All of them have their own features. Here in Glasgow Green, you've got one of the original spaces of the city. People used to be able to dry their laundry here, used to be able to graze your sheep here. In the West End, you can see some fossilised areas of the city, like fossilised trees. You've got Highland cows near the vet school. Get out, explore it. You don't have any excuses, guys. Glasgow Botanic Gardens is one of the 25 large parks that Glasgow has, and there are glass houses, there are green spaces, there's even the Kibble Palace, which houses a nice collection of different types of plants and different things inside. They do events here. During this very interesting semester, this park is going to become your home. There are places where you can sit and study on a nice warm day. You can even do a lecture from here if you jump on Zoom. Glasgow has a lot of museums, loads of museums, and right now in the middle of a pandemic, they're not all open. But at one time there was 12 free museums in Glasgow. Most of them are still used. There's even talk about transforming, hopefully, one of them into an Empire Museum and Slavery Museum, where Glasgow will acknowledge not just its city, but Scotland's role in the history there. But there are museums dedicated to basic learning for early years, all the way through to adults. So you can go see what it was like to be in a school back in the Victorian age. You can go see beautiful art collections, modern art, and there's private collections on display, and there's even the Riverside Museum just south of the campus near where the Kelvin River meets the River Clyde. But the most famous one is Kelvin Grove Museum and Art Gallery. and it's just outside the campus on Dumbarton Road, and you will spend hours or days walking around that place. I especially like the dinosaurs. The University of Glasgow's main building, did we talk about that? The Gilbert Scott building. It's a beautiful building. If you come to this campus, you always get kind of enthralled by the beauty of the main campus, the Gilbert Scott building. And one thing that a lot of students enjoy, and a lot of people enjoy, especially in the age of all these amazing blockbuster movies that like the Harry Potter series and Hogwarts and all these ideas, is that the campus is really old, and so it's got this mystical appeal to it. And it is an old university. It's 550 years plus old. But that's not this campus. This campus has actually only existed since 1875 or thereabouts, and it was made to look old, medieval. So it's a beautiful campus, but it's not as old as you think it is. It's just brilliant architecture, and you should definitely go for a walk around it. Inside you've got the cloisters, you've got the lawns, the quads. Do not stand on the quads until you've graduated. I can do it, you can. And yeah, walk around, you'll see some stuff that was a capture from the original campus, like the Lion and the Unicorn staircase and Pierce Lodge, and you get a great view of the city from the back of the building.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Under Mancunian skies, 3 colors in her eyes, she looked at me. The clouds, they fade away, and so does the day into the night. Cigarette daydreams share between you and me as the sun came up from north to south and back again, trying to play it cool, keep on wondering when. But in times like these, there's only so much you can take, only so long before you break the electric rose that nobody knows, frozen in time, her star it shines, nothing to prove or no need to impress. The electric rose that nobody knows. Salford to Ashton Lane, swapping jackets, kissing the frame. The backpack still seems unnecessary. Rendezvous in the park, long after dark, that look meant more than 1,000 words. From north to south and back again, trying to play it cool, keep on wondering when. But in times like these, there's only so much you can take. Only so long before you break. The electric rose that nobody knows, frozen in time. A star it shines, nothing to prove, oh, no need to impress. The electric rose that nobody knows.
Hello, we're the Glasgow University Scottish Country Dancing Society, and since we were founded in 1955, we've been collaborating with similar societies from different universities. We've been running classes for all levels of dancers and hosting very fun socials. You know, kind of like this.
Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Over hills and up and down, myrtle green and bracken brown, past the shealing through the town, all for sake of Mary. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Plenty herring, plenty meal, plenty peat to fill her creel, plenty bonny beds as wheel, that's the toss of Mary. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Cheeks as bright as Rowan's are, brighter far than any star, fairest of them all by far is my darling Mary. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Over hills and up and down, myrtle green and bracken brown, past the shealing through the town, all for sake of Mary. Step we gaily.
Unfortunately, many of our events won't be able to take place due to the current situation, but that doesn't mean we won't be doing anything. We've come up with a lot of fun alternative activities for you to get involved in. We'll be having a weekly games night each Tuesday, and we'll play all various sorts of different types of games online. For the Zoom link for this, as well as more information what we'll be playing that night, will be made available to you on our Facebook page. If you're not a member of that page yet, please feel free to get in touch with us on social media. And since we're a dancing group, we also want to give you a temporary replacement to classes as well as socials. And that is why our fantastic teachers have agreed to let us publish 5-minute instructional dance videos for you to enjoy on social media. To get to know us better, keep an eye on our Facebook and Instagram. All updates and future events will be made available to you there, as well as some introductions to various members within the club and throwbacks to memorable moments from last year, to give you a better idea of what a club's like in a normal year. Hope to see you around.
Jasmine, and I'm the president of the Glasgow University Ballroom and Latin Society. I joined the society last year and absolutely loved it. It was so much fun learning how to dance in such a friendly environment. The society offers weekly classes of all different levels, so it doesn't matter whether you've danced before or you never have, because there will be something for you. And there's loads of different styles of dance, from the waltz to the jive to the quick step. There's also workshops throughout the year of other dances such as the tango or the Viennese waltz, so there's always something fun and new to try. We go to the pub, there are tea dances, nights out, and then of course the winter and spring balls. The balls are such a good opportunity to dress up, bring your friends along, and show off all the amazing moves you've learnt throughout the year.
Hi there, my name's Gordon and I'm the Glasgow University Ballroom and Latin Dancing Society's team captain for this coming year, which means that I lead the team at competitions. So as well as the fun and social aspect of the society, there's also a competitive aspect which you can take part in. So nearly every weekend during the semester, somewhere in the UK, there is a university ballroom and Latin dancing competition. And as a society, we usually go to a select 3 or 4 of these over the course of the year, and they really are some of the most fantastic, fun and memorable events. As you can probably tell from the pictures, everyone is having a good time. If you've danced before, great, you can compete in a higher category. But also if you've never danced before, that's also fine, there's a category for you as well. I myself only started dancing 2 years ago, and within 6 weeks was already competing, and I haven't looked back since. I love it. And I've also encouraged many other people to come and join, and I think all of them will tell you as well, they are great fun.
I hope you're staying safe at the moment, and I really hope to see you in September as part of our society.
The society is all about jamming, it's all about improvisation, and it's about meeting other people, perhaps to go on to form bands with, or to work within musical contexts.
The best in our society. We have weekly jam sessions where you can come along, play music and meet new people. We've had open mic crawls, we've had a gig for different bands that have been formed within our society, and we always have a big battle of the bands at the end of the year.
Exciting stuff coming up this year. There's the Battle of the Bands, that's a classic one. Do that every year, it's always so much fun. You get the chance to play in a band in a cool Glasgow venue that we choose, and everyone has a great time doing that.
We'd also like to collaborate with other societies like the Art Society, do some interpretation work.
And expect us to post interesting online content like this.
You don't need scripts or props. We just need you and your imagination. Come join us this semester, either in person or online.
Hi there, I'm Lizzie, I'm from Improv Tea Time, and I want to explain who we are and why you should join us this year. So I've been part of improv for the last 2 years, and I think my favourite thing about it is that you get to meet just really interesting, brilliant people, and also that there's no wrong answer. So improv is basically, it's improvised theatre, it's made up on the spot, there's no wrong answers, you can do whatever you want, it's very spontaneous, and it's brilliant, and you should join.
I am turning into a statue, and that's why I'm leaving. And I'm leaving Manon for a paper aeroplane. And when I go, instead of something normal like a house or all the money, I'm going to be taking the gravity. Manon! Manon!
Come closer, come naturally, for this is me, onto this land. I soon fall is never enough, but we can change. But this remains. This is my time. You're the spineless, I know you are, and I hope you find. You're spineless, I know you are, and I hope you find a way to be yourself. Come closer, 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 come closer.
Hello, I'm Duncan, PAWS Secretary, and I'm here to explain what is PAWS Gaming. PAWS is the LAN Gaming Society. We like to play video games, from casual games to esports. We like LANs, and we are not furries. So if you don't know what a LAN is, it's getting a group of people together to stay over a few nights and play video games. We would dress this up with themes like console or PC, Just Dance, Dance Souls, charity events, or virtual novels. And we'd also go to a pub quiz every week. As you probably guessed, PAWS won't be hosting LANs in person this year. But we do have a Discord, and it's full of comp sci nerds and memes. We will still be aiming for fortnightly LANs or WANs hosted over Discord, which will be linked. We have a Twitch account, and we'll be answering questions on Discord and Facebook. Hope to see you there.
The society is all about jamming, it's all about improvisation, and it's about meeting other people, perhaps to go on to form bands with, or to work within musical contexts.
Events in our society. We have weekly jam sessions where you can come along, play music and meet new people. We've had open mic crawls, we've had a gig for different bands that have been formed within our society, and we always have a big battle of the bands at the end of the year.
Exciting stuff coming up this year. There's the Battle of the Bands, that's a classic one. Do that every year, it's always so much fun. You get the chance to play in a band in a cool Glasgow venue that we choose, and everyone has a great time doing that.
We'd also like to collaborate with other societies like the Art Society, do some interpretation work.
You can expect us to post interesting online content like this.
Cut.
Blue Dye Golden. Oh yeah.
Dirty old river, must we keep rolling, falling into the night?
gaze on to the sunset, I am in paradise. Every day I look at the world from my window. Chilly, chilly is the evening time. Waterloo sunset's fine. Waterloo sunset's fine. Terry me Julie, Waterloo station. Don't want to wander, I stay alone at night. And I don't need no friend. As long as I gaze on Waterloo sunset, I am in paradise. Every day I look at the world from my window. Chilly, chilly is the evening time. Waterloo sunset's fine. Waterloo sunset's fine. Waterloo sunset's fine. Millions of people swarming like flies round Waterloo Underground. But Terry and Julie cross over the river where they feel safe and sound. And I don't need a friend. As long as I gaze on Waterloo sunset, I am in paradise. Every day I look at the world from my window. Chilly, chilly is the evening time. Waterloo sunset's fine. Waterloo sunset's fine. Waterloo sunset's fine.
Hi, I'm Robbie, the QMU Campaigns and Charities Convener, and I'd like to take a moment to talk to you about the fundraising we'll be doing at Freshers Week and the charity that we'll be fundraising for, which is Shelter Scotland. Shelter are a charity that are fighting for a Scotland where no one has to choose between food and rent and no one sleeps in the streets. Shelter helps people in many ways, including if you're living in dangerous or overcrowded housing, if you're having problems with your landlord, or if you're facing eviction or repossession. This also applies to students as well. Shelter can give out free, useful advice about many topics including HMOs, university accommodation, deposits, and everything in between.
Shelter can help people if you're living in rundown, dangerous or overcrowded housing, if you're homeless or worried that you could soon be homeless, if you're having problems with your landlord, if you're facing eviction or repossession, if you're having difficulty paying your rent or mortgage, if you're unsure of your housing rights, if you're leaving temporary accommodation, if you're thinking of leaving your current accommodation, or if you're unsure of the welfare benefits available to you. Campaigns and Charities Committee is hosting many online events over Freshers Week, and we're fundraising for Shelter Scotland, and one of the ways we're going to do that is with this charity shop where we'll be selling many clothes and other bric-a-brac such as books, cups, that sort of thing.
But that's enough from me, let's hear it from Shelter themselves.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm the community fundraiser here at Shelter Scotland in Glasgow. And we just want to say a massive thank you to everyone that's going to be fundraising part of the QMU Freshers Week in aid of Shelter Scotland. And I'm going to introduce you to some of my colleagues who are going to tell you a little bit about how we support people in and around the city. So it's over to Megan.
Hi everyone, I'm Megan. I'm Shelter Scotland Glasgow's community organiser, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about what we've been up to help people in Glasgow during the pandemic. So the first thing is, over the last 6 months, I've been really busy helping to build up a network of house and rights defenders. So that's individuals and communities in and around Glasgow who are angry with the status quo and want to find ways to channel their energies and campaign for a Scotland where everyone has a right to a safe place called home. So I've been providing resources, support, guidance, workshops and everything in between to build up people's skills, tools and confidence and knowledge to be able to tackle the housing issues that matter most to them. We now have a Facebook group with over 111 members, and we have people taking action at local level and supporting Shelter Scotland's campaigns. We have been running rights awareness workshops for private renters. Private renters have faced a lot of uncertainty over the last 6 months or so, and so we wanted to make sure that people in and around Glasgow understood what their rights were as a private tenant and how they could defend those rights. So we have covered topics ranging from how to negotiate with your landlord if you're struggling to pay your rent, what to do if you're served with an eviction notice, what the duties of your landlord and letting agents are when it comes to repairs, and also really crucially how to challenge your landlord or letting agent if they're not upholding their side and they're not actually carrying out the repairs that you need. And we just want to say a really huge thank you to everyone at QMU who have been supporting us and who have been raising the money that we vitally need to be able to continue the work that we do.
Shelter has a community hub in Glasgow city centre from which we offer a range of expert advice and legal services, as well as delivering lots of community focused activity, including work aimed at engaging with and working alongside those with lived experience of bad housing and homelessness. Our national helpline, online chat and second tier advice services are also based in our Glasgow hub. And our local advice team dealt with nearly 1,000 complex advice cases last year, from challenging street homelessness right through to representing tenants at the first tier tribunal. As a rights-focused organisation, we also deliver housing rights awareness sessions to all sorts of audiences in the city, helping to empower individuals, organisations and communities to tackle bad housing and homelessness themselves. We know that students can often fall into housing difficulties, and Shelter has a wide range of relevant services to help, from our excellent advice pages on our website, the online chat service, the helpline, and if needed, advice and legal services.
Coming up next is Senior Advisor Jen, who's going to tell us a little story about just one of the people that she's helped during this difficult time.
An example of someone who has been helped by Shelter. One of my colleagues was working with a client who was living with her husband and her 2 children, both of which are very young and one of which has additional needs. Her husband was very abusive and we were helping her to explore her housing options for moving. During lockdown, the abuse intensified and she contacted us to let us know that she needed to leave the house immediately. We helped her to make a homeless application and her and her children were placed in a temporary furnished flat. It's a house with a garden. She's advised they're all very happy and safe there.
Thank you so much for helping Shelter to fight homelessness. Thank you!
There are also a lot of branches of Shelter Scotland you can support around campus, including this one here on Great Western Road. It's an amazing place to get your cutlery and glassware and plates and stuff for your flat.
£5 could fund a web chat.
I'm so sorry Morana's been so shit for you. That toilet situation sounds completely unacceptable.
£10 could pay for a call to the shelter helpline.
That sounds awful. It's common knowledge that when a friend is staying over, you give them a blanket.
£25 could fund a face-to-face chat with an advisor.
It's okay, I know it's been a tough year, but next year you'll be able to move into private accommodation and we'll still be here to help you if you need anything.
Under Mancunian skies, 3 colors in her eyes, she looked at me. The clouds they fade away, and so does the day into the night. Cigarette daydreams share between you and me. As the sun came up from north to south and back again, trying to play it cool, keep on wondering when. But in times like these, there's only so much you can take, only so long before you break. The electric rose that nobody knows, frozen in time, her star it shines, nothing to prove or no need to impress. The electric rose that nobody knows. From Salford to Ashton Lane, swapping jackets, kissing the frame. The backpack still seems unnecessary. Rendezvous in the park, long after dark, that look meant more than 1,000 and back again, trying to play it cool, keep on wondering when. But in times like these, there's only so much you can take, and only so long before you break. The electric rose that nobody knows, frozen in time, a star it shines, nothing to prove, oh, no need to impress. The electric rose that nobody knows.
Hello, I'm Duncan, Pause Secretary, and I'm here to explain what is Pause Gaming. Pause is the LAN Gaming Society. We like to play video games, from casual games to esports. We like LANs, and we are not furries. So if you don't know what a LAN is, it's getting a group of people together to stay over a few nights and play video games. We would dress this up with themes like console or PC, Just Dance, Dance Souls, charity events, or virtual novels. And we'd also go to a pub quiz every week. As you probably guessed, Pause won't be hosting LANs in person this year. But we do have a Discord, and it's full of comp sci nerds and memes. We will still be aiming for fortnightly LANs or WANs hosted over Discord, which will be linked. We have a Twitch account, and we'll be answering questions on Discord and Facebook. Hope to see you there.
ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਚਿਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ, ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ।
Hi, Natasha. Well,
I think
guys,
everyone's automatically muted.
if you're going to read out pitches today, don't forget to unmute yourself so that you can talk, because you're all muted automatically. But if you're editors, don't forget to unmute yourself.
Oh, I didn't realize we were muted. Okay, cool. I'll
Yeah, no, just because
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no problem at all. I put it on the chat, but I wasn't sure if you guys were seeing that. So we're probably gonna get started at roughly 15 past. What do you think, Emma? Maybe a bit earlier than that?
Maybe earlier, yeah, 10 past.
10 past, yeah, that works, absolutely.
And then we'll have a few minutes of introduction, so it's fine. Like, we're just going to introduce them out, so it's not going to be pitching immediately. So if someone joins in.
That works, absolutely.
In the meanwhile, shall we maybe write down in the chat like the social media?
Yeah, of course. That's a good idea. I'm just
and
gonna put it down in the chat just now. First of all, I'm gonna write down the contributors group. Which is where you can find all the pictures.
Yeah, so basically, if you're interested in writing for us at any point, every Wednesday, from this Wednesday.
Yeah.
Today's Tuesday, but that's a detail. It's usually Wednesday. There's going to be pitches for you to choose from on this group.
And this is our Facebook, our Twitter and Instagram. It's this one. And our website is this one. So this is where you can go and check out all our content and what we publish and what we're up to and stuff. We have quite a few nice things coming up. For Freshers Week, we have another event on Friday, and we're going to be publishing a Freshers zine very soon. So for more info about that, this is the social media that you can have a look at, basically. Oh, I'm just going to say, oh, there you go. Yeah, I'm just going to say straight away, guys, if any of you at any point has any questions about anything, just feel free to put it in the chat and we'll answer it, of course. Just going to wait a couple more minutes to see if anyone else joins. And at 10 past, we're just going to get started with the reading the pitches, basically.
I have a friend that's trying to join. The link is not working. Would it be possible to get the password and the meeting ID?
Yeah, of course. I'll just write it down in the chat if that's okay, and you can send it to her. I'll just do that in a second. Thank you for letting me know. So. And the passcode. 1 sec. There you go.
Thank you.
No problem at all. Shall we get started, Emma?
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And if anyone else joins from now on, well, we have a few minutes of introduction anyway, so.
Yeah.
So, hi guys, thank you so much for joining us here today. It's lovely to see you. My name is Susanna. My pronouns are she and her. I am the editor-in-chief of Communicate. We're the Q Margaret Union's award-winning student magazine. And what we do is we have a website, and you can find it in the chat, and a few of our social media on which we publish regularly online throughout the year, as well as 4 separate issues, of which 2 are printed editions and 2 are online only. Our latest one was out in June. You can find it on all our social media and on Issue, and we'll have plenty of more content coming up soon. So what we're going to do today is we're going to have a contributors meeting. If you've never been to one of these, I'm just going to quickly explain what's going to happen and how it's going to work. So basically, our editors who are here with us today are going to read out pitches for each of their own sections. A pitch is basically an idea for an article, sort of like a prompt, if you will. And it's completely up to you guys to take it or not. If it's something that you feel like you'd want to write about and that you have ideas that you could sort of like develop and stuff. Is anyone else having this issue? If you look at the chat, apparently the Zoom call is repeating what people are saying. Is anyone else having that issue? No, everything good. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm not really sure what why that is. It might be your connection. Is anyone else having this issue?
Sorry.
If you look at the chat, apparently the Zoom call is repeating what people are saying.
Sorry, I think there just seems to be a problem because
is anyone else having that issue?
Someone's voice right now that just spoke like 10 seconds ago, but you all seem like quiet now and listening to me.
I'm sorry about that.
So
I'm not really sure
I'm just not sure
why
going
that
on.
is. It might be your connection. Is anyone else having this issue?
Sorry.
Now I have the issue as well.
Sorry, I think there just seems to be.
I think what we need to do is everyone should just mute themselves except the person who's speaking. So now, if you try to speak, I don't think there should be any feedback.
Does any of you have a stream open in a background by chance? Because I just got a message from Alex from Tech, and he's letting me know that will happen if you have a stream open in the background, so that you'll sort of hear yourself. Not sure why that happened. How is it now? Is anyone having the issue now? You good? Good? Okay, I'd say Okay, everything seems good so far. Okay, let's just try that again. Sorry, guys. That's the pleasures of life on Zoom. We love to see it. This was supposed to be a physical meeting, but oh, I'm sorry, Dante. Are you sure? Are you sure you don't have a stream open on your laptop or something? Because that might be the problem, basically. Hi, Shivam. Oh. Just one sec. I mean,
do you have any other web pages open?
Yeah, do you have any sort of like other tabs on your laptop or anything that might be sort of like causing issues that you might want to close down? No? Oh, no problem at all. We're just gonna... Okay. Okay. We're just gonna get started now. And yeah, if it keeps sort of like persisting, I would just try and exit the Zoom call and maybe enter again or something like that. But yeah, I'm just gonna pick up where I left off. But yeah, since we have a couple of more people join now, as I was saying, my name is Susanna. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm the editor-in-chief of Communicate. We are Queen Margaret Union's award-winning student magazine. If you look at the chat, you can find our website and some of our social medias there, and that's where you can follow us to sort of like have a look at more of our content. We publish pretty much constantly online throughout the year, as well as 4 issues, one of which is already out, and the others will be out throughout the year, basically. As I was saying, this is a contributors meeting, and if you've never been to one before, what's going to happen is basically our editors. All right, I'm just gonna, yeah, people who weren't here don't have access to the previous messages. I'm just gonna copy them and resend them. One sec. There you go. So our sections include features, news and politics, lifestyle, arts and cultures, film, music, and creative writing, basically. We don't have all of our editorial team today because they couldn't all be here today, but we're gonna read out pitches for every section, basically. So if you guys hear a pitch that you'd like to write about, that you're interested in, that you feel like you could, develop some interesting ideas around, all you have to do is just write it down in the chat. After each section, after each pitch, the editor is gonna ask you, would anyone like to take this pitch? Would anyone like to write about this? And all you have to do is write it down in the chat and write your name right next to it. I mean, shouldn't be a problem because it should be, but just to be sure, just write, yes, I would like to take the pitch, and just put your name right next to it so that our editors can contact you on Facebook, or if you don't have that, just let us know which other way to contact you and just arrange for you to write the article for them. And you can get published by us. And that is pretty much what's going to happen now. Emma, would you like to?
That seemed perfect to me, very informative. So yeah, do you want me to start with the pitches or?
Yeah,
Do we
yeah,
have-
of course.
Okay.
If you have anything else that you feel we could say, or just introduce yourself and stuff.
Yeah, of course. Hello, everyone. I'm Emma. I'm the Deputy Editor-in-Chief, and I just help Susanna run QMUTV. And today I will be representing our features and not features. Don't listen to what I'm saying. Today I will be representing our lifestyle editor, Riley. So she couldn't be here. And I'm just going to read out her pitches. It's 3 of them. Also, I skip the pronouns. I'm she, her. And Riley is she, her as well, should you have to write an email to her. So yeah, the first pitch Riley told me to read out for you is about anxiety online classes. So the pitches is about the idea that university classes can be intimidating, and it's debatable whether that's university classes online are better or worse than real life ones. So in this pitch, you would have to discuss the anxiety or maybe the relief you feel with the majority of classes commencing virtually. And some points you would consider in the pitch, if you want to, is maybe like one of these questions. What is meeting your classmates online like? How do you make friendships? Are class presentations going to be easier or more stressful now that we can pre-record some of them? Do you feel that your connection to the class and the teacher will improve or suffer? Do you have the motivation to do your work when physical reinforcement from your classmates or classrooms might be lacking? So this pitch would be your place to discuss how you feel about the upcoming virtual year. So if you're wanting to tell us how you're feeling about classes being online, take this pitch. So is anyone interested in this one? If you are, you can just write it down in the chat. If not, you'll find it on the online page, so the QMU Publications Committee afterwards, and you can also take pitches a few hours after they're read out, because they will all be on the page, so you can think about it. So we have another pitch, the second one, which is about sexual connections in this new coronavirus world. So Relly says that Freshers is a time in which students make an effort to get to know one another. Some connections are more intimate than others, namely sexual connections. So the question is, what does the new year of university look like with social distancing in place? How does this affect the sex lives of students? And this pitch is open for a writer to approach the topic in a way they're most comfortable with. So if you want to explore sexual connections at university with coronavirus, let me know in the chat. And the final lifestyle pitch is about flash sharing. So Relly tells us that, of course, a lot has changed. Classes are now online. The library smells of disinfectant. And you are learning to decipher smiles from eyes alone. Some things stay the same though. Whether it's your first year or your fourth year, sharing a flat with your friends or possibly with strangers, the experience of living with someone else is always rich with stories, discomfort, revelations, and friendships. So this would be the space for a writer to discuss their student living experience. So if you're first year students, you're just beginning now, but still it would be interesting to see what you're thinking of your first day flat sharing. And some points to consider are, what were you expecting your accommodation or flatmates to be like? Were your expectations met, exceeded, or dashed to the smithereens? Do you have flat dinners or brunch traditions? Are your flatmates a collection of night owls and early birds? University life is unique. This is a space for you to celebrate this, or for you to remember your nightmares. So yeah, once again, if you want to take this final pitch, let me know in the chat and I will make sure Relly knows. And that was me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Now I think went over to the feature section. Viola, would you like to start?
Yes. Okay, so I'm Viola. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm features editor together with Natasha as well. So I have 2 features for you today. One is called The Metaphysical Essence of Irony. In his Poisoned Ground, Art and Philosophy in the Theme of Hyperobjects, in the Time of Hyperobjects, the metaphysician Timothy Morgan defined irony as just the aesthetic exploitation of gaps. In particular, he claimed that irony means that more than one thing is in the vicinity. Irony is the echo of a mysterious presence. For irony to manifest, something else must already be there. So irony is an essential tool for humans to deal with difficult situations. Life can indeed get quite hard at times, especially during a pandemic, but the use of irony can make heavy situations feel much lighter. What is irony for you? How does it differ from other forms of humor? Why do people find it so uplifting? Are there any episodes from your life which are connected to your understanding of irony or to the way in which you've benefited from it? Do you agree with the quote that I've read before about irony being the aesthetic exploitation of gaps, and how do we understand that quote? What's your interpretation of it? This topic is very broad. Features tends to be a very broad section, so you can approach it in whichever way you want. And please let me know if you're interested in this pitch. You can just write it in the chat. And I'll read the second pitch now. It's called Trapped in a Digital Bubble Tower, Multilingualism and Technology. Being bilingual or even multilingual has a huge number of benefits that have been long investigated by science. Its benefits don't seem limited to certain age groups either, but they seem to regard, albeit in different ways, every portion of the population. Unfortunately, however, with the recent amazing progress in technology regarding languages, in fact, it is now possible to use certain programs in order to simultaneously translate what someone is saying. The opportunity to learn one or many languages is perceived as less and less useful, and because of this, as less and less appealing. In spite of this, having a human interpreter would allow the conversation to be more natural than it would be if simply translated word by word through a device. And in addition, learning a language is not only valuable to the extent to which it is useful, it is something that can make our mind more flexible to different approaches to thinking and expressing ideas. For this pitch, I would like somebody to analyze what is valuable about speaking multiple languages, perhaps by focusing on their own experience, and to ponder on whether the new sophisticated technological translation devices represent a threat to potential future language learners. So once again, if you are interested in this pitch, please let me know in the group chat and they will be online anyway. Thank you, bye.
Okay, thank you, Viola, that was lovely. Now we're over to the news and politics section with Gautam.
Hey, my name is Gautam. My pronouns are he, him. I am the news and politics editor. For my first pitch, I want to talk about trickle-down economics and privatization. So trickle-down economics are hailed as the best economic system in this age, and we see politicians praise the wonders of this miraculous policy. It is used to justify giving massive tax breaks to big corporations because they're seen as big job creators, and it is assumed that they will pass these benefits down to their workers automatically. However, there is plenty of evidence that this model is rapidly failing and the wealth gap keeps getting larger and larger. The conditions of workers in Amazon warehouses is still terrible, and they are still underpaid and denied sick leaves, while Jeff Bezos made billions in this pandemic. In India, the Reliance Group and the Adani Group regularly get the benefits of government schemes with barely any accountability for the welfare of their workers or their social responsibility. Governments also regularly outsource governmental duties to big corporations, often citing private companies having better efficiency and quality as the reason, while conveniently forgetting that it is the same politicians who ran these services into the ground before that are now so eager to sell them. So I think it would be cool to see an article from the people at the bottom of this trickle-down economy, which are students. So some questions to think about for this pitch would be whether you feel you get the benefits from the tumbles of the economy, and whether you think higher profits for your company translate into more pay or benefits for you, which is ideally how a trickle-down economy is supposed to work. You can also talk about what your opinion is of this model, whether you're all for it or against it, the history and popularization of this economic policy by the corporation-loving US President Ronald Reagan, etc. You could go for any other angle on this topic too, if you so choose. Yeah, just feel free to use the pitch as a broad idea. So does anyone want to take this? Okay, so moving on to pitch 2, which is about the social media and the right wing. Okay, so Eva would, okay, so I'll message you and send you the details. So pitch 2 is social media and the right wing. Recently, the Wall Street Journal reported that between 2012 and 2014, just between Narendra Modi and his right-wing conservationist party, BJP, swept the 2014 general elections in India, Facebook's head of public policy in India, Anki Das, told her employees that we lit a fire to his social media campaign and the rest is history, clearly in violation of Facebook's pledge to remain neutral in elections around the world. She also told her employees to overlook violations of hate speech by individuals and groups which are in support of BJP or which are very right-wing Hindu. I personally have reported clear hate speech, death threats against Muslims in India by semi-popular BJP lackeys, and they have never found anything wrong with the posts, despite me sending a second review. Contrary to his pledge, however, tons of evidence has also emerged pointing to Facebook colluding with right-wing groups and promoting right-wing hateful rhetoric around the world. Mark Zuckerberg has also refused to ban posts on Facebook promoting fake news, such as the posts by Donald Trump, etc., under the guise of freedom of speech, and consequently has faced massive backlash inside the company itself, leading to massive walkouts and such. There's also the infamous Cambridge Analytica incident. Therefore, the question arises, do Facebook and other such social media sites have a responsibility to moderate who they give a platform to? Is the government too lenient with these platforms, or does it serve them to have an unregulated space to spew hatred on? What would be the extent of damages if such practices continue to go on? Is a for-profit model viable in a world where the right-wing majority also holds major social media marketing capital? You could also talk about some other lesser-known incidents about social media in order to spread more awareness about this issue. But yeah, feel free to go in whatever broad topic you choose. I see Samyukta wants to take this pitch, so I shall message you. Thank you. That is me.
Okay, thank you so much, Gautam. Now we've got our other features editor, Natasha.
Hi, I'm Natasha. I'm the other features editor, and my pronouns are she, her. And I've got 3 pitches today. My first pitch is going to be talking about Glasgow. So if you're new to Glasgow, you can maybe talk about adapting to Glasgow and what it's like, etc. And it's inspired by a poem by Edwin Morgan, who was a really lovely Glaswegian poet. And I think he was also a professor at Glasgow Uni as well. And the quote that inspired the pitch was, "Glasgow days and grey weathers, when the rain beat on the bus shelter and you leaned slightly against me and the back of your hand touched my hand in the shadows and nothing was said." And I really like this quote because often, a lot of people moan about kind of the gloomy weather in Glasgow. It can be quite disheartening at times, but this quote kind of highlights kind of like a tender, kind of beautiful vulnerability about Glasgow that can, really come through when you thinking maybe about your relationships with people or of anyone. So maybe just for this pitch, I was thinking about maybe reflecting on how you have found beauty in Glasgow's kind of often very dreary climate, and how kind of like these grey days help to kind of narrate moments of your life, like it narrates the life of the 2 lovers under the bus shelter. And if there's anything endearing that you find about grey days in Glasgow, and if so, what makes it so endearing? What kind of changes this gloominess into something more profound and beautiful? So does anyone want to take that pitch? No? Okay. So the next one is called The Comfort of Structure, and this was just kind of inspired by, because I'd heard a lot of people saying that they're really excited to go back to uni so they can have some structure introduced back into their lives. And I recently read a book by Herman Hesse called The Glass Bead Game, and it had this really nice quote about the comfort of structure. And it is, no permanence is ours. We are a wave that flows to fit whatever form it finds. Through day and night, cathedral or cave, we pass forever, craving form that binds. So I was thinking for this pitch, you can just reflect on any kind of structures, whether that's kind of the routine of uni or routine of if you have a job or something. What is so kind of comforting about that routine? Is it like a form of escapism from maybe having to create your own routine? Does it give you kind of something to aspire to, or a goal that you wouldn't otherwise be able to kind of create for yourself? And also you could maybe reflect on maybe why it's so hard for us to kind of create our own goals and own paths in society without having kind of an institutionalized kind of structure, I suppose. And you can reflect on also kind of different philosophies of routine. For example, kind of in the UK, for example, we're very 9 to 5 days, 5 days a week, whereas in other countries, they're more kind of lax, pay more attention to kind of weekends and free time rather than any kind of structured routine. So maybe in other countries, they don't find the same kind of comfort in structure as we do. So that's another one. Does anyone want to take that one? No? Okay, cool. This one's a little bit similar in terms of kind of different philosophies from different cultures. So this one's kind of about different perspectives in time. Because I was just thinking lately, because like in most of the Western world, there's like this thing called like the Western clock, which time is very linear, and we think of time as being straightforward. But in a lot of cultures, some people think of time as going upwards, which is a really strange kind of idea to me, but very interesting. And it's interesting because the kind of world itself seems to kind of work in cycles, etc. And I thought it'd be interesting for this pitch, if you could maybe reflect on how having such a linear perspective on time affects our own kind of relationship with ourselves as human beings, and how maybe that would be changed if we had perhaps a different philosophy of time that maybe takes into account ideas of kind of infinity, etc., that other cultures have. And you can think about chronemics, which is different studies of time and how it's perceived in different cultures. So you could maybe just talk about different cultures. That would be interesting, and make comparisons between them and the idea of like the Western clock and linear time and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's me.
Sorry, I had muted myself. Thank you so much, Natasha. That was lovely. Okay, now we're on to the arts and culture section, and I'm going to be reading the pitches as our editor Lauren couldn't be here today, and her pronouns are she, her as well, should you want to contact her. So for the first pitch, it is called Representing Minorities, and just a little heads up, there's a trigger warning for murder and police brutality for this pitch. So should this upset you in any way, feel free to mute or tune out or anything you need to do, basically. So I'm going to go ahead and read it now. So following the rise of the Black Lives Matter protests across the globe in 2020, there has been a large surge in book purchases relating to issues surrounding race, gender, and social class. The things we learn and think we know about are often told to us through white lenses, such as TV news outlets and newspapers, and with this whitewashing often comes a washed down or racist portrayal of the things going on around us. Following the murder of George Floyd in America, anti-racist book sales surged worldwide, and for once these accounts are being told by people of color rather than a news anchor reading off a screen. In this pitch, I would like you to discuss the importance of people of color telling their own stories and why we should stop listening to white people about race. If you yourself have read any of the following books, or more that you think would be applicable, then this article will be perfect for you. And the books are Why I'm No Longer Talking to White People About Race by Rani Eddo-Lodge, Any Book by Ibram Kendi, I Am Malala by Mayala Yousafzai, fiction books that consider race such as Girl, Woman, Other by Bernardine Evaristo. And some other important things to consider would also be the place of people of color within books. Their characters often standing individually in their race, and the race being the focal point of their character, unlike the rest of the books. The pitch is entirely flexible, but should mainly revolve around the importance of Black and authors of color and journalists of color in reporting the racial injustices happening in everyday life. And we've also got a link of resources that you guys can use if you're interested in this. Would anyone like to take this one? Okay, lovely. And the second one is called Homemade Exhibition. From an old poster from your favorite band to fairy lights draped across the walls, our bedrooms are a focal point for self-expression. People who have a keen interest and a role in the arts often feel a lack of involvement or productivity when it comes to either the consumption or creation of arts. But it can be said that we participate in the arts every day without even realizing. Who's to say that a beautifully displayed meal isn't somebody's expression of art, or the way they choreograph their outfits? In this pitch, I would like the contributor to discuss how we consume and create art in our daily lives. Feel free to touch into your own rituals that you feel have an artistic touch to them. It might also be a good idea to discuss the generational changes of home decor and also the difference between social class and how we choose to express ourselves. Some other things you might discuss could be art and poetry written inside toilet stalls. This pitch should be a lighthearted insight into the way we create and consume art every day without realizing. These are some key things you should consider. How different people choose to dress as an expression of art, small things you may collect and take note of, such as graffiti, leaflets, and such, and also body art, such as tattoos and makeup. Is anyone interested in this? Okay, thank you guys. Now on to the music section, and our editor Grace isn't here today, so it will be read out by Maria.
Hi everyone, my name is Maria, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm one of the 2 online editors for this year. So basically what I do, I don't normally pitch, I just take care of social media and upload the articles on the website. But today I will be representing Grace. Her pronouns are also she, her, and she has 2 album reviews. The first one is on Zeros by Declan McKenna, the English singer and musician. So his album has been described as a dystopian take on a modern world. So it is the perfect album for our time. The album weaves between genres and has a retro feel whilst also dealing with topical issues such as climate change, Twitter, and even Quavers. He seems much more confident into his songwriting experience, but he still sticks into the indie pop sounds of his first album. Would anyone be interested in this review? Okay, that's fine. And the second album review is for The Priesting for Biba Doobies. I'm not sure it's pronounced like that. Grace doesn't know how to pronounce it, but I'm going to put it in the chat. So that's the artist name. So her new LP, Faded Flowers, signed to the Dirty Hit label, has an indie rock sound. So if you enjoy Clairo, Girl in Red, and the 975, that would be a pitch for you. Anyone wants to take that? Okay. And Grace also has a feature. So it's a discussion piece on the new label for Criminal Records. record label launched for inmates at Berlini in Glasgow. Or Berlini, I'm sorry if you're from Glasgow. I probably butchered that. So musician Jill Brown has launched a new label called Criminal Records, which is exclusively for people currently and formerly incarcerated in HMP Berlini in Glasgow, which is Scotland's largest prison. The label was inspired by Brown's time spent hosting music workshops in the prison for the last decade. Brown commented that his goal is to give people a voice, and it's simply that. And he believes you cannot just lock people away from society and expect them to change. You have to make them see that there's a positive outcome as they enter back into society. He has cited Tupac as an inspiration for his project. Notably, when Tupac left jail the next day, he recorded All Eyes on Me, which is a diamond-selling record. This would make you think that he wrote the majority of these songs in prison. So for this feature pitch, she would love someone to delve deeper into this project. What are the implications do you think will give a voice to those often silenced in society? Do you think music and songwriting is the perfect medium for those not often given that voice? Has anything similar been done before, and what was the outcome? It's really up to you how you take this pitch, and it sounded like a great idea. So would anyone be interested in this? That's fine. Perfect. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria. And now to our film section with Joanna.
Okay, hi. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, good. Yeah, cool. Okay. Yeah, so I'm Joanna. My pronouns are she, her, and I am 21 despite my 5-year-old list going on today. Yeah, so film this year for me is going to be a wee bit different because of the whole situation that we're in. Normally every year we would get press tickets and screeners from the GFT and the Grosvenor, but it's just not possible this year with a lot of the screening options that are going about. So my pitches for today, oh my god, I think I'm gonna have to get my glasses on, I'm such an old one. Right, yeah, so here we go. So we've got somebody, I've already got someone looking into the Glasgow Youth Film Festival. They're currently, actually it's today, Amelia, really great contributor. She is, she's going to be reviewing some of the council, the councillor meeting at 5 o'clock today. So she'll be doing a review of and an interview with the council members, but we have got a pitch here concerning the actual festival itself. If you're interested in going along, it's actually it's a restricted screening this weekend. But I mean, like so we've got 2 independent films as well, Miss Juneteenth and Rocks. They're seeing like a lot of, they were seeing a lot of critical acclaim before at like Sundance and yeah, and like some of the more independent festivals before COVID hit. And then they're also playing Donnie Darko and Back to the Future. So I mean, if you want to go along and just have a wee like review of them and see how like the 2 other films interact with you know, like these kind of like cult classics as well, it's quite interesting to see like if you could give a view on like why they've actually tied these films together, that would be quite interesting. And then I've got one, my other pitch is to do with like self-improvement. This was something that I actually pitched to our publications committee a few months ago, but again, like new members and new people joining, so I think it's a good feel for what the kind of pitches that we're going to be seeing from film this year, and then also because Boris and Nicola are probably going to put us into like a lockdown at the end, like it's sometime soon. This is quite a good one. So essentially, like we've all been self-improving. Like we've all had like this idea, like, oh, we have to, you know, learn new skills and like be like improve ourselves the best that we can. So we've all been like watching the Great British Sewing Bee, or like you've maybe been watching like Bob Ross, like The Joy of Painting, or like doing Joe X's PE classes. So like we've all been watching something that like adds value to our lives in lockdown limbo. So my pitch here is is to consider the traditional character arc of self-improvement in any kind of film. So think Bridget Jones to kind of Rocky. They're like the big kind of like films that have these characters that you follow. They're supposed to have some kind of like, they improve their lives in some way, or they're trying to improve their lives. So I'm asking you, what comparisons can we make between your own situation and the hopeless slump of your film's protagonist? The montage is an infamous technique in portraying the determination of these characters and their change over a long but cinematically necessary period of time. So what would a montage of your own self-improvement look like? So again, my technique this year, or my want for film this year, is to come up with some really kind of like creative pieces, kind of reflectory pieces as well. So yeah, like what would a montage of your own self-improvement look like, and consider the techniques of your chosen films as a kind of guide for you for your own montage there. And then also consider what is the end point for these types of films. Is there a transformation, is the transformation necessary to achieve the character's goals, or does it hinder their ability to self-improve, or does their improvement make them love themselves, or is it stopping them from loving themselves? And then the kind of last thing I've got here is just our ongoing thing that we've had going through lockdown. It's home cinema, because we've not been able to get out there. I know the JFT opened on the 31st of August, so there should be a few screenings for a few newer films, but again, we've all been in how many of us have been binging Prime and Netflix and Now TV, etc. So it's we'd really like if we could have our kind of regular group of people to do some kind of reviews of whatever is the latest releases on there, because it's going to be such a huge part of people's lives going forward, never mind in the next year. So yeah, that's the film pitches, and it'd be really good if we could get more people in, because it's quite an unsubscribed area, and we're trying to reinvent it this year. Okay, guys, we're gonna make it popular for everyone. We're not just gonna be oh, have you seen this independent film from this this director Caravaggio or something like that? Do you know what I mean? It's we're trying to make it popular. So if you want to review Terminator with I don't know, with some kind of criticism, some kind of literary criticism, that's just do it. Do you know what I mean? That we're just up for anything. If you have any suggestions, just let me know. Thank you.
That's absolutely true. Thank you so much, Joanna. Wise words. Okay, that was great. And now, yeah, I think we're on to our last section for today, which is creative writing. Our editor, Ollie, couldn't be here today. His pronouns are he and him, but he does have a pitch for me to read out. And the theme of this pitch is grief and loss. And I'm just going to read out his little message for you. So Ollie says, hello, I hope everyone is feeling good and well. As mortal beings, it is within our very nature to feel the prospect of death, despite the fact that it is an inescapable reality that will eventually befall all of us one day. Many of our lives have already been touched by death and have felt the weight of its consequences. Grief is an incredibly complex emotion, which is why I would love to see your creative responses to it this month. Whether it be a small or huge loss, or you have suffered, whether you have lost a loved one or have felt the loss of a stranger, I want to hear how grief has manifested itself in your life. It may be interesting to explore the 7 stages of grief, and if they truly reflect how we react to loss, and if we can even come up with universal stages for something so personal and intimate. It may also be valuable to consider the lessons that grief teaches us, such as to be grateful for the life that we have, and therefore to live it to the absolute fullest while we can. This theme can be engaged with in any form, poetry or prose, and I really look forward to hearing the responses. Thank you. So basically, we accept contributions for creative writing. Oh yeah, thank you, Eliza. But yeah, I was saying we accept contributions for creative writing in a bit of a different form. So basically, what if you guys have anything, sort of poetry, prose, anything like that, that sort of fits that kind of theme, you're just gonna send it to this email, which is our main email. I'm just gonna write it down in the chat. That's the email. And you're going to put in the subject FAO creative writing, so that it goes straight to Ollie and he can collect your submissions from there. Oh, lovely. Thank you, Eliza. I think I've seen you like the our Facebook page. So I think I'm just gonna add you on Facebook and stuff. But yeah, I think that's us all done with our sections. Does anyone have any kinds of like questions, doubts, comments, anything you'd like to express? Feel free to put it in the chat. If there's anything you'd like to ask us about. Oh yeah, of course. The online learning one, that was Riley's pitch, wasn't it? Okay, you got this, Emma? Okay, cool. When are the articles due for? All right, so basically the deadline for the pitch is, well, it's essentially going to be decided between you and the editor you're going to be writing for. So but to be honest, it mostly depends on sort of the urgency of the article. If you're going to write a review, for example, about something that came out very recently or is about to come out, it's usually like no longer than a week. But if there's no time constraints, if it's just, features or something a bit more, so just stuff that isn't very time sensitive, you can decide that with the editor and you can come up with a deadline that suits you both, basically, when they contact you. Does that sound okay? Yeah. Any other questions, guys? No problem at all.
And of course, as soon as you will contact editors, they will send you over some guidelines in terms of length, style, and all that. So don't you worry about how the article is going to have to look like, because you're going to have all the necessary information when you start talking to the editor. So we're going to guide you through it to some extent.
Absolutely. Sorry, guys, I forgot to say that. Yeah, you don't really need to have any kind of experience or anything, because whichever editor you're going to be writing for, they'll just basically guide you through it and explain a little bit the guidelines of how to do it. So no worries about that, basically. If you have anything else, just feel free to put it in the chat. We're just here to answer.
It tends to be individually, so depending on which pitch you want to take, there's a specific editor for that, and you just talk to them privately. But if you have a general concern, you can of course talk to the page as well. For example, now I'm going to tell Riley about the article, like about the pitch you took, and she's going to contact you herself. So you don't have to make the first move. Basically, it's always editors that privately message you when you take a pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the pitch.
I think it was Riley about new flatmates. Yeah, so I'm going to tell her to write you as well. Just take your name. So if you don't have, usually it's on Facebook that everything happens, Dante, but you can also provide your student email and we can just talk to you through email if that works better for you.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't have Facebook, just let us know and we'll write down your email and pass it on to our editor. Absolutely.
Yeah, it tends to be on like Facebook, just like messenger chats, to make it smoother, but whatever works.
Yeah, of course.
Have your name physical meetings. Or if you want, we can maybe send them over by email somehow, and you can just choose from the email, whatever you're comfortable with. But yeah, the only problem with communicating exclusively via email is that you're not going to have the same access to the pitches every week, basically. But that's the only problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, and if you know, they're all the pitches that weren't taken are going on the publications group, which I highly recommend that you all join, because that's where we pitch weekly. But if you kind of like remember a pitch that you didn't take at the time and you want to take it, yeah, just feel free to say, basically.
Around 64 million of the world's hungriest children do not attend school. In order to survive, they have to work or beg, and for those that do make it to the classroom, hunger affects their ability to learn. My name is Ellen, and I'm the treasurer of the Glasgow University Mary's Meals Society for the term 2020 to 2021. If you don't know what Mary's Meals is, we're a Scottish-based charity which ultimately aims to provide every child with a nutritious meal in their place of education. This is a way to reverse the poverty cycle by providing children with an education as well as a vital meal to give them the energy that they need to learn. Mary's Meals also supports families who are struggling to feed their children by sourcing food locally from communities where possible, which helps the wider economy. During COVID, Mary's Meals have been working tirelessly to keep feeding children despite school closures, and I'm happy to say that we are now feeding nearly all of the children requiring a nutritious meal in other ways. However, a lot more work is still needed to help reach these children until it is safe to return to the classroom. At Glasgow University's Mary's Meals, we aim to raise as much awareness as possible about this amazing charity, as well as hosting as many fundraising events as possible throughout the academic year. We are a small society, but have definitely been growing over the past few years. In 2020, we won the SRC Charitable Giving Award, as well as being nominated for Society of the Year and Event of the Year as well. This year will look a lot different in terms of the events we'll be hosting due to COVID, but we've been planning ahead and have lots of exciting things coming up. We always start our fundraising with Porridge Week at the start of October, which will still be going ahead this year. During Porridge Week, our Society's members challenge themselves to eat only porridge, rice and beans for a whole week in order to raise money and awareness about the charity. Sadly, our infamous Burns Night Ceilidh looks like it won't be happening this year, but it's definitely one to keep your eyes peeled for in the future. We also usually do lots of smaller events throughout the year, such as bake sales, pub quizzes, and our Hive glitter stalls are always a winner because we get a social as well. So if you're looking for a fun way to meet new people, as well as making a difference to children and families around the world, contact us at gumarysmeals@gmail.com or message us on Facebook or Instagram. We look forward to meeting you.
The society is all about jamming, it's all about improvisation, and it's about meeting other people, perhaps to go on to form bands with, or to work within musical contexts.
Events in our society. We have weekly jam sessions where you can come along, play music and meet new people. We've had open mic crawls, we've had a gig for different bands that have been formed within our society, and we always have a big battle of the bands at the end of the year.
Exciting stuff coming up this year. There's the Battle of the Bands, that's a classic one. Do that every year, it's always so much fun. You get the chance to play in a band in a cool Glasgow venue that we choose, and everyone has a great time doing that.
We'd also like to collaborate with other societies like the Art Society to do some interpretation work.
You can expect us to post interesting online content like this.
मुखड़ा लुका के रख ला
Does that mean that we're live now? I think that we're live.
No,
now.
we're not live yet.
Let's assume that we are.
Now we might be.
Hello. You are live. Hello. We are live. My name is Courtney.
I'm Fatma.
We're volunteers of the Campaigns and Charities Committee here at the QMU, and we're here to talk to you about periods. Way. More specifically, menstrual products. So, as part of the Campaigns and Charities Committee, we run a free condom and menstrual product booth from the ground floor of our building on a Monday, Wednesday, and a Friday between 12 and 4 p.m, where we give out free condoms and menstrual products that you can come and collect. Who doesn't love free stuff?
I know, right?
It's like the best thing about being a student. I wish I was still a student. But anyway, we're here to tell you a little bit about the menstrual products that we give out and about what you can get, and also about the history, and a little bit more about some events that we're going to be running later in the week that you can come along to. So let's get started.
Yay.
So, menstrual products. I've lost my wording. I love this. So here at the QMU, we run an event called Pads and Pints. It was started in 2019 by our previous Campaigns and Charities convener, Heather Valentine. Heather, if you're watching, hello. So it was basically started to get people talking about periods and to destigmatize periods a little bit. I think that even though so many people experience periods and have them, it isn't really something that's like commonly talked about or kind of properly kind of explained in schools, so a lot of people aren't really properly educated about it. And I think that was the aim of the event, was to get people talking, having kind of open discussions about it, whilst also making your own reusable menstrual products, basically. So it was an amazing event that Heather started, and it's something that we've continued. We'll be running it again this Thursday between 2:30 to 4 p.m. in our venue space if you want to come along and make your own menstrual products, or even just to have a chat, have a pint, and also collect some menstrual products. But we're going to kind of talk you through some of the products that you can get. So yeah, let's get started. So all of our products come from a social enterprise called Hey Girls. So they are the company that the University of Glasgow work with, and all the menstrual products that you'll see on campus come from that company. And basically, they're an amazing social enterprise. They do all of these products, so they do kind of everything from your standard disposable products to reusable products, which we'll kind of go through in a little bit. But they also do a great thing where they do a buy one, give one. So for every menstrual product that you buy from them, they will give a product for free to people who can't afford to buy them themselves, which is great. We love giving free stuff and charity and all that stuff. So that's kind of why University of Glasgow work with them, but also because they are a little bit more environmentally friendly than kind of the standard period products that you would get. So kind of everything that we give out is either reusable or is completely biodegradable, so it's better for the environment. And kind of, especially in the times that we're going into, it's good to kind of be thinking about the environment. So we'll talk you through a little bit more. So I'll head over to Fatima.
Yeah. So let's start with the standard tampons that we have. All the packaging that we have is made out of sugarcane. So it looks like plastic, it isn't. So this is a tampon, it comes with an applicator, which is the best part. Some of the tampons don't come with an applicator, but it is all personal preferences. I would prefer a one with the applicator. So first you pull this thing out, because some of them just come pulled out, kind of like the long ones you get in the market. And It's quite simple. You just like put it in your vagina and just kind of push this in and take the applicator out. It's very simple. And you can wear it for up to 8 hours, but it depends from company to company, so you should look that up. And it's biodegradable. It's nice.
All that good fun
Yeah.
jazz.
Also, you should always make sure that you are wearing the correct tampon according to your flow.
Yep.
So you have the regular ones, then the heavy flow ones. So that is a very important thing that you should make sure always.
So these ones here are the regular flow. So remember, pink packaging is for regular flow and grey packaging is for a heavy flow. So currently this week we're giving them out in packs of 10. We would usually give them out individually, but because of COVID, we're kind of packaging them to be a bit more safer. So you can collect them from the building in packets of 10. And if you need more, you can always just come back and collect some more. Who doesn't need menstrual products, really?
This week, the condom booth and the menstrual product booth is open throughout the week.
Every day this week, up until 4 p.m. Also, I forgot to mention at the start, but if you have any questions about anything, about any of the products that we give out, or kind of any general questions about periods that you'd like us to answer, just comment on the live stream and we'll try and answer them after we've kind of gone through all the explanations for you. If not, we'll probably just sit and have a chat, because who doesn't want to see our faces for the next half an hour, basically?
Yeah.
Anyway, so the next one we have is the standard disposable pad. So they're kind of like basically the same as every other pad that you get in kind of standard supermarkets, but these are biodegradable, so they're better for the environment than kind of like the standard like ones that you would get, like body foam and things like that. They're pretty simple. They're kind of like standard as normal pads. You would open this up. Oh my god, this is really
Also,
sticky.
sugarcane packaging, so biodegradable.
It is. And so it looks like this, and then you would kind of just peel this off. Ooh, peel this off, stick this to your underwear, and then peel this bit off here, and stick that to the outer layer of your underwear. And these are kind of, I think these can be kept on for up to 6 hours, but obviously kind of it depends on how you're feeling, and if it gets kind of quite full or quite uncomfortable, then you can kind of like change them as regularly as you want. And if you're kind of used to using normal pads, then these are great, but obviously just because they're better for the environment, and they're free from here, so why would you not come get them?
These are also being distributed in packs of 10.
Yep. So
inside,
would
and
you like turn it to show like from the
yeah.
front? Yeah.
Kind of like this, and then you just kind of put it in your vagina and twist it from a little bit to open it up, and it creates a vacuum. And so you can wear it up to 8 hours, 8 to 10 hours. You don't have to take them out. And like if you think that you have a heavier flow, you'll obviously have to change them. You can just take it out in the shower. That's the most convenient one and the least messy one. But there are two other folds. There's a C fold, so you just press it down and make it a C like this. And again, just pop it in your vagina. And a 7 fold. So you fold it like this. Oh god. Like this. And same, pop it in your vagina. These can, a single cup can last you up to 5 to 8 years if you take proper care of them. We give out care instructions, care leaflets with them always, but the easiest way to sanitize them is to either boil it for 5 minutes, or we give out these sterilization cups or cups in short.
I love a good cup.
You just pop these things in, fill it up with water, like about a centimeter from the top, and just shut it and microwave it for 2 minutes, and that helps. And good enough, they come in these small baggies, so you can carry them around anywhere without getting them dirty. Keep it in your bags or anything.
Yeah. But yeah, those are the cups. I'm trying to think of anything else that you might have missed out. I don't think so. I'll move on to the pads though, but as I said, if you've got any questions about them, let us know and we'll try and answer them. But the other kind of product that we give out are the reusable pads. So they're pretty similar to standard pads that you would use. So they come in packs of 5, and they come with this little bag here that you can keep them all in, and it's a waterproof bag as well. So whether you want to keep them in as kind of like a packaging, or if you want to kind of bring that bag with you when you're like out and about, if you need to change your pad, then you can put your used pad in here, and that'll keep it kind of safe and contained until you get home, and then you can wash them. So they come in packs of 5. They look like this, which are really nice and red. I think they're called, like, referred to as like ladybug.
Yeah.
So basically, when you would put it on your underwear, it would look like this, and you kind of fold it over and clip it like this on the outside of your underwear, and it should kind of sit as standard. If you want to kind of put them in the little bag, you can fold them. I don't know if you can see this, but you can fold them like this and then clip it there. So it's kind of like really nice and compact, which is quite good. That's what I do when I kind of like put them away when I'm not using them. I'll kind of fold them up like that and just chuck them in a drawer until I need to get them out. So it's recommended, like, after you've used a pad, you give it a little bit of a rinse, just to kind of like a lot of the blood out, so it doesn't stain. But they are machine washable, so you can just like wash them in your washing machine. Make sure you kind of give them a wash. If you come and pick up a pack from us, give them a wash before you use them, just to kind of like make sure that like any kind of germs or anything that might be on them like isn't going kind of like anywhere near your vagina, which is good. But yeah, the only thing I'd recommend is that if you have kind of quite a heavy flow, maybe pick up 2 packs. I kind of quite find that I go through a pack of 5 quite quickly within like a day or 2, and my periods last for about 4 or 5 days, so I need like more pads for them. But other than that,
one thing which is very necessary is to dry them properly.
Yes, never wear one of these pads when it's still wet. Make sure they are completely dry, otherwise it can get kind of bacteria near your vagina, and also kind of it can end up smelling quite bad, which is not really what you want. So make sure they're completely dry. But I think that I've never used a dryer, so I don't know if they can dry in a dryer. I don't know if you know.
I haven't
I
used
just
them.
leave them out to air dry, and they usually air dry within a day. So that's absolutely okay. But at Pads and Pints, the event that we run, you can make your own menstrual pads like these. So we provide you with all the materials at the events. You can come along. You can learn how to make your own pad using kind of like all these different kind of materials that we have, which has like
We
felt
get
on the
everything,
inside.
needles and all.
We give you little templates so you can see what they are, and you can make like small or large ones depending on like how big you want them to be. I quite like ones that are a little bit smaller because I'm a small person, so I find that like large ones are quite bulky. But that's just me, and it's kind of up to preference, I guess.
Definitely.
But yeah, that's all we've had to say about the period products that we give out. Do you have anything else?
I don't think so.
No.
I'll just check if we have any questions.
Yeah, have a look at see if we've got any questions. As I said, all of our kind of menstrual products are given out on a Monday, Wednesday, and a Friday from our condom and menstrual product booth on the ground floor of the Union. We're giving them out every day this week between 12 and 4 if you want to pop along. We have trained volunteers at the booth who can tell you about all the products and give you kind of like all the information that you need, answer any questions that you have. But we always kind of, if we don't know a question, we'll kind of say that you can probably Google it or you can YouTube it. But I mean, also, if you're a big fan of TikTok, one of our volunteers actually has started a TikTok account where they talk about periods and about period products and kind of basically destigmatizing it and answering any questions that you might have. Their name is Kelly. Their TikTok account is
Your Period Pal.
Your Period Pal. So go and give them a follow. Go watch their videos. If you have any questions about periods, they will probably be able to answer it for you. But we'll see if you've got any questions on
Not
the
yet.
live.
No
If
questions.
anyone has any questions, please ask us because we're just sat here talking about periods.
Yeah. I can start with something.
Yeah, go for it.
We should talk more about periods. It is so stigmatized that you don't. God, I'm losing my words. But I remember when I was in school, I just I was just told to use a pad by my mother, I always use that, and I wasn't really comfortable with it because whenever I had heavier flow, I would stain my clothes. It was so annoying, and I had a white uniforms, which is
Oh no.
it was worse. So that was a lot of washing of my clothes, hand washing clothes. So it was kind of my goal that I have to try newer products. It is not so easy to get all these products in India. You don't get them at the pharmacy. So I was really happy when I saw the booth, and I got trained for the booth for that reason, very reason. And I started using the cups, and it has been amazing. But because I was so scared to use the cups beforehand, I started with tampons. That's one thing I did.
It's like a good like progression if you're
Yeah.
not sure. Like I don't use the cups, and I've never really used tampons. Like I've always preferred pads, but I was always like never really told about alternative products I could use. Like I knew about tampons, but no one had ever told me how to use them.
Same.
So like I had to figure it out for myself, and then I realized that pads were kind of something that I preferred. But like through kind of doing the condom booth, I've always found that like if you're not entirely sure about the cup but you want to try it out, start with tampons and then start like trying out the cup whilst you're not on your period. So
Yes.
that way you can get used to wearing it. That's what I always tell people if you're not entirely sure about it. But I'm a pad user, and I love these pads. I like for me personally, I move around a lot in my sleep, so I kind of sometimes put on a standard pad, like a disposable, when I'm sleeping, just because I find that they move with my underwear, and then I end up leaking. But biodegradable pads for if you have the same issue as me, where you move around a lot in your sleep. Who knows?
Yeah. Also, many people have a question about this regarding tampons, using tampons. That's about TSS,
Yeah.
toxic shock syndrome. So I saw Kelly's video on that, so I know what to say about
Love
it.
Kelly's videos.
Yeah. So basically, the probability of you getting a toxic shock syndrome or TSS is very unlikely if you follow the proper rules to use it. You don't wear it for more than 6 to 8 hours, depending on the company you're using. That you have to make sure you have to look. Don't remember to remove it after you're done with your periods. You can forget that, apparently. And yeah, just generally just follow these simple rules, and it's just going to be fine. Also, it would be better if you use cotton ones or the biodegradable ones, which we provide, because they don't leave fibers behind.
Yeah.
And the ones you get in the market, like the Tampax one, they're made with a mixture of nylon, I think.
Yeah, they have plastic in them.
A little bit of plastic in them. They can leave fiber behind, which can cause mold in your vagina, which is very weird to say, but yeah. So right now I'm just like publicizing these products, but it is better to look for ones which are environmentally friendly and are good for your vaginal health, because that's what's important.
I think it's also like important to look for ones that are environmentally friendly, but are also like good for you, because I know that some kind of like period products say that they're environmentally friendly, but maybe like are using kind of products that aren't really good for your body. Whereas I know that Hagel's like make sure that everything that they're using
because
is, like,
these ones are made out of all cotton,
Yeah.
and they're stitched like in a spiral form.
Yeah.
And the ones you get like Tampax, which is the most common one, they are like in a butterfly stitch,
Yeah.
which is basically all the fibers are not properly stitched together. So that is one thing that I was taught, and that might cause TSS, but it is very unlikely. That's like 1 in thousands kind of case thing, or maybe more than that. I'm not sure about the probability.
Yeah, no, like toxic shock syndrome is one of those things that I think that everyone's heard of, and
It's
always
basically-
there in
yeah.
your mind. But I think it is actually quite rare to get TSS. It's a lot rarer than than you would assume, because of everyone talking about it.
It's more because of the stigma around
Yeah.
all the products. That's about it, I think.
Let's see if we've got any questions. I don't think we have any questions.
Yeah, we don't have.
Everyone's watched Kelly's video. Everyone already has their questions
Yeah.
answered. Let's try and. I don't really know. What's something that you wish someone had told you about periods when
You
you were
don't
growing up?
bleed a lot.
Yeah.
I realized how much I bleed after using the menstrual cups, because you can, like, there are these markings on them which tell you how much you've bled. The maximum is 15 ml. So in 10 hours, it is rare that you bleed that much unless you're having a heavy flow. So sometimes it is in, like, I particularly have very heavy flow sometimes. So in about 5 hours, I fill a cup.
Yeah.
Sometimes. But some people think you can bleed up to a pint.
I've heard that as well. And
Yeah.
I've also heard because...
If that is the case, you should see a doctor.
Yeah, that's
Please.
not healthy.
That's not healthy. And we don't talk about it because why should we talk about vaginas and the blood that comes out of it?
If you're like me and you're a pad user, you might think that you bleed a lot more than you actually do because the pads can expand with the blood, so it makes it look like there's a lot more there. But it's more just kind of like the pad kind of taking the blood in. You're not actually bleeding as much as you think you are. But as Fatima said, if you are bleeding a lot, definitely go see a doctor, because that's not healthy and you shouldn't have to put up with that. You shouldn't be bleeding a pint, and that's not something that you should have to live with on a daily basis. So go see your local GP.
Yes.
And get some kind of guidance on that. I'm trying to think what I would have liked to have known when I was
a kid.
Yeah.
I would go through like I used to use these the disposable ones, and I would go through like 2 or 3 in just 2 hours sometimes, and I'm like, this is not normal, I guess. But
yeah,
like during my second and third days, you generally have a heavy flow, so it's fine. And yeah, also there's a thing that you can't exercise while you're on your periods. That every girl knows that you can. Everyone knows. Everyone who is on their periods, they say that you can't. I'm not sure. I've heard it somewhere. I'm not sure about the answer. You shouldn't do yoga while you're on your period.
Why?
I have no idea.
I mean, I don't do yoga anyway because yoga's not my thing. I've tried it and it's
not
my
too
thing.
flexible.
No. But that's so bizarre. I've heard that you can't wear the cup whilst you're on your period, but I don't understand, like whilst you're exercising even. But I don't understand why you couldn't use a cup whilst you're exercising.
It is so easy to use. It is so much better to wear a cup while you're on your period, because I have had a friend who wore a tampon in middle of her match, and she had like a football match, and she had like a heavier flow that day.
Oh no.
So it slipped out.
Yeah.
That can happen, so make sure that you have everything on hand all the time. You should make like a period care pack with chocolates, your menstrual products. Always have extra at hand, because if anyone needs it around you, you should have some. It's just gentle courtesy.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
It's quite nice. I always keep some around me. And chocolates, definitely chocolates. Everyone loves chocolates. And
I always keep some pads and kind of tampons with me, even though I don't really use tampons. And I'm on the pill, so I only have my period every couple of months, but I still have pads with me just in case anyone I know needs them.
Same.
I think it's always quite nice, especially if like you're in like a building or a place where you're kind of like not familiar with and you're by yourself and then you've suddenly run out. You don't really want to be in that situation where you have to use like tissue until you can get a period product to like cover you until you get home or until you can buy some. Like I've been kind of there before where I've kind of gone out, forgot a pad, and I've had to like quickly go to like the local supermarket and get one so I can kind of, you know, use it and not bleed through my underwear. But
if that happens when you're in the university, after this online classes and everything ends, and like we have physical events, if you're in the university and it ever happens with you, come to QMU.
Yeah. We are not the only place on campus that give out free menstrual products, though. You can also get free menstrual products from the library, from just like the reception area in the library, from the McIntyre building, from the welcome point there, and you can also get them from the GEU. I think that there are other places on campus. I'm not entirely sure where they are scattered around, but there should be a map on the University of Glasgow website where you can go and see where they give out free menstrual products. That should exist somewhere. But yeah, if you're ever on campus and you're ever like, oh, I don't have any products with me, you can come to the QM. We'll always have some.
Yeah. We generally keep some in every bathroom and we refill them quite often. So that's that, about that. And
I don't know, I feel like we should be finishing soon because they said half an hour. Trying to think. That's periods. If you ever have any questions about periods, as I've already said, go check out Kelly's TikTok. It's really funny. I know all the information that they've talked about on my TikTok, but I still watch all the videos because they're just really pleasing videos to watch. And they explain everything really, really well.
And it's nice to see other people are getting to know all this information, because after I like got trained for the booth, that's the first time I had to actually interact with the booth, because I hadn't before that.
No, yeah, 100%.
So after that, I went home and I called up all my friends. I called my mom and I'm like, I feel I have been educated today, because I never knew all these things and that was never taught to me in school or at home. And I have been helping out all my friends now. Like,
but
so that's nice.
Pads and Pints is on Thursday at 2:30 till 4 p.m. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Come along, chat to us. We'll be there. Make some period products. Collect some if you can't be able to make some, which is completely valid. I can't sew for my life, so I just collect them. And have a pint and have a chat about periods, because we should be talking about them more.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that was a little beep to say that we're done. I don't know if they want to confirm that we're done. I don't know anymore.
Hello, we're the Glasgow University Scottish Country Dancing Society, and since we were founded in 1955, we've been collaborating with similar societies from different universities. We've been running classes for all levels of dancers and hosting very fun socials. You know, kind of like this.
Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Over hills and up and down, myrtle green and black and brown, past the sheathing through the town, all for sake of Mary. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Plenty herring, plenty meal, plenty peat of fill or creel, plenty bonny beds as wheel, that's the toast of Mary. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Cheeks as bright as Rowan's are, brighter far than any star, fairest of them all by far is my darling Mary. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Over hills and up and down, myrtle green and black and brown, past the sheathing through the town, all for sake of Mary. Step we gaily.
Unfortunately, many of our events won't be able to take place due to the current situation, but that doesn't mean we won't be doing anything. We've come up with a lot of fun alternative activities for you to get involved in. We'll be having a weekly games night each Tuesday, and we'll play all various sorts of different types of games online. For the Zoom link for this, as well as more information what we'll be playing that night, will be made available to you on our Facebook page. If you're not a member of that page yet, please feel free to get in touch with us on social media. And since we're a dancing group, we also want to give you a temporary placement to classes as well as socials. And that is why our fantastic teachers have agreed to let us publish 5-minute instructional dance videos for you to enjoy on social media. To get to know us better, keep an eye on our Facebook and Instagram. All updates and future events will be made available to you there, as well as some introductions to various members within the club and throwbacks to memorable moments from last year, to to give you a better idea of what a club's like in a normal year. Hope to see you around.
Hi, I'm Jasmine and I'm the president of the Glasgow University Ballroom and Latin Society. I joined the society last year and absolutely loved it. It was so much fun learning how to dance in such a friendly environment. The society offers weekly classes of all different levels, so it doesn't matter whether you've danced before or you never have, because there will be something for you. And there's loads of different styles of dance, from the waltz to the jive to the quick step. There's also workshops throughout the year of other dances such as the tango or the Viennese waltz, so there's always something fun and new to try. We go to the pub, there are tea dances, nights out, and then of course the winter and spring balls. The balls are such a good opportunity to dress up, bring your friends along, and show off all the amazing moves you've learnt throughout the year.
Hi there, my name's Gordon and I'm the Glasgow University Ballroom and Latin Dancing Society's team captain for this coming year, which means that I lead the team at competitions. So as well as the fun and social aspect of the society, there's also a competitive aspect which you can take part in. So nearly every weekend during the semester, somewhere in the UK, there is a university ballroom and Latin dancing competition. And as a society, we usually go to a select 3 or 4 of these over the course of the year, and they really are some of the most fantastic, fun and memorable events. As you can probably tell from the pictures, everyone is having a good time. If you've danced before, great, you can compete in a higher category. But also if you've never danced before, that's also fine, there's a category for you as well. I myself only started dancing 2 years ago and within 6 weeks was already competing, and I haven't looked back since. I love it. And I've also encouraged many other people to come and join, and I think all of them will tell you as well, they are great fun.
I hope you're staying safe at the moment, and I really hope to see you in September as part of our society.
Come closer, come naturally, for this is me, onto this land. Soon fall, express yourself. You walk in a fine line, they won't lie. spotless, I know you are, and I hope you find a way to be yourself. Come closer, 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 come closer.
We're going live in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, hi. Welcome to our LGBTQ plus panel. Just to introduce myself, I'm Robbie Greenshields. My pronouns are he, him, and I am the QMU Campaigns and Charities convener. So the purpose of this panel is just to tell you about the sort of resources available to you and the different societies and people that can help you as an LGBTQ plus student at the University of Glasgow. So we have 3 great panelists here today, and they're going to be speaking a little bit about themselves and the groups that they represent, and then also answering a few questions that have been submitted by you via our submission box. So first things first, let's introduce our panelists. So we'll start with the LGBTQIA medics.
That's me. I'm Rochelle Dis. My pronouns are she, her. So I'm representing the Glasgow Medics LGBTQIA plus society. We're a new society this year, but basically we've formed because we feel that medics kind of need their separate society. Medics do tend to have a lot of separate societies, to be fair, but this one is quite needed because across the medical profession and with patients as well, there's a lot of health inequalities. So we have lots of different things that we're doing. We're helping to change the curriculum at the medical school, lots of different ways, but just in general, just to increase representation, to decrease the whole thing of the only time LGBT people come up is, oh, it's gay men and HIV, but like that's not what it really is like, let's be honest. Yeah, so we're open to everyone. So you don't have to join if you're LGBT, you could be cis, that's fine, you can still join. We're very open to allies. And what else to say? We have a Facebook and an Instagram page. So if you want to check out any information, just search LGBTQIA+ medics Glasgow in any of those ones. And you can sign up to our mailing list so you can hear about all of our stuff. We are having an EGM soon, and we're looking for a couple more reps. So that's a good little plug. So we're looking for a disability rep, we're looking for a BAME rep, a trans or non-binary rep, and a non-medical rep, because we do think it's important to have a non-medical student in the committee, obviously to see the patient perspective, not just the medical perspective. So yes, there's a little bit about me and the society.
That's great. And we'll move on to GU LGBTQ+.
Hi, I'm Emily, and my pronouns are she, her, and I'm the president of Glasgow University LGBTQ+ Society. As a society, we work to provide a safe space for socializing and for fun, for meeting new people, but we also work towards activism and campaigning and fundraising as a society. We also have an EGM coming up over this next semester, and we also have a few roles coming up with that. We have the first year officer. So if you have just started university, if you saw us at Freshers Fair and were like, haha, I would like to sit at that chair, you can come and join us on committee at the EGM. Similarly, the postgraduate and mature students officer is coming up, as is the international officer, which is open to anybody who is an international student. Our communications and tech officer, our events coordinator, and our secretary are all positions that are coming up at our EGM in a few weeks.
That's amazing. And finally, we'll move on to the SRC LGBTQ+ Equality Officer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Yeah, my name is Indigo. I use she, her pronouns. And the SRC does a lot of events throughout the year. And we're also on the discussion panel with the university. So we are trying to change some of the systems with the university. The officer before me, for example, they were able to push the university to use preferred names on uni cards and stuff. So from this year onwards, you can use a preferred name. But yeah, we do loads of events for Transgender Day of Remembrance. We did Pride at Home through our lockdown for June. We did loads of events for LGBTQ History Month, and we do a lot of stuff with GLGBTQ+. And I think we would love to do stuff with the Medic Society as well. So that would be amazing. But yeah, yeah, that's what we do.
Right, thank you all. So we've got quite a few questions to get through today that have been submitted by freshers. If you are watching and you'd like to submit any questions, you can still do that. The submission box is still open and you can find it on Facebook. If you just search for QMU Campaigns and Charities Committee, it's just right there. So we'll get started with some of the questions. And I think the first one is possibly one of the most important questions, which is, what can I do if I experience verbal abuse on campus?
I feel like the first thing you can do is go to the SRC Advice Center, because we can definitely help you deal with anything, and we'll show you the process of how you can complain about a lecturer or a student or anything else. So definitely come to us. But also if you want support and stuff, definitely go to the societies as well, both the LGBTQ+, Medic Society and GU LGBTQ+, because they'll definitely be able to support that.
Yeah, we have had it before where people have come to us and maybe been a bit scared to go to the SRC directly as well, because sometimes that's a bit intimidating. And so if that is the case, it doesn't need to be the case because the SRC are lovely and really helpful people. But you can always come to us if you want help getting in contact with the SRC as well. Or yeah, for welfare support, because obviously it's unpleasant, and having a group of people around you who understand like how to process that is really nice.
Yeah, I'd totally agree with that. The only thing I would add is that specifically at the medical school, they have a raising concerns policy, which is basically just an online form you can fill in. So it's a bit more anonymous. So that, that helps. But that's more specifically just for the med school. But yeah, totally echo that. You can always come to anyone in the society who will help you talk to the SRC as well.
Yeah, that's great answers. And that kind of leads into the second question as well, which was, is university a dangerous place for LGBT people?
So I personally think that nowhere is perfect for LGBT people. There is obviously prejudice in the world, but to counter that, I would say that Glasgow University in particular is full of people who are making it their absolute effort, like trying their utmost best to make the campus a safe space. And I think that there's a real ability on campus to find people who will always make you feel safe. And I also think that generally the university is as safe as like it can be ever.
Yeah,
I would agree. Yeah, it's definitely that. Like for every one terrible person, there's definitely 100 of really, really good people at Glasgow Uni. So you definitely feel like you have a support group in the university.
Yeah,
I agree as well.
I think with that question, obviously you three would all just have experience with Glasgow University in particular. So answering the question of, is university a dangerous place for LGBT people, is a bit difficult to answer that in a general sense. But I agree with you. I think that Glasgow University in particular does have a lot of support networks. It has a lot of resources, and there's a lot of people that are really trying to make people feel safe and comfortable. I've never really felt unsafe in that particular respect on campus. The next question was specifically for the LGBTQIA Medical Society. And it says, to the LGBTQ Medical Society, why do you think it was important to make a society specifically for medical students? I know that you answered that a little bit when you were giving your introduction, but maybe you want to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Yeah, so part of the reason was the health inequalities. So we're definitely working with the med school. We've already started changing things already. So we have PBLs, like small group teaching around scenarios, and we're already working with the med school to change them so that they're more representative. So it's things like that. And then we're looking to get teaching on pronouns, things that realistically you'll be a better doctor if you know, even if you don't care about LGBT issues. So that's kind of like what we're trying to do there. But also, once you hit a third year as a medic, you go on placement. So you're not at the university. So it's good to get the community for LGBT people when you're on placement and things like that. When you're away from the uni, some people are in like Dumfries and Ayrshire, that's another reason as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for LGBTQ people, medicine can often be really, I suppose, unwelcoming. Like going to your local GP is kind of luck of a draw whether you'll get someone that will misgender you or make you feel uncomfortable. So I think getting that out there and sort of changing the medical school from the inside is a really good way of going about it. And you're a really new society, aren't you?
Yeah, we are indeed.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see the changes sort of coming in that sense.
I know, it's actually been really nice to see how quick it's been. There are so many people on the staff who are so receptive to change, which is really nice to see.
That's brilliant. Yeah. The next question is, I suppose anyone can answer this. It's not quite as specific. Where can I go to meet other LGBT students at Glasgow Uni?
I mean, I'm going to do a bit of a plug here, and that come to us. So we, as a society, are incredibly active. We have events most nights of the week normally, whether those are big whole society events where you can meet a whole variety of people, but we also have smaller meetups throughout the week, which normally, well, in normal situations, we have coffee meetups in cafes that are in or around the university campus. And these are smaller events. They are friendly, coffee, casual meetups, and they are. We have a whole variety of of those. We have lesbian and women loving women coffee. We have gay men's and men loving men coffee. Bisexual and pansexual coffee. Trans and non-binary coffee. Asexual and aromantic coffee. International coffee. First year coffee. Postgraduate and mature students coffee, and we also run a book club and Craft the Rainbow, and Indigo also runs a BAME coffee, BAME LGBTQ plus coffee. Yeah, we have any way to meet any number of people through our society. And if even meeting too many people in a coffee meetup is too much, that's too intimidating, we have a family system. So you can find links on our Facebook page, GULGBTQ+, and you can sign up to be a younger sibling, and you'll be put in a really small group with two people who have already been in our society for over the last however long that they've been at university for, and you can sign up as a younger sibling, and you can be put in a group with those people and some other people who are new to the society, and you can come and meet us in smaller groups. And although I said that the coffee meetups in cafes, usually we are doing those online during the semester, as well as our Wednesday night events. So if you want to meet LGBT people, we have lots of them.
I love that. That is so nice. Yeah, 100%. Also, you can literally just drop me a message. Do you know what I mean? All of the committee members, I'm sure on on both of our committees, literally just drop us a message. Hey, I'm a fresher and everyone in my flat is a bit scary. Just drop me a message. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. Definitely. There's always the events and things, but also if you just want to talk to one person, then the committee members have their faces out there on all the socials. So you can always just drop them a message too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can definitely say that I met loads of people through GLGBTQ+ on my first year, and it was really good. Also, if you're religious, we have an LGBTQ+ chaplain at the university, which is the first university to have one in the UK. So definitely contact Linda if you need any sort of talk with religious and LGBTQ+. Yeah.
So the next question, I suppose it's sort of mostly geared towards LGBTQ+, but also maybe the medics as well. What kinds of social events do you run, and are they open to everyone, including those who don't drink? So I think you've already kind of answered that a little bit in what you just said. But yeah, you run a lot of coffees, right? So
yeah, we do. I can go through the list again if you like. No, yeah, we run coffee meetups pretty much every day of the week. There is one of those coffees running, and yeah, so those are all sober events really. But also, although we do big events on Wednesdays, and drinking does happen at them, we don't run events every week that have a drinking focus. There are definitely some weeks where a lot of the focus will be on going out, but we also normally have at least one or two members of committee who are sober throughout the night. So if you're coming along and you are sober for any reason at all, you will always be able to find somebody signposted as being sober as well. Even if it's a
drinking events such as a scene tour where we go around the Glasgow gay scene or anything like that.
Yeah. So you do have your sober events, but then also at events where drinking does happen, there's still like you're not going to feel excluded. There's always going to be someone around.
Yeah, that was put a lot more concisely.
So do you want to go into a bit more detail about the Wednesday events that you were talking about? So what would you do in non-COVID circumstances, and then what do you do now?
Okay, so our Wednesday night events, because we try to cover such a wide variety of things to do as a society, our Wednesday night events can vary from like a meet and greet that's purely there to like meet and greet people. We have quizzes, we have panels, we have yeah, some events that are more like party or like clubbing focused. We also do games nights sometimes, and in each semester we have a formal event. In semester one, it's usually a ceilidh, which we have as a winter ceilidh. Everybody can get dressed up and dance with friends and stuff. We're currently working on an alternative for that in the hopes that we can do it because that's normally the last event of our semester. So we're hoping that in a few months' time we'll actually be able to get to do an in-person formal event, socially distanced, of course. But yeah, so normally we have our Wednesday night events that cover a whole variety of things throughout the semester. I think that I said everything that I needed to say there.
And what kind of stuff do you do, or are you thinking about doing now that, well, sort of in this semester when Wednesday night events aren't really an option, at least in person?
So the quiz and the game night and the meet and greet, we're hoping to do similar alternatives online.
Yeah.
The quiz in particular should be fairly easy to do online. We did one with the SRC during Virtual Pride, which was really successful. And similarly, games nights should be fairly simple online. So we're hoping that we will definitely be able to do an event every Wednesday as an alternative to in-person events that we would normally be doing.
Yeah, you're definitely putting a lot of hard work into it. So it's good that freshers are learning that this kind of thing is available to them. So the next question that we've got is how to get involved with queer activism on campus.
Well, if you're a medic, obviously it's a bit niche, but obviously we're doing the educational changes, and we're forming a working group with the BMA and the SRC, I think, are involved as well. And so if that's open to anyone, so if you want to get involved, literally just drop us a message. You know, if you've got ideas to change the curriculum, then we'd love to have you get involved. Basically, anyone who wants to get involved can.
Yeah, it's the same with the SRC. If you have any ideas of what we could do to improve the university, literally just drop us a message. And also getting involved with all the societies that's already, and being queer is already being an activist, to be honest, just by living. So yeah.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah, we every year have a charity of the year that we fundraise for. So this year we have the Rosie Project, who are a sexual assault charity that we are working with, and we're raising money for them. Last year it was Hidayah, who are a charity for LGBTQI plus Muslims. And so we do activism like that, where we try and work with other charities in the community. But also, yeah, we have like panels every now, like sometimes during term time that are like educational and like activism themed. Also stuff like poster campaigns, we've done those before in collaboration with the SRC and with Amnesty International as well. Amnesty have a branch in Glasgow University that are really active. So that's not specifically queer activism, but often they have that kind of ethos as well.
Absolutely.
I think there's lots of options on campus for
Yeah,
activism.
for sure.
So we'll move on. The next question is about LGBT specific counselling. Like, does it exist? Specifically within Glasgow University, is that available?
Specifically for LGBTQ plus people, no, not yet. We're trying to work on it, but definitely if you need any sort of help, you can always contact me, and I can, because I know loads of counselors in Glasgow who are specifically counselors for LGBTQ people. You can definitely contact me and I'll put you on that direction. But at Glasgow Uni, unfortunately, we don't have any at the moment. But like I said, we might in the future.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be really good, because I know that there
sure.
obviously is LGBTQ plus specific counselling available within Glasgow, at
Yeah.
the city of Glasgow, but it's often private counselling and it's often very expensive, and obviously a lot of people don't think that just going to like a regular counsellor, they might not understand exactly what they're going through and be able to sort of
Yeah.
resonate with them on that level. So I think that's a really good thing to work towards.
Also, there are loads of organizations around Glasgow that would probably do free counselling, like LGBTQ plus health and some other ones.
Yeah, it's definitely worth like looking around and seeing what
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
On campus specifically, I'm a psychology student, and I know that a couple of the members of the psychology department who are themselves LGBT, they will run specific office hours for LGBT psychology students. I don't know if any other departments do that, but I know that that's something that the psychology department does. So if you're a psychology student, if you keep an eye out for, they're called Rainbow Office Hours, and they're done primarily by Emily Nordman.
Oh.
So if you're a psychology student, I know that that's an option.
Quite nice.
But I don't know of any other departments that have that.
That sounds like a really good idea. It would be really good to roll that across campus if possible.
For sure.
We have our welfare officer is working with the peer support group at the med school. So obviously it's not the same as counselling, but if there's also peer support, and we are working with them, so you can ask for certain people if you are worried that some people won't understand if they're not LGBT. So we have that as well.
So there are a lot of options available, not specifically within University of Glasgow maybe, but there's definitely places that people can look. The next question that we've got is, what could I do if a staff member or lecturer is discriminatory towards me?
Like I said before, you can definitely contact the SRC Advice Center or me directly, and we can show you the process of how you can, how you can process that around the university and stuff. And maybe the staff will get penalized for something, but yeah, but we'll definitely help you out with that.
I think with some people, they might be a little bit nervous about going and sort of, reporting something that a staff member has said. If it's maybe someone on their course, they might be worried that it'll reflect badly on them. They might, suffer academically as a result, or they might end up, sort of falling out with their course staff. So what would you say to someone who is, maybe scared of being, harassed or discriminated against by a staff member, but also doesn't really feel like they could just easily go and report that?
Yeah, you can definitely report it anonymously, so no one will know who reported that specific lecture. But also, if you just want support and actually report it, we can definitely help you out with that as well.
Mm-hmm. So if it's an anonymous report, does it get taken forward regardless of, like, at any point in the sort of process of penalizing that person, would the identity of the victim have to be known?
I think it's more difficult for the university to do something about it. But I think it's definitely worth reporting, because if quite a few students report it anonymously, the staff will probably get penalized.
Yeah, there'll be more of a case.
Yeah.
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 The next one is a problem that I've definitely seen around as well. What to do about transphobic graffiti in bathrooms of university buildings? The person says they've heard that's a big problem.
Yeah, so that's happened in the past 2 years in some of the bathrooms on campus. So last year, the SRC, together with GLGBTQ Plus and all the unions, we put up an anti-transphobia poster campaign in all the union bathrooms, and I'm trying to push that forward for the whole university to have that in all of the bathrooms, because I think it's important to show that we shouldn't discriminate anyone that's inside the toilet. So
yeah.
But we definitely report it. Like whenever someone tells me about it, I go to the university and I talk to them about how we can get it off the bathroom as quick as possible. So it definitely helps if you report to me and then I'll pass it on, basically. So let me know if that happens, because I can't just go to every single bathroom. But if you see any, report it to us and we'll solve it.
So yeah, just whenever you see any instance of transphobic graffiti, you're a person that someone can talk to. Or
yeah, completely. Just email me on my SRC email. It's on the SRC website. And I'll definitely do something about it.
Because yeah, I think that is a bit of a problem, like to be honest about it. I still think that the University of Glasgow is a very safe place for LGBTQ people. As in my experience, we've put up those posters in the QMU bathrooms to say, you know, don't question if you think that someone's in the wrong bathroom.
Yeah.
We won't tolerate transphobia or any form of discrimination. We have our zero tolerance policy. And those posters sometimes end up getting taken down and like taken away, and we have to keep putting them up. But I think if we just keep showing that we're sort of committed to like, you know, if you take these posters down, we're going to put them back up. Like we're not going to stand for it, no matter how much we can wear us down, I suppose.
Yeah. Similarly, we've had people report it to us, and then we will then go forward and inform the SRC and the buildings as well, the like management of the buildings that it's found in. And yeah, I think if we continue to put pressure on the university to keep taking it seriously where they can, and if we keep showing like resilience in that we're not gonna like back down, we're not gonna let anyone get away with this or think that this is okay behavior. I think if we continue to like put that pressure on, I think that's how we combat it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's the only way to sort of stamp that kind of thing out. The last question that we've got submitted is specifically for GLGBTQ+ and the medics. And it says, are your societies accepting of asexual and aromantic people in the LGBTQ+ community? Am I allowed to join if I'm cis, het, and ace?
Yes is definitely the answer. That's what the A is for. You're definitely allowed to come. And yes, we don't ask. There is no like, what's your orientation at the door? Like you can come regardless. So yes, you're definitely invited.
Yeah, just to reiterate, yeah, we're the same. We also specifically have an asexual and aromantic officer on our committee. So if you have any issues specific to your asexual identity or being on the A spectrum, then you can message Emrys, who is our officer, and we also have asexual and aromantic coffee, which is open to again anybody who is on the A spectrum. So yeah, you're very welcome.
Yeah, I think that's obviously like that is the correct answer. I think a lot of ace and aro people are sometimes worried about gatekeeping, especially like with societies and things like this. Joining groups, you can't really know for certain whether it's going to be, you know, accepting of you. So it's really good that you have that asexual aromantic officer. It's a really good sort of example of how that's very much accepted there. So I was just thinking, because you mentioned that with your ace aero officer, I think it might be good for you, GLGBTQ plus, and also the Medic Society, to just sort of list off the different positions that you have and the different officers that you have, because they can obviously be a really good person for certain individuals to go to. So it's really good to sort of have those resources available for everyone.
Do you want to go first?
I was about to say, did you want to go first? But yeah, sure. So obviously we've got the president and the vice president, and then these are your usual ones. Obviously your secretary, your treasurer, all the more slightly less exciting roles. And then we have a publicity officer. We've got two at the moment, two events organisers. We have an education secretary who obviously deals with all the things like the working group. We have a welfare officer. Then we have a junior and a senior rep. And then these are the ones that are hoping to get positioned in the EGM. So a BAME rep, a disability rep, a trans and non-binary rep, and a non-medical representative are the ones that we have. Although, to be fair, now hearing this, I'm like, we need to have an asexual rep as well. I'm making a note of it. And they're the reps,
Yeah, so we have quite a large committee, but we're also working to expand it. So I will first list off the roles that we currently have, and then I'll list off the ones that we're in the process of making. So we have, we're a 16-person committee. So we have me, I'm the president. We have a vice president secretary, a vice president treasurer. We have the women's officer, and we have the men's officer, but we are working on renaming those to lesbian officer and gay men's officer, and that's something that we will vote on at our EGM. We've been working on it as a committee, and we are putting that forward at the EGM as a change because we think that there is currently no guaranteed representation of lesbians or gay men on our committee. There are roles that are kind of implied to be the lesbian officer and the gay men's officer, but they aren't currently, and so we're working on fixing that. But yeah, so we have those 5 roles. We also have a bisexual / pansexual officer. We have a trans officer. We have a non-binary officer. We have a asexual and aromantic officer. We have an international officer. We have the communications and tech officer. We have the first year officer, postgraduate and mature student officer. I think that's the 16. I've lost count. President, secretary, treasurer, women's, men's, bi-pan, trans, non-binary, international office. Yeah, sure. I think I got them all. But we're also working on adding a BAME officer and a disability officer. And these are also going to be put forward at our EGM for our committee, for the members of the society to vote on. So we're hoping to go up to an 18-person committee. I am just going to quickly check that I got everyone though.
You might have one of your officers very angry with you after this.
I'm going to have offended somebody.
The one you've forgotten.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot.
I think I got everybody.
That's really great though, because obviously the more representation the better, and the more resources that are available to people the better. Not just freshers, but everyone at the university is able to use it. So another thing I was going to ask you, Emily, was I know that you have a lot of other sort of resources available, such as a map of gender neutral toilets across campus. Do you have anything else that's sort of in that vein, like that might be of use to freshers? Or
So we are currently working on updating our website. It's been quite a long process, but we're working on it. And hopefully on our website, we will have a list of all of the resources that we have compiled. We have the map of the gender neutral toilets on campus was mapped by us. And one of our committee members last year worked on mapping basically all of Glasgow. And I believe that that map is still online somewhere. But yeah, as I said, we're trying to compile it all into a place where it's really easy to find. Similarly, we will be putting resources for LGBT people who struggle with addiction, because that's an issue within the community, and resources on safe binding, various other resources. We have a lot of them posted on our Instagram and on our Facebook, and have shared various other resources onto those pages. So you might, I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but if you need something, you can either ask us, you can send us a message to see if we have any resources available, or if we can find any resources for you if that's a bit too much for, like, if you're going through something and you need resources for a specific situation. The sun has recently just come into my eyes. But yeah, so you can message us, or you might be able to find something on our social medias or on our website. But yeah, we are working on compiling a whole load of resources all together in an accessible and friendly way.
Well, all the resources you listed are really important, so that's really good. I think there's a lot to look forward to. So I think we'll start to wrap up there, but I just wanted to leave enough time to let anyone give any sort of closing statements, if you want to. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll just say the main things would be, if you have Facebook or Instagram, go like us there. On the Facebook, you can find the mailing list, and that will keep you up to date with all the events. If you don't have Facebook or Instagram, though, we also have an email. But there will be there's much information. If in doubt, you can always drop me a message. I'm one of the presidents. My name's Rochelle Desfrance. It's just long and silly. I'm basically the only Rochelle Des on anything anyway. So you can just drop me a message and I'll give you all the information. You can sign up to the mailing list and then you know all the details. And yeah, just message anyone on the committee if you have any questions.
Yeah, I guess my closing statement would be that, yeah, follow us on social media and sign up to our mailing list. If you want to be a member of our society, all you have to do is sign up to our mailing list. We don't have any fees or anything. And we have a link tree, which is about to be added to all of our social medias, which should be able to, you should be able to find the way to subscribe to the mailing list through that. Similarly, sign up to our family system. I know that I talked about it earlier. Yeah, obviously university this year isn't quite what any of us were expecting it to be. But just remember that there are always options there. We're still going to be doing things. There's still things to look forward to. And you know, we're going to get through this, and we're going to be okay. Yeah, I hope that you want to come and join us and we can work it out together.
It's a good message.
Yeah, definitely join all societies. And if you need any sort of support, you can always come to me or come to the Advice Center directly for the SRC. But yeah, I hope you have a great year as freshers. So yeah.
So thank you to all of our panelists for coming along. It's really great to talk to you all. If you're watching, we also have a mental health panel, which will be on Thursday at 4 p.m. till 5 p.m. So if you want to come along to that, we'll have other panelists, including Elephant in the Room, Public Health Society, Positive Minds, and Beat. So I think that's going to be a really great time as well. And I think that's also, it can be quite relevant to LGBTQ people as well.
Completely.
So yeah, thank you very much for coming along. And we'll just wrap up there.
afternoon. Down by the river, we could get a ball and split the ground. Where's the ham and irate? Taxed all the birds, what have we got to learn? That's what they all said, 'cause it reduces the fear when you're snoring beer. Hope you had a nice night, 'cause I feel indifferent to what is going on in this dingy gap. And I don't know who lives here, or the source of that spell, but my God, is it rank? Broken Saturdays with circuit fans, you waste the day away reminiscing of better times. It makes things easier. You play pro youth, what are you trying to prove? An injury held you back. It's the same old stories reverberating round Glasgow's provincial towns. Yet I feel indifferent to what is going on in this dingy gap. And I don't know who lives here, or the source that I smell, but my God, is it rank? Just
yeah, someone clap. Right, Robbie, can you clap for us? Perfect.
cool. Don't you wanna be free? It's you and me. Don't you wanna be free? It's you and me. And happiness, I'm happy now. This gratefulness, I'm stupid now. And a clear mama, the daddy cigarette, I'm free. Sickness is breathing in an ocean. Sickness is breathing in an ocean. Sickness is breathing in an ocean. Sickness is. Don't you wanna be free?
Hi, we're the Doctor Who Society. We're a group of nerds who like to read, watch and talk about all things Doctor Who. We do screenings of both classic and modern era Doctor Who, as well as the odd episode of Torchwood or the Sarah Jane Adventures. Some of our seasonal events include the Halloween party and the biannual TARDIS pub crawl. That said, this year we're going to be doing a lot more online events, so keep an eye out for trivia nights and quizzes via our Facebook page.
Hello! Hey you! Welcome to the QMU Cocktail Making Night Session! Whoa! Tonight we're making 4 cocktails for all you freshers. Hi folks! Welcome to the QMU's Cocktail Making Session. These are easy and great cocktails you can make in your flat. So, we're making 4 cocktails now. We're making a Tom Collins, we're making a mojito, we're making a White Russian, and we're making a Cosmopolitan. The White Russian is also really good for vegans because we have a vegan alternative for it. Isn't that lovely? Okay, the first cocktail we're going to be making is a mojito. It comes from the Spanish word for mosquito. It doesn't. Okay, so this is a nice, refreshing drink, usually associated with Havana, Cuba, and the White Rum Company, Bacardi. It's a lovely, refreshing drink for summer days. It's minty, it's limey, it's tropical, it's delicious. So, okay, first thing you want to do, shot, we get 2 limes. What I like to do is I like to
cup 1.
At least we're good at cutting technique for
into quarters. And just get all those lovely jubbly juices out of that. Get all the moist juiciness of the lime sopping out of it. Just get lime after lime after lime. Yeah. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Don't be worried about getting juice on your hands.
Yeah.
It's usual, it's fine. Okay, last line. There we go. Squeeze all that goodness out so you get like a nice bit of liquid lime. You also want to keep another lime. This into quarters again. As you can see, lots of limey goodness in there. Next key ingredient, mint. Now we pre-wash this. If you're not washed mint, find a little packet, give it a little slap. That releases all the minty flavour. Crush, drop, crush, drop, crush, drop. Yeah, just keep a lot of mint in it. Azúcar, sugar. Okay, so you want a healthy amount of sugar in this. The best thing to do with sugar is make sugar syrup. 1 part of sugar, 1 part of water. Put them in a pan, mix them together. If you're using sugar syrup, that's 1 shot per every 2 shots of rum. So every double of rum, 1 shot of sugar syrup. For now though, we'll just be using good old-fashioned granulated sugar. If you're prone to excess like me, a little off the rails, maybe put another half in. Give it a muddle, crush up.
Did you just fucking break the glass in your ear?
I'm so embarrassed. If you don't have a muddler, you can go traditional and use a spoon. Let all those juices come out. Crush the limes, crush them in, crush the sugar. Brr! Is it cold in here? We're getting cold. Pour a little white rum in here. If you're being cheeky, 1.5. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. Final ingredient, a nice bit of soda water to top things off. Keep it fresh. This is una mojito al cubano. A Cuban mojito. Here we go. Get your reusable straw, keeping it real. Pure sip. Give it a little stir. Muddle it up.
Go here.
Cheers.
Alrighty, so the first thing you want to do before you start making cocktails is give yourself a good Cuba Libre. I've already put some lime juice and cola in here. Probably top it off alright.
Please use gentle.
So this is an original mocktail named after our 05-06 president. It's a Gary Brown. It's one that is tasty, is refreshing, and I'll show you how to make it now. If you start as usual, 1 block of ice, and you use orange for refreshment, and you can just push it in there, and you get a couple more blocks, just like that. You want to use your orange juice, so crack it open, and you want to do a double shot of orange juice. Get your soda water, and a double shot of soda water. Wait a second. You're pushing it down so you can get the juices out. Cut it down the middle. You get the barbecue effect with a shot of grenadine. My balls. If you need a bit more water or a bit of soda water, you can either just top it up.
How did today start as good?
And then, if you want the dirty Gary Brown, 1 shot for me. 1 shot for Gary, vodka at the top. Just drops straight in like that. And you give it a little mix. And there you have our brand new drink, the Gary Brown. That was more than a shot, I'm telling you. Alright, this is the vegan White Russian with coconut milk. Two alternatives, which is Tia Maria or the Tesco brand coffee liqueur. Kahlua is not vegan, so don't use that. First of all, you pour in your ice. 1 shot of coffee liqueur. Then you follow up with a shot of vodka. Then you use a spoon to top it with coconut milk, and you push it against the side to make sure it doesn't go too far down, and you pour it slowly. You top it up to the full glass, and as you can see the separation at the bottom, there you have a White Russian. Once you get your White Russian, give it a mix. And there you go. A classic freshest drink. Can't wait for everyone to try it at QMU.
To finish off our last cocktail, we're going to be making a Tom Collins, short for Thomas Collins, who was a famous orange merchant. So, first things first for our tasty Tom Collins. An orange, slide it into the glass, a little like that. Give it a little twist. They call that twist the Thomas twist. Take your ice. Another bit of orange on top, a nice second layer. Now, we're going to let it sieve through the oranges, get those good citrusy fresh. Poured in is a shot of lemon juice. We've pre-squeezed our lemons. Okay. Which you have seen from our mojito recipe. 1 part water, 1 part sugar, stick it in a pan. And to finish it off, double shot of gin. Alrighty, a little touch of panache, top it off with some soda water. And now, for the grand finale, 1 straw, reusable as you can. Drop it in, get a little mix around. There we go, Thomas Collins in all its glory. Refreshing, tastes just like Tom. Hope you're enjoying your Freshers Week. Make sure to have fun. We hope you make some of these lovely cocktails. Have a good week, and we hope to see you in person very soon. My dad hit me.
Under Mancunian skies, 3 colors in her eyes, she looked at me. The clouds they fade away, and so does the day into the night. Cigarette daydreams share between you and me as the sun came up from north to south and back again, trying to play it cool, keep on wondering when, but in times like these, there's only so much you can take, and only so long before you break the electric rose that nobody knows, frozen in time. A star it shines, nothing to prove or no need to impress. The electric rose that nobody knows. From Salford to Ashton Lane, swapping jackets, kissing their frame. The backpack still seems unnecessary. Rendezvous in the park, long after dark, that look meant more than 1,000 words. From north to south and back again, trying to play it cool, keep on wondering when. But in times like these, there's only so much you can take, and only so long before you break the electric rose that nobody knows, frozen in time. A star it shines, nothing to prove or no need to impress. The electric rose that nobody knows.
Cut.
Oh yeah.
Dirty old river, must we keep rolling, falling into the night? People so busy, make me feel dizzy, taxi lights shine so bright. But I don't feel afraid, as long as I gaze on one to the sunset, I am in paradise. Every day I look at the world from my window. Chilly, chilly is the evening time. Waterloo sunset's fine. Waterloo sunset's fine. Terry me Julie, Waterloo station, every Friday night. But I am so lazy, don't want to wander, I stay alone at night. And I don't Waterloo sunsets fine. Millions of people swarming like flies round Waterloo Underground. But Terry and Julie cross over the river where there is safe and sound. And I don't need a friend as long as I gaze on Waterloo sunset. I'm in paradise. Every day I look at the world from my window. Chilly, chilly is the evening time. Waterloo sunsets fine. Waterloo sunsets fine. Waterloo sunsets fine.
Around 64 million of the world's hungriest children do not attend school. In order to survive, they have to work or beg, and for those that do make it to the classroom, hunger affects their ability to learn. My name is Ellen, and I'm the treasurer of the Glasgow University Mary's Meals Society for the term 2020 to 2021. If you don't know what Mary's Meals is, we're a Scottish-based charity which ultimately aims to provide every child with a nutritious meal in their place of education. This is a way to reverse the poverty cycle by providing children with an education as well as a vital meal to give them the energy that they need to learn. Mary's Meals also supports families who are struggling to feed their children by sourcing food locally from communities where possible, which helps the wider economy. During COVID, Mary's Meals have been working tirelessly to keep feeding children despite school closures, and I'm happy to say that we are now feeding nearly all of the children requiring a nutritious meal in other ways. However, a lot more work is still needed to help reach these children until it is safe to return to the classroom. At Glasgow University's Mary's Meals, we aim to raise as much awareness as possible about this amazing charity, as well as hosting as many fundraising events as possible throughout the academic year. We are a small society, but have definitely been growing over the past few years. In 2020, we won the SRC Charitable Giving Award, as well as being nominated for Society of the Year and Event of the Year as well. This year will look a lot different in terms of the events we'll be hosting due to COVID, but we've been planning ahead and have lots of exciting things coming up. We always start our fundraising with Porridge Week at the start of October, which will still be going ahead this year. During Porridge Week, our Society's members challenge themselves to eat only porridge, rice and beans for a whole week in order to raise money and awareness about the charity. Sadly, our infamous Burns Night Ceilidh looks like it won't be happening this year, but it's definitely one to keep your eyes peeled for in the future. We also usually do lots of smaller events throughout the year, such as bake sales, pub quizzes, and our Hive glitter stalls are always a winner because we get a social as well. So if you're looking for a fun way to meet new people, as well as making a difference to children and families around the world, contact us at gumarysmeals@gmail.com or message us on Facebook or Instagram. We look forward to meeting you lot this year.
Hello, we're the Glasgow University Scottish Country Dancing Society, and since we were founded in 1955, we've been collaborating with similar societies from different universities. We've been running classes for all levels of dancers and hosting very fun socials. Kind of like this.
Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Over hills and up and down, myrtle green and black and brown, past the sheathing through the town, all for sake of Mary. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Plenty herring, plenty meal, plenty Peter, Phil or Creel, plenty bonny beds as wheel, that's the toss of Mary. Step we gaily and we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Cheeks as bright as Rowan's are, brighter far than any star, fairest of them all by far is my darling Mary. Step we gaily and we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Over hills and up and down, myrtle green and bracken brown, past the shieling through the town, all for sake of Mary. Step we gaily.
Unfortunately, many of our events won't be able to take place due to the current situation, but that doesn't mean we won't be doing anything. We've come up with a lot of fun alternative activities for you to get involved in. We'll be having a weekly games night each Tuesday, and we'll play all various sorts of different types of games online. For the Zoom link for this, as well as more information what we'll be playing that night, will be made available to you on our Facebook page. If you're not a member of that page yet, please feel free to get in touch with us on social media. And since we're a dancing group, we also want to give you a temporary replacement to classes as well as socials. And that is why our fantastic teachers have agreed to let us publish 5-minute instructional dance videos for you to enjoy on social media. To get to know us better, keep an eye on our Facebook and Instagram. All updates and future events will be made available to you there, as well as some introductions to various members within the club and throwbacks to memorable moments from last year, to give you a better idea of what a club's like in a normal year. Hope to see you around.
ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ
Hi, I'm Jasmine and I'm the president of the Glasgow University Ballroom and Latin Society. I joined the society last year and absolutely loved it. It was so much fun learning how to dance in such a friendly environment. The society offers weekly classes of all different levels, so it doesn't matter whether you've danced before or you never have, because there will be something for you. And there's loads of different styles of dance, from the waltz to the jive to the quick step. There's also workshops throughout the year of other dances such as the tango or the Viennese waltz, so there's always something fun and new to try. We go to the pub, there are tea dances, nights out, and then of course the winter and spring balls. The balls are such a good opportunity to dress up, bring your friends along, and show off all the amazing moves you've learnt throughout the year.
Hi there, my name's Gordon and I'm the Glasgow University Ballroom and Latin Dancing Society's team captain for this coming year, which means that I lead the team at competitions. So as well as the fun and social aspect of the society, there's also a competitive aspect which you can take part in. So nearly every weekend during the semester, somewhere in the UK, there is a university ballroom and Latin dancing competition. And as a society, we usually go to a select 3 or 4 of these over the course of the year, and they really are some of the most fantastic, fun and memorable events. As you can probably tell from the pictures, everyone is having a good time. If you've danced before, great, you can compete in a higher category. But also, if you've never danced before, that's also fine. There's a category for you as well. I myself only started dancing 2 years ago, and within 6 weeks was already competing, and I haven't looked back since. I love it. And I've also encouraged many other people to come and join, and I think all of them will tell you as well, they are great fun.
I hope you're staying safe at the moment, and I really hope to see you in September as part of our society.
Welcome to Improv Tea Time. With improv, you don't need scripts or props, we just need you and your imagination. Come join us this semester, either in person or online.
Hi there, I'm Lizzie, I'm from Improv Tea Time, and I want to explain who we are and why you should join us this year. So I've been part of improv for the last 2 years, and I think my favourite thing about it is that you get to meet just really interesting, brilliant people, and also that there's no wrong answers. So improv is basically, it's improvised theatre, it's made up on the spot, there's no wrong answers, you can do whatever you want, it's very spontaneous, and it's brilliant, and you should join.
I am turning into a statue, and that's why I'm leaving. And I'm leaving Manon for a paper aeroplane. And when I go, instead of something normal like a house or all the money, I'm going to be taking the gravity. Manon! Manon! Manon!
Come closer, come naturally, for this is me, onto this land. Soon fall, express yourself. You walk in a fine line, they won't lie. it's never enough, but we can change. But this remains. This is my time. You're the spineless I know you are, and I hope you find a way to be yourself. You're spineless, I know you are, and I hope you find a way to be yourself. Come closer, come closer, come closer, come closer, come closer. Come closer, come closer, come closer, come closer, come closer. I heard there's a guy after me down by the river. We could get a ball and split the ground. Where's the Hammond Diary? Taxed all the birds, what have we got to lose? That's what they all said. 'Cause it reduces the fear when you're snoring here. Hope you had a nice night. 'Cause I feel indifferent to what is going on in this dingy gap. And I don't know who lives here, or the sauce that I'd spill, but my God, is it rank? Broken Saturdays with circuit fans, you waste the day away reminiscing of better times. It makes things easier. You play pro youth, what are you trying to prove? An injury held you back. It's the same old stories reverberating round Glasgow's provincial towns. Yet I feel indifferent to what is going on in this dingy gap. And I don't know who lives here, or the sauce that I smell, but my God, is it rank?
Just
Hi, we're the Doctor Who Society. We're a group of nerds who like to read, watch, and talk about all things Doctor Who. We do screenings of both classic and modern era Doctor Who, as well as the odd episode of Torchwood or the Sarah Jane Adventures. Some of our seasonal events include the Halloween party and the biannual TARDIS pub crawl. That said, this year we're going to be doing a lot more online events, so keep an eye out for your trivia nights and quizzes via our Facebook page.
It's much easier if I'm able to stand up, but not allowed to because of the fucking obvious. Is this fine? Are you happy with this? I'm not happy with this. I think it's too loud. It's also very awkward. Ah, fuck it, we'll go with it. This will do. So, good evening. Welcome to the very useful quiz. I am one half of your hosts. Chris is having a pish as we speak and will be back soon. Here he comes. Here he comes. Is that allowed? Is clapping actually allowed? I don't know. The rules change every day. I don't know if clapping's allowed. So, welcome. This is the very useful quiz where you can win prizes that are, surprise, surprise, very useful. And are handy. Who here has just moved into halls? Who here is staying in halls? Yeah? These will be very useful for you. More so you than the average home student such as myself. But first and foremost, I do need to make an... Jesus, that's bright. First and foremost, I do need to make an announcement. There is a one-way system. Please follow it. Please don't be daft. This will be filmed and streamed on YouTube, right? Does anyone object to having the top of their head on YouTube? Anyone at all?
You can borrow my hat if you don't like it.
Serious. For once, I am being serious. Does anyone object to having their hair on YouTube? Because they'll probably just see the back of you. Last chance. Smashing. Right. So, as obviously we can't hand out paper and collect paper in and let you write and everything, the quiz has went digital. I have spent the last day working out how to use Google Forms to much, I would hope, success. Essentially, there is a link, hopefully just now, that's been put up on the Queen Margaret Union's Facebook page. It's a Google form, okay? One person from your team, open that, submit your answers as they come through on them, and then put it through. If there's anyone who is doing this quiz online, please put a phone number, so if you win a prize, we can phone you and be like, where are we delivering this to? Please put, as I said, please put your team name, and then underneath it will be a round. Just click what round it is, so it's easier for our folks to mark it. Okay? Smashing. So,
should we go over the prizes?
We shall. Introduce yourself, Chris.
Oh, well, I'm Chris, a.k.a. Top Shagger.
No, you're
you
not.
should all call me. Just let me
No,
be.
you're
These
not.
are freshers. They don't know me
No.
yet. No, they don't know me yet. Anyways, I'm now taking over the quiz from our old host. May he rest in peace, Mitchell.
Yes. Yeah, don't, none of that carry on. So, the prizes. This is the only bit I can probably stand up for. So,
I'll stay seated. I can't be fucked.
Probably. I can't touch them because they've been Dettoled to fuck, right? So, shall we start in last place?
No. I say start on third and then...
Third?
Make our way
So,
up.
in third place today, we have very useful things such as a motherfucker-sized box of cornflakes, an absolute big bastarding bag of rice.
5 kilograms of it. 5 kilograms
5
of
kilograms
rice.
of rice. So you trying to put that in your trolley in Tesco? Nightmare. Oat milk, as you know, we are progressive in this union. All-purpose cloths for all purposes that require cloths. A fridge pack, a fridge family pack, 2.5 kilograms of Heinz baked beans. Very useful indeed. Exactly. See, he wants the beans. Custard, because custard. 2 curries, so you know the paste for making a curry to go with your absolutely smashing rice that you have. Dettol, because health is very important in these times, and fairy liquid as cleaning up. As if you're staying at halls, please don't cook your dinner and then just fuck your frying pan in the sink and don't clean it. And then leave it for 2 weeks thinking, my flatmate will get it. I never stayed at Murano or any of the halls, but when you turned up to a party and you looked around and there was spaghetti carbonara for 2 weeks ago, it's no wonder there's a fucking pandemic. Okay?
Yum.
Right? It's no wonder Murano is like the breeding ground for COVID. Anyway, moving on. Second place, we have more goodies for you. You can't really see it from here, but there is a toaster. A toaster, yeah, a toaster. A good Tesco toaster, £7. A £2.50 frying pan that will probably be non-stick for one meal. To go with your new frying pan, we have given you some fajita seasoning. 2 bowl of soup, because it gets cold. A Pyrex dish to like measure stuff and pour it in there, actually useful. And if you drop them, they don't smash, which is quite not useful, especially if you're drunk. A big, and I mean an absolutely huge, I'll lift this one up for reference, cooking oil, all right? If you take this home, the United States will invade your flat. It's a lot of oil.
That's got more grease in it than Kelly Day in their hair.
The Marines will be booting down your door. An absolutely huge bastard bag of tea to go with your toast, so you can have tea and toast up there for thinking. A diffuser, because it can get quite smelly in your flat. And obviously there's those chili bottles you get, right? The chilies bottles, right? That you'll see people coming into lectures and they'll go and like slam them down. You know, like, I'll try and get it close. That doesn't work. That's for you to slam down when you get into lectures, all right? It also says, love your world on it. Because the planet's dying. In last place, we'll go to last place, to wash away your sin of coming last and performing absolutely shite in a quiz, we will provide you with ×1 towel, a face mask kit, and Lynx Africa.
Don't forget a rolling pin, because you're an absolute
Yeah, the
weapon for
rolling
coming
pin
last.
is the supplement for the wooden spoon, as there was no wooden spoons. So you can just like bonk yourself in the head because you're stupid. But most of all, you will smell of Lynx Africa. And you will have to smell like a 14-year-old child. And for first place, Christopher, do you want to do first place?
Oh, that means I need to get up. Right, I'll do it.
Come on, Christopher, come to first place. Come on.
In first place, we have premium standard
I can
bog
get a C.
roll to wipe your arse with. A mattress protector, just because if you came first place, you must be a top shagger. Therefore, you know, more susceptible. Super noodles for what you're going to live off for the next 9 months. You've got cutlery set with it, and including, what would I call that?
A crockery
Bowls
set.
and shit. Crockery.
Bowls and shit.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. We have a luxury Tesco cutlery and crockery set for you. 32 pieces of ream cutlery, topped off by 12 pieces of bowls, small plates, large plates, at your pleasure.
You try to sell this on like QTV or something like that?
No.
QVC, I meant to say. Anyway, you've also got enough pasta to live you for 9 months. Just fucking look at that bastard. Jesus. If nobody takes this home, by the way, I am. So.
Many Italians died to get us that pasta.
And to go with the pasta, you'll have your do mio day twice.
Sugar-free, one of them sugar-free.
In case you're diabetic for some reason. You've also got tins of soup, and these are higher quality than the other tins of soup. So there's that as well. I mean, tomato, the classic, and chicken and mushroom. And some Tupperware to hold shit. Can't think of anything smart to do with Tupperware.
They were on special.
Nothing special. Anyway, I think that's all the prizes.
Absolutely. So, if you go on, just the general thing, Face ID, if you go on to the Queen Margaret Union's FUD book, you will see a post like this that has a link to the Google document. You click on that and you fill it out. It's easier if one person just keeps doing it. And then you submit it, you close it, and go to the next round. The normal format for these quizzes is 6 rounds of 6 questions. We'll do 2 rounds, have a break, let the markers catch up. That's the lovely marking team up the back there. Give them a wave. Woo! They do this for fuck all, so I should probably sit down before I get shouted at. We'll do 2 rounds, then a break, and then another 2 rounds, and then another wee break. All right? Any questions? No.
This isn't a question, but I just want to clarify who had this mic before me because it's very sticky.
Who had the mic before you? I don't want to know the answer to that.
No, tech team do questionable things.
Yeah, tech team
Yeah.
do questionable things. Anyway, moving on from that horrible analogy of the people who are technical in this building doing horrible things. The last piece of advice I will give you, please put, if you don't know the answer to a question, put a funny answer down. You will most likely get points if you make the marking team laugh. Have a look at the marking team, judge their sense of humour, and then put it on that. All right. So, for example, if I was to ask you, a quite a grim question, and you put down Madeline McCann,
That's just points straight away. Yeah.
you might not get the answer.
Also, Josh isn't marking this, so your absolute dry patter isn't going to be good enough, so try and be witty. Also, with your team name, can we not have the cliche puns as well, because we've seen enough of them?
The following are banned, like Quizarabla, Quiztima Aguilera, Quizlamic State, Quiz on My Face, Quiz in My Pants. They've been tried, and they might be funny to you, but when there's about 10 Quiztima Aguileras, it's brutal. No.
If it has the word quiz in it, just sack it off.
Anyway, should we go to the first round?
We should.
Michelle, do you want to go?
I'll start. Okay, so the first round is general knowledge. Question number 1. Riga, am I saying that right?
Riga.
Riga. Riga is the capital city of which country? Keep the patter for the answers. Advised, let us do the shitty jokes.
Has everyone found the Google Doc all right? There's no technical difficulties. Yous have managed. Wave at me frantically if you haven't got the Google Doc. Smashing. Question number 2. This is a multiple choice. So on the answer document, just put whatever one you think, like B, ball bag, right? That's all you need to do for your answer. Okay? You look very confused, sir. Is it my accent? That's good. Question number 2. According to the Office of National Statistics, what was the most popular baby boy name for the year 2018? A, Oliver, B, Noah, C, Logan, or D, Dominic?
Oh, if you honestly, I want to make a bet with you where you would have to name your firstborn Dominic.
No.
What type of bet? If Motherwell won the league.
Aye, okay. Here's one for you, right? See how you see like 40-year-old men with the name Alan? Have you ever seen a baby Alan?
No.
Have you ever like walked in? Oh, this is wait. Let's somebody put on Instagram. Oh, welcome to the world, Alan.
I mean, coming from a bit of a proddy town, I do see a couple of baby Johns.
I see quite a lot of Johns and Williams, but
and I'm like, aye, couple Billies, and I'm like, are they born with the big red nose, or, you know, is that just something that will develop?
Question 3, Christopher.
Right. Question number 3. What is the most popular flavour by annual sales of Walker's crisps? Gary Lineker is creaming in
By
his pants.
annual sales, what is the most popular flavour of Walker's crisps? What's your favourite flavour?
It's got to be prawn cocktail, man.
I like smoky bacon.
I hate prawns.
I hate you. I'm kidding on.
Okay, Dad. Yeah, it took 3 questions to make a dad joke.
No.
Amazing.
Question number 4. A music question. In what year did the Beatles split up? In what year did the Beatles split up?
Fuck Yoko Ono. I'm not over it.
Really?
Yeah. Mate, she stole George Harrison's like Empire biscuits.
John Lennon was a bit of a prick though.
George Harrison was the best Beatles member. Fucking at me.
Speaking of that, have you ever seen a baby Ringo?
I mean, Ricky? No,
that could have been wrong very quickly. Saying the word, Ringo and baby, that could have went very wrong.
Ooh.
Question 5.
Question number 5. How many spice options are there at Nando's? Now, you now live in the West End, probably with Daddy's money, so you will be Nando connoisseurs.
So at Nando's, how many options from hard as fuck to little bitch are there?
Am I not loud enough?
What do you go for?
I've been to Nando's twice in my life.
No, fair enough. I'm not going to ask you. Say no more.
I can't afford it. What the fuck?
You can't afford that.
I'm not made of money.
I didn't think it was that bad.
No, Nando's actually I think is good.
Five Guys, you need to take a mortgage out.
Never been. Just
Right,
because I've seen the prices.
Overrated McFat fucks. And question number 6. What is the currency of Vietnam? What is the currency of Vietnam?
I don't want to give them a hint with this
No,
one.
don't.
No.
Good man.
Yep. That's me tell.
Does anyone need any repeats from the general knowledge round? The second one. According to the Office of National Statistics, what was the most popular baby boy name for the year 2018? A. Oliver, B. Noah, C. Logan, or D. Dominic?
For multiple choice questions, it's best writing out all the options so that you at least know. Aye, it is. Aye.
No.
No on the Google Doc.
I know in the Google Doc. I take it you're going to call your first son Chris Jr.
What?
Take it you're going to call your first son Chris Jr.
Oh my God, CJ.
Number 5. How many spice options are there at Nando's? How many? So when you go to Nando's and you can get it spicy or not, how many levels are there? All right.
I feel bad for that table. They can't see this pretty face.
What?
They can't see me. They can't see me over there.
There's a reason they can't see you.
You're telling me I'm not the star of this show?
You seen that hat?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on. So for the next round, all you do, submit the Google Doc. All right. Once you're happy with your answers, submit it, and then open a new one. Put the exact same details in for your team name, and then click round 2, and then we'll get ready. Just once. I'll give you a wee 30 seconds to get ahead of the game. Marking team, is the spreadsheet working okay? Is it working okay? That's fine.
It'll do, donkey.
I spent a long time on that.
15 minutes.
Using Google is quite a boot in the balls because it seems. I think it was just her that tainted it for me.
Didn't Rylan Clark win that one as well?
I don't know.
It was so funny when she was like thanking the audience of like the amount of years she's hosted, and Rylan was just wanting the attention on him.
I just don't like him.
Anyway. What? That helps. Question number 2. Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End all make up which trilogy? It is one of the best. Need repeated? Question number 2. Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End all make up which trilogy?
So this trilogy has a specific name attached to it.
As in it's, that's,
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to say anything. If you don't know it, that is shocking. Edgar Wright is a absolute gift of our time. Yes, I hate leaning there.
Question number 3. Which 2 David Bowie songs give their names to 2 British TV shows? So which David Bowie songs give their names to 2 separate British TV shows? A tip for you on this one. One of them that you might think about was American. So there's 2 that were made by the BBC and one by whatever fucking box off, whatever the fuck call it over there. So not that one.
Question number 4. How many films have Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet starred in together? So question number 4. How many films has Leo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet starred in together?
He's a handsome bastard, isn't he?
Oh, honestly. Oh,
Yeah, isn't he?
I loved him in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It was incredible. But at the same thing, I love him in everything he does. Just, I would. Smash or pass?
What?
Smash or pass, Leo?
Who?
Leo.
Oh, definitely.
I got hard smash.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no, like, buy to dinner, maybe go on a couple dates.
This is
getting the
getting a
respect.
bit. Can we discuss this later? This is getting personal. You're making me embarrassed.
Light some candles, make it all romantic. He deserves the best.
Good timing. Question number 5. Question number 5. The following quote is said by which animated TV character? So the following quote is said by which animated TV character? Screw you guys, I'm going home.
Do you want to say it in his voice, or is
Nope.
that too obvious?
I'll give it away.
Yeah, yep.
The following is a quote by which animated TV character? Screw you guys, I'm going home.
Question number 6. What does Bridget Jones call her child in the film series' third installment? So question number 6. What does Bridget Jones call her child in the film series' third installment? Plural of series.
Yeah.
Series.
Does anyone need any questions from film and TV? The last one. What does Bridget Jones call her child in the film series' third installment? So the third Bridget Jones series, what's the child called?
Do you know what the film's called?
No.
Oh, fuck. Who
Bridget
knows,
Jones'
man?
child? Fuck knows. Film, anyone else? Any repeats?
People at home, I'm sorry, you're not going to get them.
4. How many films have Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet starred in together?
I'm noticing a trend of every repeat is the one I'm announcing. Is it like, do I need to be louder? Is that better? Anyone?
No.
Yes? Maybe.
I think you've just got a worse accent than me.
Aye, because I'm a true scheme, Wayne. You're just a fake.
Any other repeats? People in the corner? No. People up the back? No. You're saying no as if you're apologising to me. You're like, no, I'm sorry. That's good. Anyone else? No. No. Smashing. So what we're going to do is we'll have about a 10-minute break for you all to get more refreshments, let the marking team do their job, and chat to each other about how you're looking forward to spending an entire semester on fucking Zoom. Or even better, how the fact that some of you have spent how much is it? Is it 9,300 for tuition?
It's like $9,000 for English students, which I just love.
To basically sit on posh Skype.
Honestly, you could probably get more out of an Indian man on YouTube doing tutorials than your Zoom calls.
Yeah. Word of warning, right? See if you get an aging teacher. They are absolutely fucking inept at Zoom. They will probably set their virtual background to something racist and not know. And, yeah. They don't respond to emails. The PowerPoints are shit. Welcome to uni.
You know, someone in my semester 1 last year played a Carol Baskin video.
Oh. Anyway, have your break. We'll be back soon with even more atrocious patter.
I like to say it's time for a pish and a pint.
can't seem to sleep at night, 'cause there's no happiness. Where did all the people go? Where did all the feelings go?
better reply to text now. I'm enjoying it so far. It's good. This is the most comfortable I've been. I've not been this comfortable. That's cool. Just excuse the throwing Johnny's thing. That is a regular thing at this quiz. But sadly, Nikki says no. So. Also, if you want to come back tomorrow for the quiz, I'll be wearing a different. Oh yeah. Don't worry. Shite bag.
No. Oh, yeah, no. Huh? I want turned on. Not that way.
Is everyone back? Fucking again? Oh, honestly. You call tech team virgins once.
I know. This is what happens. So,
can I handle it?
Give a wee shout out to all the teams. We have GUU Smells of Farts. A strong team name, I do approve. IBA HCM. If that's meant to mean something, then I'm sorry.
You should have put it full in brackets if it was funny.
The Drag Queens. A very strong roll there, well done.
We love you.
We then have Chrissy, Wrap Your Willy, Love Grammy.
Thanks, Gran. Back home, always supporting me.
We also have Chris McNally, Shags Red Pandas.
I will never confirm nor deny those facts.
Do you shag red pandas, Chris?
I can't confirm nor deny.
We have the very useless team. Very, very good name. Bar 17 and then the phone number, which I will not read out. Well done for putting it though. We have WAP, White, which actually stands for Wine and Prosecco.
Which are the same things, are they not?
We also have GUU admin number 4. Nah, very, very scared to say woo there. I see
Get
you.
to fuck.
We have Can You Feel Your Teeth?
You can tell
okay?
they're from the West End.
No. You don't. We also have You Don't Deserve a Wristband. No, you don't. The Dynamos. There we go. Win Tons. Someone's phone number is just, that's it. And then Lewis. Just Lewis. Whoever you are, Lewis, I hope you're well.
Say it to the camera, because he's probably at home. Oh, there's one there.
Just Lewis.
Lewis, we love you.
So, shall we get on?
Yes.
Round number 3. History and geography. Oh yeah. This is where half of this round is why my degree is relevant.
Should we like say it in Spanish?
Can I say what in Spanish?
Like the round, the whole round. So I'll start off. La historia y la geografía.
No. Shut up. Question number 1.
Sounds like my dad doesn't
How
he?
many countries are there in Europe which are recognized by the United Nations? How many countries are there in Europe that are recognized by the United Nations?
Cheers. We like it just like our sex, we like our Brexit hard.
Just to clarify, Europe as in the entire continent, not as in Europe that is controlled by the crooked Brussels administration of which we are now free. You can sense the sarcasm in my voice.
I've had an accident.
You're a tip.
Look at the head of that. That looks like you on a Saturday night.
You're still a tip. I can't take you anywhere.
Clean up on aisle 3. Jeez, what's your... It's cool.
My voice broke a belter there. Do you want to give us question 2 then?
Right.
And then go and get a mop?
Yes. Question number 2. The War of Jenkins' Ear was a conflict fought between which 2 nations? So question number 2. The War of Jenkins' Ear was a conflict fought between which 2 nations?
A war named so because a guy called Jenkins, funnily enough, lost an ear.
Here's a clue. It's 2 countries. Oh yeah, I ordered 2. I reordered the same. I'm surprised you don't have like the gas belly. I'll say that in a minute.
Yes.
Question number 2. Are you struggling to hear me or understand me? What's the problem with...
Are you going to go and get a mop?
Thank you.
Can I say? See if you leave spillages like that, it becomes sticky like the GUU floor.
Just like this microphone. Right. What? Can I use that mattress protector? Anyone? Can I open up the bog roll?
No, just go ask at the bar. There's scoosh there, just go get the scoosh.
Right, you...
Oh jeez, Danny, to do it for you.
Thank you. Thank fuck he's gone. Hate him really. Thanks, babe. Bill Gates said, get lazy people to do your job because they'll find an easier way to do it. Just don't clean up. Oh, for feck's sake. This will be my last pint. I've had too much. Question number 3. What is the French name for the English Channel? Right. Question number 3. What is the French name for the English Channel? Yeah, right. Yeah. But you're going to get pulled on now. I think I'll read out question number 4 for the meantime. Should I? Yep. Question number 4. According to legend, which group of animals reportedly attacked Napoleon Bonaparte? Was it A, wolves, B, hamsters, C, capybaras, or D. Bunnies? So question number 4. According to legend, which group of animals reportedly attacked Napoleon Bonaparte? Napoleon Bonaparte. The cunt Corsica that's like 5 foot tall. You know that one? Aye, proper midget. Was it A, wolves, B, hamsters, C, capybaras, or D, bunnies? Was that better? More clear?
What? Yep.
I can still read it, it's cool.
Question number 5. What country has the most coastline in the world? What country has the most coastline in the world? In the world. Imagine Jeremy Clarkson as a lecturer. As a lecturer.
Right. Question number 6. Which real-life pirate has an alcohol brand named after him? So question number 6. Which real-life pirate has an alcohol brand named after him?
On sale here in the QM Union.
Yes. If you don't know this answer, you will in 9 months, you alky bastards.
Corona. Anyone need any repeats from the history and geography round? Anyone? I missed most of that because Chris spilled fucking beer in my head.
This is literally like the dad like cleaning up after the
Any
baby.
repeats? The last
Question
question.
number 3.
Which real-life pirate has an alcohol brand named after them? I saw someone else there. Did someone else motion?
Fucking hell, you could probably check like
No.
you could probably check the menu of
No.
this place.
Any repeats?
All good.
Last chance.
Going once.
Smashing. We now move on to a round that I know I would get absolutely fuck all in. Art and literature. So the person that wrote this round wrote it out and then I didn't get any questions and they were like, how the fuck do you not know any of this? Or at least the look they gave me suggested that. And I was like, very disappointed. Anyway, question number 1. In Jane Eyre, what is in Mr. Rochester's attic? A, a portrait of himself. B, his wife. Or C, a dead body. In Jane Eyre, what is in Mr. Rochester's attic? A, a portrait of himself. B, his wife. Or C, a dead body.
I've never read Jane Eyre, but I can actually expect that B and C are both the same.
No. Chris. No.
I mean, with the name of Mr. Rochester. Someone check that hard drive.
So is everyone at the Freshers Festival thing today? Was it alright? Did you find it okay? Did anyone sign up to any societies? No? Yeah. It's normally a bit better in terms of free shit and who are there and it's not as spaced out, but it's your fault you chose to come to university at a time when there's a pandemic, so.
Get fucked.
Yeah. Question 2, Christopher.
Question number 2. Which Shakespeare play is credited with popularising the name Olivia? So question number 2. Which Shakespeare play is credited with popularising the name Olivia?
Here's a pro tip for you, by the way. Don't shout out the answer if you know it, because I've just seen someone shout out the answer and then a team look and go, brilliant, that's the fucking answer, and then write it down.
Nah, that's a big brain move, doing
Contain your excitement. Repeat the question.
Question number 2. Which Shakespeare play...
Slowly.
I'm Scottish, I can't help it. Question number 2. Which Shakespeare play is credited with popularising the name Olivia? Is that good? Is that good? Much better? Thank you, I need
Olivia.
approval.
Olivia. Question number 3. What are the first names of the 4 March sisters in Little Women? What are the first names of the 4 March sisters in Little Women?
Just want to clarify, I fancy fuck out of Saoirse Ronan.
You do not need to clarify that you fancy the fuck out Saoirse Ronan.
It's important information.
It's not important information. People are going to think that you're a pervert.
For having a celebrity crush?
Yes. First Leonardo DiCaprio, now Saoirse Ronan.
Oh, yeah, both would
Are you
get
just
it.
going to work round your Hollywood if you ever get there?
Aye, because if I ever see Saoirse Ronan, I'm going to go, alright, want shagged.
You would?
No, I would say, can I get a picture and then ask to maybe shake her hand in a post-COVID time?
The people do not need to hear how you would try and woo Saoirse Ronan.
Aye, because, well...
Exactly. Question...
Useful for me.
You want to do question 4?
No, you can read it.
Flip it over.
Question number 4. Which famously anonymous artist was Art Attack's Neil Buchanan recently accused of being? So question number 4. Which famously anonymous artist was Art Attack's Neil Buchanan recently accused of being?
When did Art Attack stop? Is it still a thing?
Surely it is. Because, like, they don't need to stop it. There's new kids every day.
Do any of you know if Art Attack is still a thing? Nod if you know it is. Is it still shown regularly on TV?
If anyone did know that.
I'm seeing conflicting responses from that table up there.
I was going to say,
No?
if anyone did know
Okay,
that,
Art
check
Attack
the
is
hard
no
drive.
more. That's a shame. Question number 5. Stephanie Meyer recently released a new version of her debut novel, Twilight, entitled Midnight Sun. From whose perspective is it read from? So Stephanie Meyer recently released a new version of her debut novel, Twilight, entitled Midnight Sun. Whose perspective is it told from? You ever seen Twilight?
Yes, I have been forced to watch it.
I'm not. I'm not. I don't have no appetite.
There's one good scene.
No.
No.
Might give away the answer.
No.
No.
Oh. Right. Question number 6. Which painter is missing in this quote from the film Clueless? So which painter is missing in this quote from the film Clueless? She's a full-on blank. It's like a painting, see, from far away. It's okay, but up close, it's a big old mess.
It's a bit fucking nasty.
Yep. I mean, Clueless. Ever seen it?
What?
Ever seen it?
No. Ever
Same.
seen it?
Seen it.
Seen it.
Yeah, Sean
Are you
Connery.
Sean Connery?
Yes,
Yes,
self,
Miss
yeah.
Moneypenny. I'll take a martini.
I love myself.
Right, repeat the question.
Question number 6. Which painter is missing in this quote from the film Clueless? She's a full-on blank. It's like a painting, see? From far away, it's okay. But up close, it's a big old mess.
Does anyone need any questions repeated from the art and literature round? Anyone?
No.
Anyone?
Going once.
No. No. Smashing. So we'll have another wee break, and you can socialise and do whatever you want to do, and obviously safely. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Another break.
What's everyone here to study, by the way, just out of curiosity? International relations sounds fancy. Anyone else? Any law students? See. Give it no spine from the beginning.
Any zoology students? Yeah, big man.
Anyone here to do history?
Nah.
I'm disappointed.
These are all shaggers.
Languages? What one?
All of them.
That doesn't fucking narrow it down. have fun with the French department.
Yeah, French and Spanish is every language.
See when they tell you when you first start your degree, you don't need to do your year abroad, and then they call you spoiled for, basically saying, I'm not doing my year abroad. Have fun. I mean, I didn't, so. Yeah, fuck Cumbernauld, but also fuck France.
Wait, you're fake Cumbernauld?
Yeah. I mean, Cumbernauld actually does look like a French town. You could walk in Cumbernauld and not be surprised for someone going, get out of my face.
Because every cunt
Sorry
sticks
to any
cheese.
French person I've just abused. Anyway, enjoy your break and think about booking flights to Cumbernauld.
Go for a pish and a pint. That's got to be my new catchphrase.
Visit Cumbernauld.
Aye, sorry about that. You know, I poured it fine, and then the head kept on getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Or maybe it was the way I poured it in straight from above.
bump the pillow, rest your head down for a while. I'll do the dishes, I don't mind. Kiss on the cheek to say goodbye. If it's important, write it down. Listen to your day along with all of your favorite songs. Feeling your hand in mine. Your body next to me, fall asleep in the afternoon. Wake up, roll over, do it too. The sound of the street outside. Lessons happen naturally. Write down my favorite words. Just look how easily I remember what you taught to me. Those cold walks justified, Palmyra and buys to compromise. Lie in bed while you go to work. Notes left on the countertop, pictures to put on the wall. If it's important, write it down. Place the heater by your feet. Keep ice cream in the house. Be sure to pick your flavor out. That chair that broke's not meant for two. Your silhouette, my morning view. Dark sunlight that comes streaming through. Do chores at your parents' house. Tell stories lying in the dark. Winding TV that we missed. The weight of you on top of me. Leave clothes in for when you're next round. If it's important, write it down. Early nights still worth the trip. Right dressed up just to dress down. Write it down if it's important. Write it down if it's important. Giving chords on melody. If it's important, write it down. To travel with, travel for. To see these views we've come so far. Write it down if it's important.
Good evening. We are back for the last 2 rounds. Chris is just cleaning his mic. So,
fuck up.
The second last round tonight.
Penultimate.
The penultimate, yes. I was going to use that word, but then I thought I'll just say, don't want to seem too Glasgow Uni.
Wanker. Yeah.
The next round is the sport round.
Woo! Come on.
Can I also just say, please make sure when you're submitting your form, you put your team name on every one. Just because there's been a few, it's been like a phone number has been submitted, then nothing, and then a phone number, and then nothing. So, please, it's just so we can see that you're actually doing the rounds, because it's like the second round and then the third round submitted, but not any of the other ones. So, please do put your name on it. It's not like we can try and ask people what the writing looks like, you know. So, the sport round.
My favourite round.
Yes, mine as well.
I'll take it off. Question number 1. The yellow jersey is worn by which leader of what cycling race? So question number 1. The yellow jersey is worn by the leader of what cycling race? I mean, guess a cycling race for fuck's sake.
I was going to say, but it's an easy one, you know. The
Easy one,
sport
yeah.
round notoriously gets a lot of complaints going, I don't know the answer to that, or how is anyone supposed to know that? How the fuck's everyone supposed to know what Mr. Rochester keeps in his fucking attic?
Jane Eyre, aye.
Point proven. Question number 2. Sebastian Vettel is a serial championship winner in what sport? Sebastian Vettel is a serial championship winner in what sport? Do you class darts as a sport?
I mean, if you go back to darts in the 80s, all of them were on the pisser.
What about snooker?
Snooker's a sport.
Fair.
I'd rate snooker as a sport.
I would as well.
It's got some serious class and talent in it. The Scottish Masters used to be played in Motherwell.
Sebastian Vettel.
Vettel. Yeah,
Vettel.
I would have
Vettel.
said that.
Vettel.
So you know who he is.
See, I fucking speak German, but that's how this is. He's fucking German.
Fucking yeah. Aye. Question number 3. Keeping it easy. Who won the 2014 FIFA Football World Cup? So who was the winner of the 2014 Football World Cup?
See from the 2010 World Cup. See Waka Waka by Shakira.
Oh, no.
Tune.
No. Wave the flag. Wave the
Waka
flag.
Waka.
When I
Tune.
get older.
Tune. Don't need you to sing it.
I will be stronger. They call me freedom.
Question number 4. The Ashes is a trophy contested in what sport? The Ashes is a trophy contested in what sport?
Josh.
Yes.
What's your least favourite sport?
My least favourite that I have watched live or just watched in TV?
Either. So say let's watch on TV.
Watched on TV. I would say like BMXing. I don't see what folk get out of that. Fucking jump through trees on a bike and then smacking into a tree. That's not a sport. That's just fucking stupid.
I can see that, but at the same time, I think there are way worse ones out there.
Yeah. The worst one I've ever seen live was when I was on holiday once in America. We went to a baseball game. See the atmosphere, superb. See it itself, it was just fat guys hitting a ball. They'd smack a ball for 10 minutes and then fuck off for sandwiches for half an hour. Do it again, then fuck off. That's a sport.
Most American sports have like timeouts and shit like that.
See the thing, see baseball, right? They're all about 20 and they have the body complex of a 50-year-old man.
Right, become a professional baseball player if you think it's that easy.
Question.
Play rounders.
You want to do question 5?
I'll do question 5. Question number 5. How many games are required minimum to win a set in tennis? So how many games is there required to win like a game of tennis or a set in tennis? The minimum amount, not the usual.
Do you watch tennis?
Big tennis fan. Probably my third sport.
Yeah?
Yeah. My grandpa was actually a regional champion in Scotland.
Huh?
Yeah.
Decent, mate.
Been to Wimbledon, man. It was class.
Decent, bro. And finally, question number 6. What is the only sport to have been played on the moon? What is the only sport to have been played on the moon?
If you ask the folk for Cumbernauld, it'll be every fucking sport.
What about Cumbernauld?
It was a drug joke. Any repeats? Aye, thank you. Any repeats? Anyone? No. Going once?
Any sport repeats? No. Are we sure?
Going twice?
Last chance?
I saw a hand. No, they're just
I think
fanning
that's
about.
just someone. I don't know. Anyway, round number 6. In every one of our QMU rounds, the 6th round in every quiz is a specialist round. So it's on a topic that for that week and that week only, it will be included. Then it won't be included for the rest of the year. So this week's, or today's specialist round is anagrams of food. So we're going to give you a phrase. We're going to say a phrase, right? It's an anagram of a meal. All right? So we'll say the phrase. You can either type it in your phone or write it down, right? And then try and solve it from there. All right? You have plenty of time to submit this one. All right? We're actually ahead of schedule. So you've got plenty of time to submit this one, right? If you want to like take a note of what we say. We'll spell them out as well, right? But it's anagrams. So for the first time ever, spelling does matter. Okay? So, sorry to all who are dyslexic.
That's actually a superpower in this type of field.
Yeah.
That'll
That is
come in
actually.
handy. Yeah.
So, the first anagram is ape snack. Ape snack. APESNACK. A-C-K. Ape snack.
And if you're unsure what an anagram is, it's if you reshuffle the letters, it will make an actual word. So this is a food that you need to reshuffle the letters to create the.
So, for example, right, the one about Princess Diana. What's the anagram of Princess Diana?
Oh, something like end in a car spin.
Mm-hmm. Or mother-in-law. An anagram of mother-in-law is woman Hitler.
That's a good one. I like
Right.
that one. Number 2 for food anagrams. Ma soak us. And now obviously I've got a
Juicy.
thick Scottish accent, so I will spell it out. M-A
space
S-O-A-K
space
U-S. So ma soak us.
You want to see? You want to see it?
Yeah.
The third anagram is abstracting hop area. Abstracting hop area. A-B-S-T-R-A-C-T-I-N-G space H-O-P space A-R-E-A. Full stop.
It's probably best to write out each letter.
Someone type them down on your phone.
Yeah.
Right, as we suggested before.
I mean, it's pretty fucking difficult if you're just listening to us, whilst on paper it is much easier. So
we should have used the projector, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
I was too busy being balls deep in Google Forms to learn about how to do that. One skill a day.
Spell it again, the third one. A-B-S-T-R-A-C-T-I-N-G space H-O-P space A-R-E-A. Area. Abstracting hop area. You've still got time on this, so we'll just go to the next question. Number 4, drab glacier. So that is D-R-A-B, B for B, or maybe B for buzz.
Buzz.
Space G-L-A-C-I-E-R. So drab glacier, D-R-A-B space G-L-A-C-I-E-R.
Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
Hope you find your dad.
Goodbye. Thanks for coming. Leave a good review in TripAdvisor.
4. Yeah,
That's
4
goodbye. Goodbye. Thank fuck they're gone, by the way. How annoying were they?
They come in. Yeah, come on then.
They
Shite
took
bag.
the bait. That's good. That's good. The 5th anagram. Tame Coast. Tame Coast. T-A-M-E space C-O-A-S-T. Tame Coast. I feel like I'm on countdown just now.
Doom, 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 da, 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 boom.
Are we 8 out of 10 cats does countdown? Can you do a good Jimmy Carr laugh?
Jimmy Carr laugh.
Can you do a good Jimmy Carr laugh?
All right, I'll give it a try.
Go on, give us your best Jimmy Carr laugh.
He sounds like a dolphin orgasm.
You sound like Jimmy Carr getting a prostate exam.
Well, isn't that his laugh anyway? So it's pretty spot on
It's
then.
Anyway.
Right. Number 6.
Number 6, Christopher, that you begged to do.
I begged to do. This is my favourite anagram. I don't think it will need any repeats. Number 6, ram it in. So number 6, ram it in. R-A-M space I-T space I-N.
Ram it in.
That's what he said.
Words to live
She.
by.
Or they. Not just.
Did I just hear what's the Spanish for that? I'm sure I thought I heard saying what's the Spanish for that, for ramming it in.
De puta madre, por favor, mi amor.
There's one for Cumbernauld to write down over there. Anyone need any repeats of the anagrams?
We all good?
No. Take your time with them. Have them in by what? When shall we have them in by?
What's the time now?
10 to.
We'll say, what, 5, 10 past?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock?
If you can have them in by 8 o'clock, that would be smashing.
Great.
We will then mark up all the answers and then get back to you with who has won, who has not, and who gets the middle of the range prizes.
Yep, definitely stay in tune.
Information for if we're giving you prizes, right? We'll come down, we'll take your details so we know where the you have got them, right? And then you take them with you and basically just keep them at your table, right? Keep them under your table just so we know who's got them. We can't hand them to you, so you might need to do a couple of runs.
I heard Josh has COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that was the clap. So, is that us?
I think so.
Yeah.
That's the questions done, yeah.
Yeah. I'm honestly shocked we're not getting a round of applause.
No.
I don't get paid enough.
No, we don't.
Thank you.
No,
there we go.
No, don't give him sympathy.
Nah, manifest it and it will come true.
Did you just say manifest and it'll come true?
100 million. 100
Oh.
million. 100 million.
Okay, so we'll be back in about 10 minutes with hopefully, who's won and who's lost. So yeah.
You better slow down. You're gonna hurt yourself. Slow down. You commit your life to the paper. You don't leave no time for fun. Words thrown through the air between you and me. I wish we'd learn to speak. You don't have to shout and walk out on me. Just speak. And you say to me, why don't you live a little less? Your mind's running too fast for your legs. Oh, but why don't you live a little more? Your mind's far too old for your soul. Ooh. When the day is done, you go out for one to help unwind your mind. But when it's me, I have a problem, and I never ever say no. And you say to me, why don't you live a little less? Your mind's running too fast for your legs. Oh, but why don't you live a little more? Your mind's far too old for your soul. You don't know, this is new for me too. Why don't you try a little better? I'll try better too. Come on, let's not lose our minds. Why don't you try a little better? I'll try better too. I'll try better too. But you say to me, why don't you live a little less? Your mind's running too fast for your legs. Oh, but why don't you live some more? Your mind's far too old for your soul.
Van Sim, stand free. Shout out to Alpha and Omega, we do this. Yeah, catch me, I'm local. That's standard procedure, yeah. Vagrant real estate, this beat is crazy. Listen. Mad, get up in the morning, praise the almighty, that's just standard procedure. Make moves in my bits while you taking the piss, you can tell that they're biting my ether. Hey, that's standard procedure. We stand out, that's daily. You stand out every leap here, now we could never concede here. And I'm not really one for the chat, I've been heard they're talking my name, that's flattering. Trying to explain my life and still images in the way that I caption it. Now I'm sitting thinking, isn't life miraculous? Just last year I was feeling inadequate, now there's no comparison. Cause nobody's like me. Been setting trends since primary. Trying to get the ones and O's like primary. They could never define me on my life. What they know about sacrifice, what they know about 12-hour trips on the bus down to London. They don't know about the way that I function. This is the year of growth, next year is the year of stunting. They ain't gonna do me nothing, I swear they're bluffing. Faith in my bros and cousins, no discussion. We really trying to move it. Everything must go like Russians. Only in the most high I'm trusting. Cause too many man are fickle, get left in a pickle, then hit with a cell like sickle. Instant dismissal, things are not clear like crystal. Hit my target, then blow like missile. Drown in the sauce like drizzle. In the gym till my body's chiseled. Bro, let's move official. Bro, we need to move surly. Never switch jersey, we're the same team from early. Worthy, they already heard me. Trying to get by like a chick who's curvy, mad. Rise up the ranks, I standard procedure. Seizing the tracks, I standard procedure. Moving the facts, I standard procedure. Yeah. Standard procedure, ready and eager. Bit of a schema, bring the sativa. Standard procedure, yeah. Standard procedure. How in about that standard procedure? North and south, that standard procedure. Hey mate, they know about me like Stanford. Don't run your mouth, that standard procedure. Hey. They know I've been ready and eager.
Oh, there we go. They've turned it on. Superb. Hello. So, normally what we do with these quizzes is we would read out the answers. We would ask one of you to shout out the aforementioned answer. Whoever shouted out the correct answer, either loudest, fastest, quickest, etc., we'd throw a sweet in your general direction, a frutella, right? Probably hit you in the dome, give you brain damage, etc. Obviously, we can't do that for hygiene reasons, so we'll just kind of give you an approving nod.
Which is absolutely gutting, because last year it was Mitchell who threw it, and I don't know if you knew Mitchell, but his throw was fucking shocking.
The boy that used to do it, Mitch, who's away in Berlin now, genuinely, right, you would have to sign a waiver saying that if you get injured, it's not his fault, because he would just like launch it across the room, but he wouldn't aim, he was just going to go So folk would get like eyes out and everything, and I don't know how nobody get seriously injured. Anyway.
Because it's a Mawam.
Question 1, general knowledge. Riga is the capital city of which country? Latvia, yes.
Yes. Question number 2. According to the Office of National Statistics, what was the most popular baby boy name for the first year for the year 2018? I'm having a shocker here. Do you Oliver. It was Oliver. Yes. Question number 3. What is the most popular flavour by annual sales of Walker's Crisps? Cheese and onion.
Cheese and onion.
Aye.
So lots of people
no,
in Britain like having honking
Yeah.
breath. Question 4. In what year did the Beatles split up? 1970.
Question number 5. How many spice options are there at Nando's?
6. You've got the lemon and herby one, and the other one you've then got mild, medium, hot, and extra hot. Yeah. Question 6. What is the currency in Vietnam? Yes, the dong. The
Ha,
Vietnamese
lol.
dong.
Lol, penis joke.
Mhm.
Those are
Yes.
the best. Those are the best kind.
Absolutely.
Right, now that's the end of the general knowledge. Film and TV. So, question number 1. When did the first ever series of Big Brother air on UK television? Louder?
2000. Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End all make up what trilogy? The Cornetto trilogy.
Fucking class, by the way. If you've not
Superb,
seen it,
innit?
watch it. The World's End, not so much. But Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, you should learn about them in school.
We've got Shaun of the Dead upstairs and we might give away a surprise.
It's not downstairs, it's like...
Is
I
it?
put it
Go get it, go get it. Question 3. Which David Bowie songs give their name to 2 British TV shows? Shout. Life on Mars and Ashes to Ashes. They are quite good. Good man.
I've got with me Shaun of the Dead on Blu-ray. I
We'll
don't know
give
if
this
it's actually-
away to first place?
First place.
First place.
It's too good to fall under second or anything else. So,
Question 4, Chrissy.
question 4. How many films have Leo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet starred in together?
2.
2. Yeah, Titanic and Revolutionary Road.
The one about the boat.
Not seen the latter.
Screw you guys, I'm going home is a quote by which animated cartoon character? Eric Cartman.
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
What does Bridget Jones call her child in the film series third installment? William.
You got that?
William, a very strong Protestant name that. William.
Fucking Billy.
History and geography.
Question number 1. How many countries in Europe are there that are recognised by the United Nations? 44.
44.
Right.
Be honest with us, was that a Google number?
Totally not.
We're not going to take the points off now.
We don't give a fuck.
Oh, we're language students. We actually go to other countries and communicate with the people.
Language friends.
Anyway, question 2. The War of Jenkins' Ear was a conflict fought between which 2 nations? Britain and Spain.
Yeah.
Britain and Spain.
Question number 3. What is the French name for the English Channel?
Language students, you're going to pipe up now?
Come on,
You're going to pipe up now? Thought not.
La Manche. La
La
Manche.
Manche.
La Manche.
Literally means the mouth. According to legend, what group of animals reportedly attacked Napoleon Bonaparte? Was it A, wolves, B, hamsters, C, capybaras, or D, bunnies? Bunny rabbits.
I can't believe that.
The
though.
dictator of France got attacked by bunnies.
You could boot every fucking one of them.
Yeah.
I know,
Height
but...
joke.
Question number 5. Which country has the most coastline in the world?
Canada.
Oh, Canada. That
Question
was right.
6. Which real-life pirate has an alcohol brand named after him? Captain Henry Morgan. Yes.
Decent, by the way. Decent. Get it from the
Yeah.
bar right now. Come on,
Yes.
order it on your apps.
On to the art and literature round. In Jane Eyre, what is in the guy's attic? A portrait of himself, his wife, or a dead body? His wife. Who the fuck keeps... I mean...
Why is his wife in the attic?
I don't... Read Jane Eyre, you'll find out.
Fuck knows, man. It's like fucking some...
I
actually, I'm not going to make those jokes.
Question
anyway,
2.
question 2. Which Shakespeare play is credited with popularising the name Olivia?
12th Night.
12th Night.
I only know Macbeth.
What?
Hamlet, that's another one.
Aye.
Name the 4 March sisters in Little Women. Yep, Joe's one of them. Meg, Joe, Beth, and Amy.
If you guys got all 4 of them, yous are fucking liars.
What one does Saoirse Ronan play then?
She plays... Right, this is a 25% chance of Succession, but obviously I knew it. She obviously plays Joe.
No.
Fuck her.
She does as well. You got it fucking right. Which artist was Art Attack's Neil Buchanan recently accused of being? Banksy.
Big Banksy, man.
Well done. You get a nod of approval.
He later denied it. I don't believe it.
On you go.
No.
On you go.
Question number 5. Stephanie Meyer recently released a new version of her debut novel Twilight entitled Midnight Sun. Whose perspective is it from?
Edward. Robert Pattinson's character.
Oh, quick vote. Team Edward or Team Jacob? Right, so hands up, Team Edward. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck, that's not many. Hands up, Team Jacob.
Nobody gives a fuck about Twilight. Move on. The following quote from Clueless, she's full on blank. It's like a painting, see from far away, it's okay, but up close it's a big old mess. It's
Which
a Monet
painter?
painting. I've never fucking seen one, so I don't
Name
know.
a famous painter.
The sport round. The yellow jersey is worn by the leader of what race? Tour de France.
Question 2. Sebastian Vettel, not Vettel.
Vettel, that's how the Germans say it.
Vettel.
Sorry, I am cultured. Sorry, I'm a language student.
Aye, but at the same time, you go to Spain, you're not going to put on a Spanish accent.
Read the answer.
Fucker. Is a serial championship winner in which sport?
F1.
Formula 1.
Who won the 2014 FIFA World Cup? Germany.
Lacherman.
Superb team.
Question number 4. The Ashes is a trophy contested in which sport?
Not a
Cricket.
fucking sport.
Fucking Tories.
It's not a sport.
It's
grown men throwing the ball at each other and going, oh, Sebastian, you've scored a 6, so let's go for tea. That's not a fucking
Let's get
sport.
crumpets.
It's on a par with fucking baseball. How many games are required minimum to win a set in tennis? 6.
Good man.
Grunting is optional.
Question number 6. What is the only sport to have been played on the moon? Golf. That must be so fucking fun with it, the gravity.
So, the anagrams. The first anagram was ape snack. Did anyone... Pancakes.
The second one was Ma Soak Us.
Ma soak us. Masaka.
Well then.
Not one Masaka. There you go. Abstracting hop area. Spaghetti carbonara.
Class. Number 4, Drab Glacier.
It's
Garlic
a taste sensation
bread.
sweeping the nation. Garlic bread.
Yes.
Tame Coast, number 5. Meat tacos.
Well then. Question number 6. Give me enough of these and I will let you ram it in. Martini. Hey.
Ram it in, Martini.
Sorry, I
So
didn't
there
let
you
you
go.
guess that. I just
That
had to say the
concludes the
joke.
answers. So, let's find out who's won. When we call you up, okay, so a house rule is, I'll go stand up first. A house, watch, Chrissy, watch, just don't trip over. A house rule is the drum roll gets progressively better, right? So it's a shite drum roll for last place, and then a bit better for third, second, and first, right? They don't fucking deserve it if you're not won. So, in last place, who will have to clean away their sins with the luxury Lynx Africa gift set. Smell like a PE changing room.
Give us a shite drum roll. That's too good, that's too good.
That's still a bit too... Trying out of time. Anyway. In fourth place, or last place should I say, we have drag queens.
Yes. Now you can wash away your shame.
Come get your replacement wooden spoon, your face mask. Maybe like, looking better will help you do better at quizzes, I don't know.
You're forgetting the scrubber. There's a
yeah,
wee
the
scrubber.
The scrub. Scrub away.
Just a wee bit. There you go.
There you go. I've never seen a man so happy to get Lynx Africa. If only I had went like that on Christmas Day every year.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you just have to fucking wait a couple months and you'll get that for one of your drunk aunties.
I know. Okay, third place.
Decent
for
sized
the
drum roll.
Good big bastard bag of rice, cornflakes, oat milk, Domio, lots of baked beans, custard, and the all-purpose cloths for all-purpose. We have GUU admin number 4. Boo. Boo.
Did he leave? Does he? You know, fuck him. Fuck him. They're not getting it anymore.
Where's he away to?
I think he's going all the way around. Ah, yes.
Yeah, you can go with it. Never mind.
I respect the man.
You're a language student, you'll learn. Well done. There's prizes there. Yeah. I can't hand them to you, so I'll give you an approving nod.
It stops at the Kellogg's, so.
Yeah. So don't take the oil.
Honestly, do you want a second hand for your team? Because that's a fucking shitload to carry.
You can bubble up, right? Bubble up.
Yeah. You don't
Chris,
yeah, good man.
We had to carry this down earlier on. It took us 5 runs, so you wouldn't get it all in the winner. You put it in your jacket pocket. You've definitely stole sweeties for the shop before, haven't you?
Sorry, hold on. He's got spice in his pocket. Get the fucking security here.
No money.
Right. You might be cucked with that, but usually there's a £50 cash prize on our Wednesday night pub quiz.
Second place for the fuck ton of porridge, the cheap frying pan, the half-decent toaster, the discount chilies bottle, the US Marines wet dream, the Pyrex, and the tea. We have... Wait to unlock my phone.
Good drum roll.
It's not a wet-ass pussy, it's wine and Prosecco. Also, if there are any middle-aged men in here who are offended by me saying the words wet-ass pussy, I do apologise. Please complain to Ofcom. Not all of you, not all of you. There's a fucking pandemic.
Fuck's sake, I'll tell Nicky.
Take the toaster.
Lucky enough, there's tea and everything. You don't forget.
The oil.
Not
the
oil.
tea.
Oh my god, it's shambles. Fucking fling him at him. You're forgetting like half the prizes.
You have lots of other things here.
Fucking tea bags.
It's not just a fucking toaster. All this useful stuff.
Take it so it's not in our possession.
Jesus. Don't deserve second for that. Children, honestly.
Uh-oh.
The tea's yours, take the tea. Finally, yay. Okay, and now in first place.
Best drum roll
Give the
of your
best drum roll
life.
you can. Bang the fuck out the tables.
Come on.
Alright, before the police get here, I'm just going to say it. Bar 17.
Woo!
That was a bit of a letdown woo, wasn't it?
Yeah,
From
yeah.
what they had to that was a bit of a yay.
Somehow they're happier with second than you guys with first.
Hold on, before you do it. Who ordered a double vodka lemonade and is yet to receive it? Oh, of course it's fucking yous. I actually ordered a limonade.
Enjoy your pasta.
Avec vodka.
And your no added sugar sauce.
So yes, there's the luxury crockery set. You've got your Dormio there. You've got your Tupperware. Yeah, the mattress and protectors is yours. That's to stop you pissing in your bed.
Take it all, man.
Yeah, someone clap. Right, Robbie, can you clap for us? Perfect.
Cool. Thank you. Don't you wanna be free? It's you and me. Don't you wanna be free? It's you and me. And happiness, I'm happy now. This gratefulness, I'm stupid now. And it clear your mama, the daddy, cigarette, I'm free. And it clear your mama, the daddy, cigarette, I'm free. Trees, don't you wanna be free? Don't you wanna be free? Don't you wanna be cloudy with the trees? Don't you wanna be free? Don't you wanna be free? Don't you wanna breathe in the motion, sickness stays. 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 Under Mancunian skies, 3 colors in her eyes. She looked at me. The clouds they fade away, and so does the day into the night. Cigarette daydreams share between you and me. As the sun came up from north to south and back again, trying to play it cool, keep on wondering when. But in times like these, there's only so much you can take, and only so long before you break the electric rose that nobody knows, frozen in time. The star it shines, nothing to prove, or no need to impress. The electric rose that nobody knows. to Ashton Lane, swapping jackets, kissing her frame. The backpack still seems unnecessary. Rendezvous in the park, long after dark, that look meant more than 1,000 words. From north to south and back again, trying to play it cool, keep on wondering when. But in times like these, there's only so much you can take, and only so long before you break. The electric rose that nobody knows, frozen in time, a star it shines, nothing to prove, oh, no need to impress. The electric rose that nobody knows.
Cut.
We got one. Oh yeah.
Dirty old river, must we keep rolling, falling into the night? People so busy, make me feel dizzy, taxi light shines so bright. But I don't feel afraid, as long as I gaze on, walk to the sunset, I am in paradise. Every day I look at the world from my window. Chilly, chilly is the evening time. Waterloo sunset's fine. Waterloo sunset's fine. Terry me Julie, Waterloo station, every Friday night. But I am so lazy, don't want to wander, I stay alone at night. And I don't need no friend, as long as I gaze on Waterloo sunset, I am in paradise. Every day I look at the world from my window. Chilly, chilly is the evening time. Waterloo sunset's fine. Waterloo sunset's fine. Waterloo sunset's fine. Millions of people swarming like flies round Waterloo underground. But Terry and Julie cross over the river where they'll be safe and sound. And I don't need a friend, as long as I gaze on Waterloo sunset, I am in paradise. Every day I look at the world from my window. Chilly, chilly is the evening time. Waterloo sunset's fine.
Around 64 million of the world's hungriest children do not attend school. In order to survive, they have to work or beg, and for those that do make it to the classroom, hunger affects their ability to learn. My name is Ellen, and I'm the treasurer of the Glasgow University Mary's Meals Society for the term 2020 to 2021. If you don't know what Mary's Meals is, we're a Scottish-based charity which ultimately aims to provide every child with a nutritious meal in their place of education. This is a way to reverse the poverty cycle by providing children with an education as well as a vital meal to give them the energy that they need to learn. Mary's Meals also supports families who are struggling to feed their children by sourcing food locally from communities where possible, which helps the wider economy. During COVID, Mary's Meals have been working tirelessly to keep feeding children despite school closures, and I'm happy to say that we are now feeding nearly all of the children requiring a nutritious meal in other ways. However, a lot more work is still needed to help reach these children until it is safe to return to the classroom. At Glasgow University's Mary's Meals, we aim to raise as much awareness as possible about this amazing charity, as well as hosting as many fundraising events as possible throughout the academic year. We are a small society, but have definitely been growing over the past few years. In 2020, we won the SRC Charitable Giving Award, as well as being nominated for Society of the Year and Event of the Year as well. This year will look a lot different in terms of the events we'll be hosting due to COVID, but we've been planning ahead and have lots of exciting things coming up. We always start our fundraising with Porridge Week at the start of October, which will still be going ahead this year. During Porridge Week, our Society's members challenge themselves to eat only porridge, rice and beans for a whole week in order to raise money and awareness about the charity. Sadly, our infamous Burns Night Ceilidh looks like it won't be happening this year, but it's definitely one to keep your eyes peeled for in the future. We also usually do lots of smaller events throughout the year, such as bake sales, pub quizzes, and our Hive glitter stalls are always a winner because we get a social as well. So if you're looking for a fun way to meet new people as well as making a difference to children and families around the world, contact us at gumarysmeals@gmail.com or message us on Facebook or Instagram. We look forward to meeting you lot this year.
Hello, I'm Duncan, PAWS Secretary, and I'm here to explain what is PAWS Gaming. PAWS is the LAN Gaming Society. We like to play video games, from casual games to esports. We like LANs, and we are not furries. So if you don't know what a LAN is, it's getting a group of people together to stay over a few nights and play video games. We would dress this up with themes like console or PC, Just Dance, Dance Souls, charity events, or virtual novels. And we'd also go to a pub quiz every week. As you probably guessed, PAWS won't be hosting LANs in person this year. But we do have a Discord, and it's full of comp sci nerds and memes. We will still be aiming for fortnightly LANs or WANs hosted over Discord, which will be linked. We have a Twitch account, and we'll be answering questions on Discord and Facebook. Hope to see you there.
Hello, we're the Glasgow University Scottish Community Dancing Society, and since we were founded in 1955, we've been collaborating with similar societies from different universities. We've been running classes for all levels of dancers and hosting very fun socials. Kind of like this.
Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, for Mary's wedding. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, for Mary's wedding. Over hills and up and down, myrtle green and black and brown, past the sheathing through the town, all for sake of Mary. Step we gaily on we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Plenty herring, plenty meal, plenty peat to fill her creel, plenty bonny beds as wheel, last the toss of Mary. Step we gaily and we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Cheeks as bright as Rowan's are, brighter far than any star, fairest of them all by far is my darling Mary. Step we gaily and we go, heel for heel and toe for toe, arm in arm and on we go, all for Mary's wedding. Over hills and up and down, myrtle green and bracken brown, past the shealing through the town, all for sake of Mary. Step we gaily.
Unfortunately, many of our events won't be able to take place due to the current situation, but that doesn't mean we won't be doing anything. We've come up with a lot of fun alternative activities for you to get involved in. We'll be having a weekly games night each Tuesday, and we'll play all various sorts of different types of games online. For the Zoom link for this, as well as more information what we'll be playing that night, will be made available to you on our Facebook page. If you're not a member of that page yet, please feel free to get in touch with us on social media. And since we're a dancing group, we also want to give you a temporary replacement to classes as well as socials. And that is why our fantastic teachers have agreed to let us publish 5-minute instructional dance videos for you to enjoy on social media. To get to know us better, keep an eye on our Facebook and Instagram. All updates and future events will be made available to you there, as well as some introductions to various members within the club and throwbacks to memorable moments from last year, to give you a better idea of what a club's like in a normal year. Hope to see you around.
Hi, I'm Jasmine and I'm the president of the Glasgow University Ballroom and Latin Society. I joined the society last year and absolutely loved it. It was so much fun learning how to dance in such a friendly environment. The society offers weekly classes of all different levels, so it doesn't matter whether you've danced before or you never have, because there will be something for you. And there's loads of different styles of dance, from the waltz to the jive to the quick step. There's also workshops throughout the year of other dances such as the tango or the Viennese waltz, so there's always something fun and new to try. We go to the pub, there are tea dances, nights out, and then of course the winter and spring balls. The balls are such a good opportunity to dress up, bring your friends along, and show off all the amazing moves you've learnt throughout the year.
Hi there, my name's Gordon and I'm the Glasgow University Ballroom and Latin Dancing Society's team captain for this coming year, which means that I lead the team at competitions. So as well as the fun and social aspect of the society, there's also a competitive aspect which you can take part in. So nearly every weekend during the semester, somewhere in the UK, there is a university ballroom and Latin dancing competition. And as a society, we usually go to a select 3 or 4 of these over the course of the year, and they really are some of the most fantastic, fun and memorable events. As you can probably tell from the pictures, everyone is having a good time. If you've danced before, great. You can compete in a higher category. But also, if you've never danced before, that's also fine. There's a category for you as well. I myself only started dancing 2 years ago, and within 6 weeks was already competing, and I haven't looked back since. I love it. And I've also encouraged many other people to come and join, and I think all of them will tell you as well, they are great fun.
I hope you're staying safe at the moment, and I really hope to see you in September as part of our society.
Hello! Hey you! Welcome to the QMU
Cocktail making night
session! Whoa! Tonight we're making 4 cocktails for all your freshers.
Hi folks! Welcome to the QMU's cocktail making session. These are easy and great cocktails you can make in your flat. So, we're making 4 cocktails tonight. We're making a Tom Collins, we're making a mojito, we're making a White Russian, and we're making a Cosmopolitan.
The White Russian is also really good for vegans because we have a vegan alternative for it.
Isn't that lovely? Okay, the first cocktail we're going to be making is a mojito. It comes from the Spanish word for mosquito. It doesn't. Okay, so this is a nice, refreshing drink, usually associated with Havana, Cuba, and the White Rum Company, Bacardi. It's a lovely, refreshing drink for summer days. It's minty, it's limey, it's tropical, it's delicious. So, okay, first thing you want to do, you get 2 limes. What I like to do is I like to cut one into quarters and just get all those lovely, jubbly juices out of that. Get all the moist juiciness of the lime sopping out of it. Just get lime after lime after lime. Yeah. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Don't be worried about getting juice on your hands. Yeah. It's usual, it's fine. Okay, last line. There we go. Squeeze all that goodness out so you get like a nice bit of liquid lime. You also want to keep another lime. This into quarters again. As you can see, lots of limey goodness in there. The next key ingredient, mint. Now we pre-wash this. If you're not washed mint, find a little packet, give it a little slap. That releases all the minty flavour. Crush, drop, crush, drop, crush, drop. Yeah, just keep a lot of mint in it. Azúcar, sugar. Okay, so you want a healthy amount of sugar in this. The best thing to do with sugar is make sugar syrup. 1 part of sugar, 1 part of water. Put them in a pan, mix them together. If you're using sugar syrup, that's 1 shot per every 2 shots of rum. So every double of rum, 1 shot of sugar syrup. For now though, we'll just be using good old-fashioned granulated sugar. If you're prone to excess like me, a little off the rails, maybe put another half in. Give it a muddle, crush up.
Did you just fucking pour the glass you here?
I'm so embarrassed. If you don't have a muddler, you can go traditional and use a spoon. Let all those juices come out. Crush the limes, crush them in, crush the sugar. Brr! Is it cold in here? We're getting cold. Pour a little white rum in here. If you're being cheeky, 1.5. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. Final ingredient, a nice bit of soda water to top things off. Keep it fresh. This is una mojito al cubano. our Cuban mojito. Here we go. Get your reusable straw, keeping it real. Pierce it. Give it a little stir. Mother it up.
Go here.
Cheers.
Alrighty, so the first thing you want to do before you start making cocktails is give yourself a good Cuba Libre. I've already put some lime juice and cola in here. But top it up, alright?
Please use gentle.
So this is an original mocktail named after our 05-06 president. It's a Gary Brown. It's one that is tasty, is refreshing, and I'll show you how to make it now. You start as usual, 1 block of ice, and you use orange for refreshment, and you can just push it in there, and you get a couple more blocks, just like that. You want to use your orange juice, so crack it open, and you want to do a double shot of orange juice. You get your soda water, and a double shot of soda water. Wait a second. Ready? You're pushing it down so you can get the juices out. You cut it down the middle. You get the barbecue bacon with a shot of grenadine.
My balls.
If you need a bit more water or a bit of soda water, you can either just top it up.
How did today start this good?
And then, if you want the dirty Gary Brown, 1 shot for me. One shot for Gary, vodka at the top. Just drops straight in like that. And you give it a little mix. And there you have our brand new drink, the Gary Brown. That was more than a shot, I'm telling you. Alright, this is the vegan White Russian with coconut milk. 2 alternatives, which is Tia Maria or the Tesco brand coffee liqueur. Kahlua is not vegan, so don't use that. First of all, you pour in your ice. 1 shot of coffee liqueur. Then you follow up with a shot of vodka. Then you use a spoon to top it up with coconut milk. And you push it against the side to make sure it doesn't go too far down. And you pour it slowly. You top it up to the full glass. And as you can see in the separation at the bottom, there you have a White Russian. Once you get your White Russian, give it a mix. And there you go. A classic freshest drink. Can't wait for everyone to try it at QMU.
To finish off our last cocktail, we're going to be making Tom Collins, short for Thomas Collins, who was a famous orange merchant. So, first things first for our tasty Tom Collins. An orange, slide it into the glass, put it like that. Give it a little twist. They call that twist the Thomas twist. Take your ice. Another bit of orange on top, a nice second layer. Now, we're going to let it sieve through the oranges, get those good citrusy fresh flavours in. Poured in is a shot of lemon juice. We've pre-squeezed our lemons. Okay. Which you have seen from our mojito recipe. 1 part water, 1 part sugar, stick it in a pan. And to finish it off, double shot of gin. Alrighty, a little touch of panache, top it off with some soda water. And now, for the grand finale, 1 straw. Reusable as you can. Drop it in. Get a little mix around. There we go. Thomas Collins in all its glory. Refreshing. Tastes just like Tom. Hope you're enjoying your Freshers Week. Make sure to have fun. We hope you make some of these lovely cocktails. Have a good week, and we hope to see you in person very soon. My dad hit me.
The society is all about jamming, it's all about improvisation, and it's about meeting other people, perhaps to go on to form bands with, or to work within musical contexts.
Events in our society. We have weekly jam sessions where you can come along, play music and meet new people. We've had open mic crawls, we've had a gig for different bands that have been formed within our society, and we always have a big battle of the bands at the end of the year.
Exciting stuff coming up this year. There's the Battle of the Bands, that's a classic one. Do that every year, it's always so much fun. You get the chance to play in a band in a cool Glasgow venue that we choose, and everyone has a great time doing that.
We'd also like to collaborate with other societies like the Art Society, do some interpretation work.
You can expect us to post interesting online content like this.
Welcome to Queen Margaret Union, welcome to the University of Glasgow, and welcome to the City of Glasgow. The statue behind us could not be any more Glasgow. I'm going to take you on a tour today. My name is Gary, I used to be president of the Queen Margaret Union, and I now run the Celtic Ginger Scotland tours. I work very closely with the university, and I'm aiming to work even closer with Queen Margaret Union moving forward. We're going to go on a walk through Glasgow's history, through some stories, some myths and some legends. Come with us, and I hope you enjoy it. George Square is the centrepiece of modern Glasgow and old Glasgow, but these days it's a place where people come to eat lunch, to mix, get off the bus and start their journey through the city. Behind us is the City Chambers. It's essentially Glasgow's version of a town hall. All the other buildings around here have different purposes throughout history, but from the train station across the road to the bars and cafes, this is still a hub of activity. Glasgow has a patron saint called St Mungo, and when Catholicism came to the UK and started to spread all across the country, St Mungo became the person who would spread it most around the west and central Scotland. And the patron saint St Mungo is quite firmly associated with here, Glasgow Cathedral. St Mungo is famously known in Glasgow for his miracles. 4 famous miracles include one about a bird, one about a tree, one about a bell, and one about a fish. The most famous of these is the one involving the fish. There was a king and a queen of a region known as Strathclyde. There's also another university in Glasgow by that name. And the king and the queen, according to the tourist version of the tale, which I'll tell you, weren't having the greatest time. And the king had ordered a kind of handmade ring for his wife. And he gave it to her. And as I said, they weren't getting on very well. She was friendly, let's just say, with the king's best friend and loyal knight. And he ended up with the ring. The king noticed this and then decided that he was going to try and entrap his wife and the knight by asking for the ring to be displayed. The queen obviously said, "I have the ring, I'll get it for you," but the knight, in a bit of a fit of panic, had thrown it into the river. and so there was no way they were going to be able to get it. And as the Queen and the Knight were arguing over what was going to happen to them, conveniently at that moment, St Mungo himself came strolling on by and solved the problem by finding the ring inside a fish. Some say a trout, some say a salmon. I'm team salmon. And inside was the ring, which they then took back, showed to the king, and everybody relatively lived happily ever after, potentially with the exception of the king. St Mungo would eventually come to Glasgow. One of his mentors sadly died and left instructions to be laid out in a cart, and wherever the bulls that were tied to the cart decided to rest, he should bury him there and start a city. At least that's how the legend goes in Glasgow. And the bulls decided to stop here on this famous mighty river, which sadly no longer exists, called the Mall and Diner. It's now under the road, guys. It used to run under the bridge here, and it's converted into a pipe under the ground. So this is essentially where Glasgow started. He came here. The original tomb has been built up in different places over the years to become the cathedral, and St Mungo founded Glasgow, at least according to the tourist version. St Mungo had a second miracle, not quite as exciting, involving a bell that was given to him from the Pope, and that is the miracle. Doesn't seem very miraculous, so in Glasgow we have the tourist version of the tale, as always, where we like to turn it into some sort of dad joke. And the idea basically is that Mungo knew that getting the bell was impossible, because everybody knew that although he was the Pope liked to play tricks on everybody. Do you want my bell? It's amazing, it's my bell, but it's my bell, you can't have the bell. And then one day, Mungo was walking down the street and said, "Do you want to see this, guys?" Brandished the bell, and everyone was like, "Where'd you get that?" And he went, "It's a miracle." Next to the graveyard, there is a well that has been boarded up and closed called the Lady Well. Glasgow is full of myths and legends, and one of my favourites, I was told by a family member a long, long time ago, that the Lady Well was closed supposedly officially because a brewery and the graveyard were built next to it and it contaminated the water. But the story that I was told by a family member was that it was all about witches. A witch decided to get back at Glaswegians and poisoned the well with a spell, and two kids ran down and decided to test the curse and see if it was true. One boy took a drink from it and the other one watched and then screamed in fear as the boy who drank suddenly aged by about 12 to 15 years and couldn't return home to his family because they thought he was this strange weirdo and didn't know who he was, and the boy had to leave Glasgow and live in exile, and that's why the Lady Well was closed. This is Glasgow Necropolis. Beautiful graveyard. On a great day you can see all across the city and you get a fantastic view of Glasgow Cathedral, where we've been already today. St Mungo, as I told you, had a number of miracles, and one of his most famous, but not quite as big and dramatic as the ones I've already told you, focuses on a tree and a bird. When St Mungo was essentially training in his faith, there were other people who were very jealous of what he did, and they always tried to catch St Mungo out. And in the tourist version of the story, which again is not the most official version, but is the one that we tell when we're younger and when we've got the tourists in the city, some of these people were so jealous of Mungo that when he was entrusted to look after a leader's pet bird, when Mungo fell asleep, the bird's neck was broken and it was blamed on Mungo. Mungo decided to confess what had happened, and he took the bird in his hands and said, "I'm so sorry." And the leader said, "What for?" And Mungo opened his hands and the bird flew away. Miracle number 3, I think, on the count that we're on. For the tree, similar story. There's a fire that Mungo's supposed to look after. Other people are jealous, and when he falls asleep, they douse the flames. Probably not the greatest thing to do, dousing a holy fire, but they are out to get St Mungo. Again, Mungo panics, not knowing what to do, and this being Scotland, it's raining so heavily, all the trees and all the wood is soaked, but he's got to try. So he grabs a hold of a tree and it bursts into the flames as if he's a member of the X-Men or the Avengers. Takes it in, starts the fire, miracle number 4. The University of Glasgow wasn't always in the West End. It used to be in the city centre off the High Street, near what is now the University of Strathclyde and some of the colleges. It was originally known as Glasgow College. It used to have beautiful hanging gardens, used to have really amazing buildings. And College Lands was where the campus used to be. The City Council, and especially the railway company at the time, wanted that land for railway expansion. And so they offered the university a deal that they just couldn't refuse. And so the campus was basically uprooted. Most of the stuff was destroyed. And they moved to Kilmarnock. And they took with them the Pierce Lodge at the bottom of University Avenue, across from the GUU, and the Lion and the Unicorn staircase from Professor's Square. Sadly, nothing else from the campus made it to the West End. Glasgow's got an amazing music scene, and Queen Margaret Union's a big part of it. Lots of music venues across the city, lots of bands have played here, and in the city centre there's a small park called Barrowland Park after a very famous venue in the city, and a list of some of the musical acts, including many that have played Queen Margaret Union, are on the floor here. If you do not spend time in this city at music venues, you have not done Glasgow properly. Queen Margaret Union is really famous for having had some big bands from the 90s play before they were famous, and to this day there's bands playing QM that hopefully in a few years' time you will look back fondly at being the only person at that gig when no one else knew who they were. Perhaps the most famous QM legend is that Kurt Cobain from Nirvana stood on a copy of his set list, which is framed somewhere in the Union, somewhere in the early 90s before they were big. There's a lot of these in Glasgow. These blue police boxes, which most of you will know as the TARDIS from Doctor Who, are found all across the city historically. These days there is still a couple of them, a couple in the West End, a couple in the city centre, and this one here, just on the edge. Find them all, guys. That's your challenge. The Merchant City is a gorgeous part of the city, absolutely stunning. And it was thanks to Glasgow's trading history with the empire that it was built. So of course it's not all good history there, there's a lot of dark history involved in the slave trade and the sugar trade and the tobacco trade. But the original plan for that area and its streets was that each of the streets and roads would be closed, almost like a vista. So you would look down one street and you could see the beautiful building of the Trades Hall, look down another one and you could see Hutchison's Hospital, and some of the streets still are closed with this vista. Big archway that you see in Glasgow Green is the McLennan Arch. McLennan Arch has been in a few different locations and it's prominently displayed at the entrance to Glasgow Green, but it was at one time on Ingram Street and I think one other location somewhere in the city. And Jail Square across the road, now known as Jocelyn Square, is where you used to do the hangings, because the last thing you would see is the monument. Right. And it was to remind you that, no matter how bad you were still part of the city, and although that you were dying, you were to remember that you still were Glaswegian, and the last thing they wanted you to see was Glasgow. Almost to remind you that although you were dying, this city was your home and you'd ruined it. The fun centre of modern Glasgow, especially for office workers and students, is the Merchant City. If you're living in the West End and you want to visit the city centre, you're going to end up here at some point. The Merchant City is beautiful, loads of really hipster cafes, lots of nice bars and restaurants, and amazing architecture. The beauty of this part of the city does unfortunately have a dark side. This was built with the money of the merchants, and all the merchants at one time or another were involved in the slave trade. Yes, many of them did help end it, but sadly the history was there. In recent years, Glasgow has tried really hard to start embracing the history, but also acknowledging the faults of the past. The University of Glasgow and Glasgow City Council in recent years have done a lot of research into the history of Glasgow and the Merchant City and its involvement in the slave trade. After this tour, if any of you are interested, get in touch with Queen Margaret Union via myself and we can give you plenty of resources to look up on it. There's a great book called It Wasn't Us that explores Glasgow's actual involvement in the slave trade, and there's some walking trails that you can get involved with as well. So the church here, which is now the Glasgow Association for Mental Health, among other things in its history, was originally known as the Whistling Kirk. And the story goes that it was one of the first churches in the whole of the city to get an organ, and when people heard the music coming from it, they had no idea what it was, and they said that the church was whistling, and so they called it the Whistling Kirk. There's actually a bar around the corner, I think sadly closed down, with the name, so it is still quite common knowledge in this part of Glasgow. This is Glasgow Cross. Heart of the city in the old days, bit out of the way these days. What you see here is one of the only pieces left of the original Tontine building that ran the entire block behind us. The archways used to have really cool heads above them. All these faces have been moved up near the cathedral in a place known as, I think, St Stephen's Garden, I could be wrong, just behind the Province Lordship oldest house. Big search went on to try and find all of these. What's really cool about this, and a bit morbid, is on the other side there are little rings along the wall where they used to pin people by the ear for the crimes that they'd done, and your choice was you can stay there and get tomatoes, among other minging things, as we say in Glasgow, disgusting things, thrown at you over the time you're there, or you can rip off your ear and walk to freedom. One thing Glasgow is well known for is its green spaces like Glasgow Green. The name Glasgow, and it's the original Scottish language Gaelic, It's quite controversial, but some people say that it means green space. And if you do travel across the city, or you look even simply on Google Maps as you zoom out, you'll see why. Glasgow has over 400 parks and gardens. Most of them are tiny, but 25 of them are massive, including Glasgow Green here, Kelvin Grove Park in the West End, Victoria Park near some of the student halls, Dossholm Park. All of them have their own features. Here in Glasgow Green, you've got one of the original spaces to the city. People used to be able to dry their laundry here, used to be able to graze your sheep here. In the West End, you can see some fossilised areas of the city, like fossilised trees. You've got Highland cows near the vet school. Get out, explore it. You don't have any excuses, guys. Glasgow Botanic Gardens is one of the 25 large parks that Glasgow has, and there are glasshouses, there are green spaces, there's even the Kibble Palace, which houses a nice collection of different types of plants and different things inside. They do events here. During this very interesting semester, this park is going to become your home. There are places where you can sit and study on a nice warm day. You can even do a lecture from here if you jump on Zoom. Glasgow has a lot of museums, loads of museums, and right now in the middle of a pandemic, they're not all open. But at one time there was 12 free museums in Glasgow. Most of them are still used. There's even talk about transforming, hopefully, one of them into an Empire Museum and Slavery Museum, where Glasgow will acknowledge not just its city, but Scotland's role in the history there. But there are museums dedicated to basic learning for early years, all the way through to adults. So you can go see what it was like to be in a school back in the Victorian age. You can go see beautiful art collections, modern art, and there's private collections on display, and there's even the Riverside Museum just south of the campus near where the Kelvin River meets the River Clyde. But the most famous one is Kelvin Grove Museum and Art Gallery, and it's just outside the campus on Dumbarton Road, and you will spend hours or days walking around that place. I especially like the dinosaurs. The University of Glasgow's main building, did we talk about that? The Gilbert Scott building. It's a beautiful building. If you come to this campus, you always get kind of enthralled by the beauty of the main campus, the Gilbert Scott building. And one thing that a lot of students enjoy, and a lot of people enjoy, especially in the age of all these amazing blockbuster movies, like the Harry Potter series and Hogwarts and all these ideas, is that the campus is really old, and so it's got this mystical appeal to it. And it is an old university. It's 550 years plus old. But that's not this campus. This campus has actually only existed since 1875 or thereabouts, and it was made to look old, medieval. So it's a beautiful campus, but it's not as old as you think it is. It's just brilliant architecture, and you should definitely go for a walk around it. Inside you've got the cloisters, you've got the lawns, the quads. Do not stand on the quads until you've graduated. I can do it, you can. And yeah, walk around, you'll see some stuff that was captured from the original campus, like the Lion and the Unicorn staircase and Pierce Lodge, and you get a great view of the city from the back of the building.
Welcome to Improv Tea Time. With improv, you don't need scripts or props. We just need you and your imagination. Come join us this semester, either in person or online.
Hi there, I'm Lizzie. I'm from Improv Tea Time, and I want to explain who we are and why you should join us this year. So I've been part of improv for the last 2 years, and I think my favourite thing about it is that you get to meet just really interesting, brilliant people. And also that there's no wrong answers. So improv is basically, it's improvised theatre. It's made up on the spot. There's no wrong answers. You can do whatever you want. It's very spontaneous, and it's brilliant, and you should join.
I am turning into a statue, and that's why I'm leaving. And I'm leaving Manon for a paper aeroplane. And when I go, instead of something normal like a house or all the money, I'm going to be taking the gravity. Manon, Manon, Manon.
Come closer, come naturally. For this is me, onto this land. Soon fall, express yourself. You walk in a fine line, they won't lie. You're spotless, I know you are, and I hope you find a way to be yourself. It's never enough, but we can change. But this remains. This is my time. You're spotless, I know you are, and I hope you find a way to be yourself. You're spotless, I know you are, and I hope you find a way to be yourself. Come closer, come closer, come closer, come closer, come closer. Closer, come closer, come closer, come closer, come closer. There's a guy after me down by the river. We could get a ball and split it round. Where's the harm in that rain? Taxed all the birds, what have we got to learn? That's what they all said. 'Cause it reduces the fear when you're snoring beer. Hope you had a nice night. 'Cause I feel indifferent to what is going on in this dingy yard. And I don't know who lives here, or the source of that spell, but my God, is it rank? Broken Saturdays with circuit fans, you waste the day away reminiscing I feel indifferent to what is going on in this dingy gulf. I don't know who lives here, or the source that I smell, but my God, is it dank? So tell me where you're going, tell me what you're seeking. Now that the party is over, coming down on your own, only got yourself to blame. So tell me where you're going, tell me what you're seeking. Now that the party is over, coming down on your own, only got yourself to blame. So tell me where you're going, tell me what you're seeking. Now that the party is over, coming down on your own, only got yourself to blame. Just
Yeah, someone clap. Right, Robbie, can you clap for us? Perfect.
cool. Don't you wanna be free? It's you and me. Don't you wanna be free? It's you and me. Unhappiness, I'm happy now. This gratefulness, I'm stupid now. And it clear you, mama, the daddy cigarette, I'm free. And it clear you, mama, the daddy cigarette, I'm free. And we party with the trees. Don't you wanna be free? Don't you wanna be free? Don't you wanna be party with the trees? Don't you wanna be free? Don't you wanna be free? Don't you wanna breathe in the motion? Sickness stays. Breathe in the motion. Sickness stays. Breathe in the motion. Sickness stays. Breathe in
We're live. Right, hello everyone. Welcome to QMUTV. We're three mates, also bandmates, and we're just gonna do a stream. We're kind of new to this, so so be patient with us. But we're just gonna be chatting about music, playing some. I've got a little playlist set up of Glasgow-based bands or Glasgow-based songs. So yeah, we're just gonna be chatting about music. Yeah. So what should we start off with? A tune or chat about any of our live gigs we've seen?
Well,
at
maybe
QMU
if we start off with a tune and then we can maybe build on that.
Expand from that. I'm liking the
see
sound of that.
Sounds good, boys.
Nice.
So what's top of the radar? My
Baby Strange, a Glasgow-based band.
Baby Strange. Yeah, I've got a couple of stories about Baby
Have we
Strange.
seen them on Tenement Trail?
I've seen them a couple of times.
Yeah, would recommend.
Which song?
You can hear from experience, obviously. Yes. Okay, I'll pop them on then. If this is all set up and connected. There we go.
Dope. Man is always this. Yeah, can you make like 2 drinks, please? Or three? Yeah, that would be good. Yeah. Good old communist QMU giving us all drinks, please. I'm gonna have a full shite patter because I haven't won any fucking current Glasgow bands. That's shit. I know, but like any of these boys in the playlist, I mean, I kind of know. I don't know Glasgow. Other than I know that Aiden and Hannah like them. R.I.P. Aiden has a breakdown in the middle of the set. Yeah, do that. Have like a little like shoehorn for that, yeah. Teenage.
Right, that if we're back on air, that was Viewpoint by Baby Strange. So one of my co-hosts, Aidan, I believe you've seen Baby Strange a few times in Glasgow, right? So feel free to talk about that.
I think Baby Strange like epitomise the Glasgow music scene at the minute. It's very punky, very fast, quite
good energy.
Kind of like it's got a kind of political element to it, but there's also some comedy. But we went to see them like by accident. I was supposed to go see a band called Frightened Rabbit that night, and they'd sold out. So I just looked around to see what other gigs were on in Glasgow, and Baby Strange were playing, and I thought the name was kind of funny.
Yeah.
So they were playing in the old ABC, RIP, before it burnt to the ground.
RIP.
Yeah. Hey, what a good venue.
And so we went along to that, and ended up getting quite involved, and I ended up in their music video. So
what?
yeah,
no way.
Yeah, so
what, you in the crowd?
When they did the music video for that song, and I was like in the middle of this mosh pit, like sweating my pan in.
Yeah, a little flame to flame.
Like yeah,
just way dripping with other people's sweat.
So that was like my introduction to Baby Strange, and kind of the introduction to like what has become the Glasgow music scene, and like shameless plug probably where some of our band Pocket Change has taken some influence from.
Little plug there, yeah.
Look us up on all your on your local streaming services.
Yeah.
But so we're going to go from that on to something else. So we're going to do another tune.
Frightened Rabbit that you mentioned, they're later on in the
Later on in the
we'll
playlist.
play a bit of them later on. But for now, this is Rascalton with
Rascalton, yeah. So similar vibe, man. More kind of that punky element to the
punky
Glasgow
element.
music scene.
All
Catchy.
these really in this playlist, the Glasgow bands.
Like the Beatles on speed a little bit.
Oh,
a lot of these bands.
There you go. So Rascalton with This Is It. Yes, a natural version.
I wish I knew what the fuck was going on.
Is this being recorded?
I think it'll go on Facebook, like. Give me a fucking drink, please. I'm very near the end of my Heidi Weissbier. It's my fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Carry-On.
Okay, and we're back. Yeah, so that was Rascalton with This Is It.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah, so it's what's next on the playlist, or just out of curiosity?
Waterfront by Simple Minds.
Simple Minds.
Hello.
What? We're going for it. Oh, I missed.
Yeah,
Callum Park.
Callum Park piped
Callum
Park,
up there.
other
yeah,
host,
I saw a
chirps
bit.
up from the corner.
Yeah, there's a bit of excitement there.
What do you know about Simple Minds, Mr. Park?
Pretty simple.
not much.
Which famous movie did Simple Minds appear in?
You tell me. I wanna
Trivia.
know.
No, do you not know? Think about it. Don't you
Forget
about me.
Which song? Which movie was it in?
No, I don't know.
Breakfast Club. No.
Breakfast Club. Oh,
Did you all
that's
get it
true.
at home?
I've seen that. Yeah.
Like we put a wee commenting on the video, guys, if he's knew that one at home. But
Right, the
Oliver
pub quiz
and
and,
Callum definitely didn't.
The cult classic.
Yeah. Talking about quizzes, I should probably mention the QMU Big Wednesday quiz going on tomorrow.
Oh.
And
Is there
I
any
think
prizes
there's some
on
quizzes.
show?
Someone
Oliver?
mentioned a cash prize.
I heard it was rice.
Today, those were
Today
the
was it
prizes.
rice? 5
Yeah.
kilos of rice.
Big 5
Oh,
kilo
hey.
bags, the big pasta bags, all the tea.
Listen, guys.
It
If
was a
you're
very useful quiz.
if
I
you're
think it's called
freshers, 5 kilos of rice will do you till Christmas.
Yeah, that'll do you.
That'll do you
well.
the whole of first
definitely do you.
term.
Yeah, super
So-
noodles, all the pasta.
So do not
you need.
scoff at the 5 kilos of rice. It will see you
It's a
through.
good prize, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, in Freshers Week it might seem a bit. Like,
It might seem a bit like
you're still used to mummy's cooking, but
the rice will be your friend.
Things will
recipes
deteriorate
yourself.
at an exponential rate, and you will be glad of the said rice fairly soon, I'd say.
Once
Pretty
you start
versatile.
googling
new menus.
once you start googling what the process is for freeze dried foods, you're you're a student, man. Like
Heading to Iceland.
Yeah.
All the process.
How are they making my food?
Mm.
Is it safe?
Yeah.
Is it kosher?
No.
No,
probably not.
No to either of those.
No.
So we're going to go Simple Minds?
Simple Minds, yeah.
Which one are we going for, Ollie?
Waterfront.
Waterfront.
Which I guess is based on Clydeside.
Yeah.
It's a bold statement, Oliver.
It's a hot take.
But
we'll go for it.
There we go. So this is Simple Minds with Waterfront. Enjoy.
That was some good banter.
Mate, I've got a bone. No, you don't want to play Bohemian Rhapsody.
Mines, waterfront. Yeah, it reminds me of sort of when I first came up, checking out Glasgow Uni, coming up with my parents, looking all around Glasgow, checking out the Barrowlands Ballroom, and sort of looking a bit at the music history of Glasgow. Simple Minds being sort of one of the big names that came out of.
Especially in
Glasgow.
terms of like the longevity of Simple Minds.
Yeah.
Very much associated with the city.
Yeah, can't really dislike. And yeah, exactly.
I think there was like a gig they played in the early 90s and they sold out like it was like 5 nights at the Barrowlands or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah, just kept it rolling.
Because obviously there was no hydro.
Yeah,
so you just you just played the bars until you couldn't sell it out anymore.
Yeah, Barrowlands.
Just play all beat.
Yeah, on that old like bouncy dance.
Yeah,
because it used to be a ballroom,
yeah.
and then
That's
converted
dope.
to a live music venue. So,
but yeah,
all springy. So
It
yeah, if
is-
you're jumping
it
up
is
and down,
nuts, in fairness, like
good fun. Isn't
Any
it?
freshers listening, if you just get the chance to go to any gigs in the
When it
Barrowlands,
opens
like,
all back up.
totally
definitely
recommend
go.
that. That is just like a different experience entirely.
Go see a band that's quite raucous and go for and don't wear
Don't go see Adele.
No, go for a band.
Jumping.
Yeah.
Fire to the rain.
Go see a band that's quite raucous. Don't wear your best clobber because it'll get wrecked.
Yeah.
And then just have
Might
fun.
lose a shoe.
Just
but worth it.
Just as a wise man once said, put on your dancing shoes.
There you go. Exactly. And another one of the big names to come out of Glasgow is Primal Scream. So it's one of my faves, Jailbird by
Bobby
Primal
and the
Scream.
Boys.
Coming up now.
I've got plenty on. I'll get plenty on Primal Screen anyway. Oh, it's yourself. We do one at a time. Yes. You have cider. Any cider?
Another pint, or I don't know.
Even just that. Oh, they definitely have Morgans and Coke.
Alex,
I'll go for that one.
Alex, just whatever.
I've got
just something. Okay, what's the most? What looks best? Whatever looks best. Like another bottle of this. Alex.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Have a look.
Another bottle of this.
Oh.
No. Have a look.
Just shake your hips and let it rip and let it spit free. Ride on, baby, ride on, let your crazy horses loose. Give it all you got when you're hot to trot away, bye-bye to the blues. Shake it to the east, shake it to the west. Shake it with the very one that you love the best. Come on, I'm yours, you're mine. Give me more of that jumper pie. I'm yours. Give me more of that jumper pie. I'm yours, you're mine. Give me more of that jumper pie. I'm yours, you're mine. Yeah, alright. Give me more of that jumper pie.
Yeah, well, we can mention that. Mention that.
Yeah, we can.
Right, and welcome back. That was Primal Scream with Jailbird. I believe Aiden wanted to say some stuff about Primal Scream, yeah?
Sounds like I'm doing the eulogy
not
at the
smooth-
funeral.
not a smooth segue. I'm very new to this
lies,
whole
Bobby Gillespie.
I feel like
podcasting radio
Aiden's
show.
got some words that he'd like to say about the Scream.
And
no, Primal Scream. What can I say about Primal Scream? Well, probably the flagship band of Creation Records, fronted by Alan McGee, who's most
There you
famous for signing Oasis, of course. But
From that King Tut's performance, wasn't it?
yeah. But Primal Scream.
We all know about that
Another
one.
great Glasgow venue. Would
Yeah.
recommend that
King
to any
Tut's.
freshers
Oh,
new.
oh my
City.
God.
King Tut's.
Yeah.
Voted,
amazing.
Voted best small music venue
Venue
video
in the UK.
In
I'm
the
sure
UK.
they got
In
some
the
good
UK.
videos as well.
Imagine that, right in Glasgow. Like, that's not
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, Glasgow's like a UNESCO World Heritage for music. as
It's
well.
amazing.
Oh, it's just
Like coming from
got so
you
many
know,
good
like,
venues.
coming from across the water in Ireland and stuff. Like I never heard about it until you know folk had told me, and I was like, what what's going on here?
A
And
lot.
the more you look, the more you're like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. Even where we are right now, like QMU is just nuts. How many amazing acts have performed
All
here.
of the bands.
And it just seems like from all kind of different walks of life, from
Yeah.
all genres. You
yeah.
got like what Queen, Red Hot Chili Peppers,
Nirvana.
Nirvana played
flipping
at QMU.
Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
Insane.
Like,
In the early days.
It's just amazing to see how many
Yeah.
how
Everybody
many
in-
people have have just like flourished through QMU. It's
Everybody and
nuts.
their granny played Glasgow QMU coming up.
Yeah.
Even dare I say it, the Smiths.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
Morrissey,
Yeah, that's
Morrissey
right.
and his gondolas graced that stage.
Whether you like him or whether you love him or hate him, Morrissey has
The Marmite
played here and he's
relationship.
Yeah.
well, he's got interesting views, but his music's good.
Whether
too,
you think
so.
he's charming or not.
Yeah.
A charming man. Sorry, that was.
That was a bit on the nose, all.
Sorry.
Right, what are we doing next, mate? What have we got?
Well, we can later on. We can cue some, I guess, some bands that have played at QMU. So as we're
Absolutely, yeah.
mentioning,
That sounds
Queen,
amazing.
Nirvana, things like that.
Yeah, get a bit of Red Hot Chili Peppers, Nirvana, carry on. But yeah, next up we've got what have we got, Ollie?
Tom Maguire. Shall I go for that?
Tom
Funky
Maguire
tunes.
and
Tom
the
Maguire and the
Brass
Brass
Heads.
Holes.
Brass holes.
Brass holes.
Brass holes. Yeah,
Great.
I apologize.
No, like brass
yes.
hole.
Brass hole.
Brass
Yeah.
hole. What does that
Finesse.
mean? Is that like when you're playing trombone?
No,
What's
it's
brass hole?
it's a play on words, Oliver.
What's a brass hole? Can you? I don't
Ollie,
even know.
have you ever heard any insults before?
See if you,
I'm
see if
slow
you,
to that
see
one.
if you
There
move
you
the
go.
B with an A.
Yes, Okay,
Yeah.
I got a nod to that.
Yeah.
But
There you
anyway,
go.
Tom Maguire and the Brass Holes.
Amazing, good tunes.
There
Okay.
you go. With a tune called "Get Out." Here
Yep.
you go.
Done away with the path that was gonna make my daddy proud. When I said I sure they'd be alright, he said, son, take care of yourself by singing now. Hell, I'll see you in front of a crowd. You alright? Large, medium fish in a medium pond. Make my way to the ocean. There's sharks all around. I don't know if I got the right deals. Salty water might kill me. Try and make a big old splash while I drown. At least I'm out of that stupid ass pond. I'll be doing just fine. See, got this killer band right behind me. Get out! I hear a voice from somewhere saying, get the hell out! Projector from the hole in the front of my head. Get out! Oh, yeah, out! Well, I tried, but I can never be that guy. But I can never be that guy. I can never
Plus I was on that path. Solution to the home the princess left.
You ain't bad at that.
But I'm good at this. It's where I live. It's right on the street where my house is. It's all fine and well. Getting out of your zone. Don't gotta make it your home. Science has had a chance, but the time with the slugs hasn't passed. Never stepped up to do that dance. Never played a note in Spain or France. I never put my eggs all in that basket. It's high time that I took that chance and I screamed till my love give out. Well, I'm free at last. I'm free at last. I'm free at last. I'll be doing just fine. See, I got a real good one beside me. Get out. I hear a voice from somewhere saying, get the hell out. Project from the hole in the front of my head. Get out. Oh, get out. Well, I tried, but I can never be that guy. But I can never be that guy. But I can never be that guy. The truth about D-Max, the obfuscated facts, the academics instead post rabbits, these cats. Cause I don't got time for it anymore. Run away till my feet bleed with sauce. Then I'm gonna run just a little bit more. Stop a little fall. Those volume histograms saying I'm not back when I know I am. Prepare for institutionalized, yes, no man. Treat me like a child. Don't you dare, goddamn. Don't know what I've been through or who I am. I am the fucking man. Put the books back on the shelf. Gonna be the boss of my goddamn self. Get out. I hear a voice from somewhere saying, get the hell out. Project from the hole in the front of my head. Get out. Oh, get out. Well, I tried, but I can never be that guy. Get out. I hear a voice from somewhere saying, get the hell out. Project from the hole in the front of my head. Get out. Oh, get out. Well, I tried at grade school. Gonna throw those books away. Ain't no use like I used to say. Gonna throw those books away. Gonna throw those books away. Ain't no use like I used to say. Gonna throw those books away. Gonna throw those books away. Ain't no use like I used to say. Gonna throw those books away. Gonna throw those books away. Ain't no use like I used to say. Gonna throw those books away. Ain't no use like I used to say. Gonna throw those books away. Gonna throw those books away. Ain't no use like I used to say. Gonna throw those books away. If I don't make it, I don't care. At least I know that I tried. I can never be that guy.
Right, that was Get Out by Tom McGuire and the Brass Holes.
Yeah, Tom McGuire and the Brass Holes, man, they are
Top
up
stuff.
they're
Funky
so
as hell.
funky. It's incredible.
Oh,
it's
such
amazing how much
skillful musicians.
Yeah, like how much that comes out with within Glasgow. It's weird. You know, like it really doesn't bow with the kind of stereotype of the city, but flip they're on it. So yeah, they you might know them from they've got their song Ric Flair. It's quite popular. You probably know the tune, but they kind of really escalated in the during the 2014 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow when they were busking, Buchanan, Sauchiehall Street. But that's when they really kind of shot to fame over online and over social media, which seems to be the way that everyone kind of gets there these days. But those guys are just nuts.
Yeah.
So he's this cool like skater dude that also does this amazing like funk jazz music. It's just nuts.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah, and talking of busking as well, any people that are new, any freshers new to the city, Buchanan Street in the city centre, main shopping street. If you want to see any good quality buskers, there's usually plenty of people there, isn't there?
I've also I've been having a wee read through the comments.
The YouTube comments.
Yeah, a bit YouTube and Facebook. So Chris Green's coming up a lot, and he says that Johnny Marr is God, which I would have to agree with.
Well,
also someone said that someone said that they like our cocktails. So thank you for that as well. What else have we got? Oh, so you've been
cocktails comprising.
You have just been having like
Thanks, guys.
You've just been having conversations about like what kind of music you like with each other.
What have we got then?
So
what's coming up? It's kind of like fairly flexible. I mean, we can go for whatever.
This is pretty much just
whatever's going on.
Pretty natural for us just chatting about music.
Give us a wee request.
Requests.
Dante Phillips says that he really
played at QMU.
Says that he really likes 80s music. So
don't we all?
So if you think Glasgow 80s, but we've already done Simple Minds, but
Primal Scream.
But what is good and what nobody can hate is a bit of Paolo Nutini. So
we've got him queued up next.
I think Ollie is going to play a little bit of Paolo if you would like to listen along to that. So
from nearly Glasgow.
Nearly Glasgow, Paisley.
Paisley will do, man.
Paisley boy.
Glasgow's suburbia.
So I take us away, Ollie.
Okay. Thank you, Aidan. This is Paolo Nutini with New Shoes.
This is really fun.
1, 2, 3, 4. My bed and a pillow for my head. I got a pencil full of lead and some water for my throat. I got buttons for my coat and sails on my boat. So much more than I needed before. I got money in the meter and a turbo heater. Oh, and now it's getting on the road. It's only getting sweeter. I got legs on my chairs and a head for a hair. Bought it up pan and some shoes in my feet. I got a shelf full of books and most of my teeth. Few pairs of socks and a door with a lock. I got food in my belly and a license for my telly. And nothing's gonna bring me down. Guitar and tires in my car. I got most of the means and scripts for the scenes. I'm out in a box, so I'm in with a shout. I got a fair bit of chat, but better than that, food in my belly and a license for my teddy, and nothing's gonna bring me down. I'm out of blow that hard, nothing's gonna bring me down. Oh, boys, the best of all, I've got my baby. I've got my baby. She's mighty fine and says she's all mine, and nothing's gonna bring me down. Oh, best of all, I've got my baby. Oh, best of all, I've got my baby. Nothing's gonna bring me down. Oh, she's mighty fine and says she's all mine, and nothing's gonna bring me down. She's mighty fine and says she's all mine, and nothing's gonna bring me down. What is it? Oh no.
So that was a little bit of Paolo Nutini. I'd like to dedicate that song to our regional favourite fireman, Mr. Callum Johnson. That one's for him. I know he likes a bit of Paolo. So where we go next for that, Ollie? What's the plans?
Well, we could have a little bit of a segue, bit of a talk. We've had some more comments.
Yeah.
Chris Green said do you guys play any instruments?
Well,
Right,
that's a-
okay.
that- that's
We
a
can talk
kinda-
about
that's
that because
kinda
we
a
are
long-winded answer there.
Long-winded because we're currently
Well.
in a band together, so that's a subject we can talk about. I guess an
This is a
easy
segue.
comment to answer. So,
So,
do you want to start us off?
I'll go for it. Yeah. So we're currently in a band called Pocket Change, which me and Ollie formed like late 2017, early 2018.
Yeah.
Around about then. So we're kind of been doing gigs around about Glasgow for about 2 years or so. So I'm kind of singer and guitarist. Ollie plays drums and sometimes guitar, I guess.
Well, throughout lockdown,
when I'm out of the country.
yeah. Throughout lockdown, I sort of tried to pick up guitar as a new skill.
When we, yeah.
Just sort of always learning.
When we don't have our resident Irishman.
But Callum is the true.
He's a true.
Well,
guitarist.
I'm just the
our guitar hero.
the Thousand Island or the sprinkles or the Thousand Island sauce on top of the band. Really,
You wouldn't put sprinkles on top of Thousand Island dressing. I mean, that would be
well,
rancid.
we're talking like sweet
depends.
and sweet and
sour.
salty kind of carry on here.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. No, I do some little twinkles to their songs.
Yeah.
I'm kind of the second or third band or the second or third guitarist to be in the band. So
Third, to be precise.
Third, yeah, number 3. So I mean.
We're ruthless, man.
I never had had
Ruthless.
high expectations, but I've been there for like a year. and
Longest
a bit,
serving guitarist, I may add.
To be honest with you guys, I think I'm doing okay.
Mm.
But yeah, that was good fun.
It is good.
But yeah, if you guys want to like listen to any of our stuff, we've got a Facebook page, Instagram, bit of Spotify going
We
on
only
as
have
well.
one song on Spotify.
We only get
That's
one,
gonna
so I
change
feel like your best
in the next month. I hope.
Yeah.
No,
best.
we're
I would say
doing things for that.
best point to call just now is head to our Facebook page. So if you just give Pocket Change a wee search, you should come across it. But yeah, like
yeah, because we don't have too much on Spotify, but like uploaded a few like lockdown videos of like acoustic sessions.
Yeah, but I think this is a great opportunity doing something like this, especially for QMU, is like it highlights how many good bands come out of this university, and how many good bands have done well coming out of this university. If you've heard of a band, Travis. Yeah. So Travis are kind of like partly formed from GU and partly formed from Glasgow School of Art as well, who some of you might be partly tied to, like Mr. Williams.
Yes.
And
yeah, QMU are great for putting on student bands as well. When all like events are up and running, of course. Very good sort of Friday music quiz. Quite often have a band on after, a student band on after the quiz. So yeah, they're very good at supporting local acts and student bands.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I give you some Travis?
Stick a wee bit of Travis
the
on.
music
Well,
kind
do you know
of
what?
thing?
We'll
The
do
instruments kind of thing.
We'll
we
do
were talking about the
we'll do
comments, right?
Travis a wee favour. So they've just released a single from their upcoming album called A Ghost, which I think is quite good. So maybe we could give that a wee play.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
For the sake of Travis.
Yeah, I can do. I'll
talk amongst yourselves whilst we find it on Spotify.
Tell us about Travis then.
I don't think we've got that much time. Well, I'll talk about Travis after Ollie plays the song.
What tune do we want?
A Ghost, which would be their most recent single.
Okay, got it.
Why are we waiting?
No, it's the internet one sec.
Some technical. There's there, Ollie. Left hand side. Blue.
The only thing, that one.
If you're listening, just drink. Please.
Okay, here we go.
Here we are. 3, 2, 1.
Here's Travis with A Ghost.
Line by line we drew it up, had our feeling, threw it up, broke the will and tore it up. I can't even say why. All my past is shoring up, beating on my door won't stop. Couldn't lie, so I made it up, and I can't even say why. I can't even say why. And I wonder as I walk away, did I ever love it all the way? Did I open up my heart and say it like I mean it? From the end right to the start, from seeing to believing all that I saw. so I make it up that I don't even know why. I don't even know why. And I wonder as I walk away, did I ever love it all the way? Did I open up my heart and say it like I mean it from the end right to the start? From seeing to believing I'm ready. Saw a ghost in the mirror coming near a little close for comfort tonight. Ooh, said it's easier to be alive than hide under your pillow while your life is passing you by. So live your life. Don't waste your time. Live your life. Don't waste your time. I saw a ghost in the mirror coming near. I saw a ghost in the mirror, in the mirror. Oh, I saw a ghost in the mirror coming near a little close for comfort tonight. Ooh, they said it's easier to be alive than hide under your pillow while your life is passing you by. So live your
Yeah, so that was Travis's latest single. So they're a band, especially in Glasgow, that have been like massive. So I think half of them are made up of GSA graduates, and I think a couple of them came here as well. But obviously, the one that everybody always thinks of is like "Why Does It Always Rain on Me?"
Yes,
It's like
yeah,
massive.
very well known
What?
Yeah.
track. Yeah.
Why Does It Always Rain? Yeah, yeah. Tom was
Brilliant.
good, man.
Tom was good. Yeah.
So we
Good
had,
track.
we had some conversations about musical instruments and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
I
because
think
we
that
chatted a
was
bit about the band, but not really like what
what we do and
instruments
stuff like that.
really. So
Well, I
the
feel like who's
history of what we've done.
who's the most qualified musically? I feel like
I think Callum.
probably Callum. Maybe you should kick us off. We got
Chat us off a bit
All
about
right,
your
well,
talk
I mean,
about
musical
talk about your
history.
musical history. Your
I
music.
mean, I play a bit of this, a bit of that. Play piano, guitar. Played accordion for a band. Tin whistle.
No, I didn't know about the accordion thing.
Yeah, I'm a
Tin
man
whistle
of,
doesn't count.
Tin whistle does count. It's a
Tin
flipping
whistle.
instrument.
So
Isn't it?
is that just same notes as a recorder? pretty much.
No, because
No.
the recorder sucks and it's banished to the depths of
And you
hell
just
where it deserves
and
to
in
be.
like
The
English,
tin whistle
English
is
school, you have to play it in reception.
Yeah,
and
it's
it just
it
sounds horrible.
feel like
the
that's
tin whistle
objective,
is
Callum.
it's a dope instrument that is part of the culture of where I'm from. So yeah, I totally unbiased opinion, but yeah,
Really
no,
hates
it's good fun.
yeah.
So like yeah, you've got like it's just a pipe with holes in it, isn't it? But,
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean it's a wind instrument, so it kind of counts. But yeah, guitar is my main kind of gig. Yeah, I've probably been playing that for the best part of 14 years.
Yeah. Did
a bit here, a bit there. Got around to doing all the grades. Did them. Did a bit of teaching. Did this, that, next, and now I'm playing with a band that are kind of dope in Glasgow. Pocket Change, who we have shamelessly plugged several times. But yeah, no, they're good guys.
Yeah. But what about Beetroot as well, right?
Oh yeah, that's another kind of project I've got going on. It's a kind of
Very cool.
a kind of jazz funk thing. But yeah, that's a topic for another day. But yeah,
what would you say? What would you say was your biggest influences on guitar, Callum,
biggest
especially coming up?
influences on guitar? To be honest, from the outset, like I kind of I kind of like obviously have changed since then. But from the outset, it was Angus Young on AC/DC.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Me sitting there like 8 years old, my dad like being a strange old guy that likes rock and roll, and it was yeah. So he would like show me this and show me that and be like, oh, you should listen to this, and Yeah, so Angus Young from AC/DC obviously was the one that I took to. So yeah, I tried that and was like, oh, this is for
Not
me.
bad.
This is
Here we
is
go.
this is
Here we
class.
go.
An SG.
An SG, got an SG for my for 9th or 10th birthday. Just rocked out, learned like Thunderstruck, was just totally completely enthralled by this music, Then learned like these guys, these rock and roll gods got their talent from listening to like the likes of the old greats, like
blues stuff.
Yeah, it was all blues, and then that got me thinking, oh well, I might try and delve
learn
into
some
that a little
blues
bit.
guitar.
Yeah, well that's that's what I was about to say.
Good
It's
for your
like
technicality as
it's
well,
like
learning some blues
you're like
guitar.
as much as you say that like Angus Young and AC/DC was like your heroes and stuff. Like it's a far cry from your actual guitar style now. Is
Absolutely, yeah. So
Yeah,
I
very
kind of
yeah, for sure.
I did like 6 years of lessons or so, and did kind of like skipped a couple and did whatever, and then got my I don't even remember what it was, but it was mostly like kind of like jazz blues. So then like the kind of jazz thing jumped in and was like, oh, so there's like an entire 6 or 7 lifetimes of music that I'll never be able to learn or that I'll never be able to understand that's
Yeah.
here. So I might as well like try and get the grasp of like 20% of it. But yeah, that kind of took me for a while, which is just amazing. The entire like the world of guitar is just nuts.
Yeah,
I
well,
can't believe
is
it.
that
infinite, yeah,
is an
you never stop
is it
learning,
an interesting question from a guitarist who is inferior to yourself? What do you think like you learned from like joining a band and like the difference between being like a really good bedroom guitarist and then like playing live with like us?
Very different
Being able
experiences, aren't
to
they?
being able to like adapt to your surroundings, being able to like create music rather than like replicate music is just amazing. So like to any people who are like playing guitar, learning your your kind of guitar standards, as they say.
Yeah.
Like whatever it is,
Like picking through 3 blind mice on one string,
or like Snow, Red
Standard.
Hot Chili Peppers, or Guns N' Roses, or whatever it is. Like being able to like play music with others and then kind of like create your own thing and go in your own direction is just what you're offered with playing with other
Definitely.
musicians.
It's super cathartic, and if that's something you're interested in, the university has loads of societies. If you want to get into playing music with other people, you can even be like genre specific. Like you'll be able to find something. If you had this idea in your head, like you want to come to Glasgow, you want to start a band, like super doable. Like it's exactly it was exactly like I came to Glasgow like as a hopeful musician with maybe like
plenty of options,
two or
yeah.
three songs in my back pocket, and within like a couple of months like we were playing gigs.
Yeah,
There you
and
go.
when I went when I first came, I started playing with the Uni Contemporary Music Society, and we played a bit, we did this and that, and it was like, oh, this is cool. And then all of a sudden, they in their meetings on the same, I forget the name of the road where they're based. It's like on the same driveway as QMU. They're like
University Gardens, is that
something
I
like
don't
that,
know,
yeah. But
They're relevant.
Basically, there was like 20 of us in a room, right, and they turned all the lights off, and we
Use your
we
ears.
started doing this like
Feel the music, man.
Yeah,
we started doing this
exactly.
like thing in unison, and it was this
It's good stuff, man.
it was this amazing experience where we were all just like playing and doing this strange. It sounded kind of tribal, and I was like, oh man, this is just amazing.
This is for me.
Because I know that no one has ever like created music like this before. But yeah, it was just, and it's just like the most inspiring thing. That, and even I've played quite a bit with Jazz Sock, the Uni Jazz Society. Like,
Yeah.
just being able to like for me, having played music, like 99% of it being by myself, learning X, Y, Z about, said guitarist or this, that.
Yeah.
Or,
And then
'cause
getting out into,
realistically, I did kind of
practicing
like
it in the real
specialize. And I was
world.
like, oh,
Yeah.
guitar's cool. Guitars, guitar get your birds and guitar will do this and that.
Yeah.
And, but, having that and then seeing in Jazz Sock being like, flip, there are so many amazing musicians here. And
Glasgow's good for that, meeting a lot of
yeah,
new
I mean,
musicians.
like,
Loads of
me, like,
opportunities.
like I'm now like found myself in this like jazz funk band,
There you go.
As
yeah.
well as Pocket Change, our little collaboration. But
yeah,
like,
there's and also like if you're looking to
Yeah.
start off music in Glasgow, there's a lot of studios you can visit. Sort of pirate studios we use on the south side, Kinning Park.
Really cheap, yeah.
Really like
Fantastic.
very friendly, like really clean, really new. Like it's a newly set up studio. Would recommend. In the first year we used Berkeley Studio as well, which is a bit more spacious, bit more pricey.
A little bit pricier, but
they've
you
got
get,
the quality
you get
there.
what you pay for in Berkeley.
Berkeley
Exactly.
though, Berkeley, like
Yeah.
you know, it holds seriously people. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
bit
yeah.
like highbrow
But,
performers.
like, if you look
performers
at, if you
have
look
like
at, like
practiced
any,
there,
if
right?
you look at any live
Yeah.
act, it's
Like,
kind of based
you know,
in
it's like,
Glasgow.
oh, we
they all,
They use
they all,
Berkeley,
everybody
yeah.
and their granny uses Berkeley. You know what I mean?
Berkeley's it's like we've used Lewis Capaldi or Franz Ferdinand or
Biffy Clyro.
Biffy Clyro, but then it's like, oh yeah, those are all like Glasgow bands, but it's it's also like, yeah, we provide for Beyonce, and it's like, oh
Yeah, they got the
all right.
facilities to boot.
Hello.
Yeah, so that's
This is like serious.
If you like a big chunky Marshall stack, then
They've
get yourself
got
down to
plenty
Berkeley.
of those. They've also got Fender Deluxe.
And the musical equipment only takes up half the room as well. It's just
so
massive.
nice. You get,
yeah,
you,
we managed in Freshers Week to have like a jam. What was it, like 8 people?
Yeah,
or
6
something?
guitars.
That's where I
Six
met
guitars.
yeah,
That's where
that's
we
where I
met.
met both you guys.
Yeah, well,
it was on Freshers Week.
Yeah, we met in like one of the QMU open mics.
5 years ago.
Freshers Week, and I was like, oh, should we go for a jam
Yeah,
soon
3
or
years
something? And then
Yeah.
we all like collaborated together. And that
It
was
was
good fun.
eventually,
It was
yeah.
amazing.
Eventually,
It was probably the highlight of my Freshers Week, being able to like jam with like
You came with an acoustic guitar as
Music
well,
influences
which is
coming
even
from all
funnier.
I came with my
Yeah.
flipping seagull
you were just
all the
like
way from
noodling
Montreal.
in the corner.
I was sitting like farting about with my little
And
like
then
jazz licks.
we did Bittersweet Symphony.
Oh, we
At the
did.
end, at the
Yeah,
end,
with some-
it was. I
with
think it was
some
the only.
strings going off.
I think we'd booked the room out for it was like 2 hours, and I think for 5 minutes it was the only time we all played together.
Yeah, it was.
Well, that was just.
you orchestrated that as well. That was the fun thing. Like
I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
Yeah, Bittersweet Symphony.
But anyway, I
Anyway,
feel like
maybe back
I
to
feel
music,
like
so-
I feel like we went on a lot of bit
Bit
of
of
a
a
sidetrack.
tangent.
So I think I'm
should
going
we
to
have another tune? I
Yeah.
think?
So
another like big name to come out of Glasgow
Yeah,
is the
so-
Fratellis.
Yep.
So I saw them a lot in sort of near where I'm from, Birmingham, back down in England. I saw them a few times in the Birmingham Motor Academy. So I saw them early on and never realised they were from Glasgow until I came here. So this is the Fratellis with Acid Jazz Singer.
Well, let me tell you something, let me tell you so. This could be the one thing that you really need to know. You gotta stop once in a while and shake off that face of yours. 'Cause nothing comes easy, or it just comes free. You could sing it better if you sing it for me, oh sister. Well, I cannot claim this advice is my own. I learned it in the gutter one night crawling home. She said, don't you look ridiculous? I checked her out meticulously. I don't wanna stop to argue, but my teeth were broke. I said I'd love to contradict you, but my life's a joke. Oh, sister. She said I'm no genius and I've lost myself. The books are on the table and the secrets on the shelf, and it's a one time. Keep it slow, wind them up, and here we go. Can't ride today, and you may still be here tomorrow. And some say she was saintly, to some she was a swinger. Me, I only knew her as an acid jazz singer. Come on. Well, I'm a lucky man, and maybe so is she. And maybe this is just the way it has to be. It's all based on speculation, seems a crazy occupation to me. And though I didn't much believe her, I was bound to call. I really didn't want to miss a single thing at all. Oh, sister. She said I'm no genius and I've lost myself. The books are on the table and the secrets on the shelf, and it's a one time. Keep it slow, wind them up, and here we go. Can't write So just sing, come on, come on, come on, come on.
And then we can talk a bit about Marty Pello.
Cool.
Okay, welcome back. That was the Fratellis with Acid Jazz Singer. Another Glasgow band, because this whole playlist is mainly Glasgow bands or Glasgow themed songs. And we just got asked in the comments as well a while ago that can they post the playlist after. So I'll be sure to share my playlist with QMU and so you guys can listen to it at a later date. I'll post that for sure. The next song, thank you by the way.
Thanks, Ash.
Thank you, Ash. Cheers. So the next song we're going to be playing is Wet Wet Wet, which one of the band members, Marty Pello.
Yeah.
We've got some stuff to say about that.
Do you want to introduce us, Ollie, and how maybe you came involved with Mr. Lemond and his
Brian Lemond.
Oh,
so
the legend.
Well, so those of you new to Glasgow, the Limmy Show, a comedy sketch show. So I was English, like I didn't really have a good grasp on the Scottish dialect when I first came up here. So it didn't really the comedy didn't really pay off when I first watched the show. But now I'm a real fan. So yeah, the Limmy Show we all love, and they've got a famous sketch. Marty Pello, the karaoke, the karaoke scene. Oh, it's brilliant. I would definitely recommend that show. It's just a Glasgow staple, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really.
Well, I think like once you get if you're not from not even Glasgow, just the west of Scotland, but if you're not from the kind of general area, like watch Lemmy Show. And
It kind of really highlights the
Glasgow life.
Yeah,
and
It's a
just
highlight.
the kind of sense of humor.
Yeah,
It's a highlight of
just
our
very
West
good, like very good, like observational
Yeah,
comedy
it's
as well.
fantastic.
Such a skillful guy.
It's a
Yeah.
highlight of our week. See, when we were at school, so this was when people used to watch television. You know,
What's that?
know what I mean? So like Lemmy Show was on at like 9 p.m. on a Sunday.
Is
So
it on
what you would do
Is it on Netflix?
No. Aye, all 3 seasons.
Yeah,
all 3
Lemmy Show
seasons.
is,
On,
yeah.
yeah, check it out. But,
DD
you'd
mate.
watch.
Yeah, DD.
You'd watch Lemmy on a Sunday night, and then you would rock up to school on the Monday morning, and you would before registration, you'd be discussing what had happened at Lemmy. Oh, did you see that bit? Did you see that bit?
Oh mate,
Kill Jester.
yeah.
Get ready, here, mate. She's. Don't know if
See
we're
what
allowed to
happened
swear.
Yeah, a denture call.
Adventure Call. Falconhoof.
Falconhoof. You see what he's up to last night? Oh my god. Nah, even I only discovered Lemmy and his exceptional talent after I visited and became a resident in Glasgow. Oh, Yoker, mate.
Yoker.
You got no business being in Yoker.
But if you've ever actually been to Yoker, there's not
I
really
have.
there's not really much to talk
It's
about.
just
I
like-
cycled there recently. Just
it's just a
for
kind of
laugh.
residential.
But like, if you've
vibe.
ever if you've ever been
it's,
to Grimsby,
unassuming.
think of
Yeah.
that, but like smaller. It's kind of like small Grimsby.
It's a
I don't
sweet-
know.
sweet- sweet
it's
little
pretty
place.
cool. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
There's nothing like I've got no
Nothing
business
stand
being in
out,
Yoker.
but
it's just
like the place.
But yeah, definitely see it. Like if you've just recently found yourself in Glasgow and be like, oh, what the
I
flip
want
is
to
going
learn
on
a
here?
bit about Glasgow humour. Yeah, Limmy Show
definitely.
is a
I'm
good place.
getting I'm getting a wee bit of feedback for the Facebook page saying that we're not
Right.
live anymore. So like in terms of the video. So I don't know if he's what like
Is that just when the music's playing?
I don't know.
We can just keep going.
What's going on
I
with
don't
the
mind.
live?
Yeah, apparently it's not showing up on Facebook anymore.
on Facebook that we're live.
I've been getting some
Is it still
some
queuing on
details from
YouTube,
the other
let's see?
side.
Yeah, we're still on YouTube. That's cool. We can
Still on
keep it going.
YouTube, just not on
Yeah.
Facebook anymore.
Yeah, I think so. So did we want to?
Okay, sweet.
Cool. So on the subject of Limmy Show and Marty Pello, yeah, YouTube's still running. Cool. Yeah, so Marty Pello, from the Limmy Show. Well, not from the Limmy Show, but was mentioned in This is a band called Wet 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 with a song called Sweet Surrender.
Right, so what's the deal like with the YouTube thing? Like, how do we get people?
Hey little fella, get your show together. I was listening in before, now I don't care no more. Look around now, it's sorry that it's gonna get me down. It's only begun, yeah. One look is all it took. I remember that sweet surrender. I recall to you that sweet surrender. Sweet surrender. My determination came a creeping across the nation. Sure must take for anyone, so you can't take home everyone, 'cause it's only just begun. One look is all it took to remember that sweet surrender. And I recall to you that sweet surrender. I don't know, I don't care, 'cause I'm living without you, baby. Even when I know what's going on. Yeah, it only took one look, one glance, ooh, to set my heart, set my romance. Do you believe my sweet surrender? My sweet surrender. Hey little fella, now your show's together. I never wanted you to listen before, so why should I walk out the door? Stick around now, and so the story goes on through the night. It's only begun. One look is all it took. I remember that sweet surrender. And do you recall? 'Cause I do. My sweet surrender. I don't know, I don't care, 'cause I'm living without you, baby. Even when I know what's going on. Yeah, it only takes one look, one glance, ooh, to set my heart for romance. One look is all it took. My sweet surrender. My sweet surrender. Yeah. One look is all it took to remember. One look is all it took to remember.
Sweet Surrender with by a band called Wet Wet Wet. You're listening to QMU TV live streamed. I was just told that the Facebook live stream went down, but they posted in the QMU Facebook page. So if you're joining us on YouTube now, which I think is what we're doing this through.
Yeah. Apparently.
I think so. And so yeah, welcome back to QMU TV. We thought we'd talk about some of the acts we've seen playing live at QMU since we've been students here. So Callum, you saw Corey Wong, right?
Oh my goodness. So yeah, in my time as being a kind of young adult, seeing lots of acts and lots of bands and stuff, Corey Wong has really stood out with me. It's kind of like a kind of jazz funk pop thing that he's got going on. He's part of a band, Wolfpack. I'm sure lots of you know of. Another band, subsidiary of Wolfpack, is the Fearless Flyers, who are like kind of mini Wolfpack. It's kind of a weird thing, but it's fantastic.
Very funky, very cool.
But and he's also done it. He's I saw him on his solo tour, which was like I've been to my fair share of gigs, but no, I've never seen anything where I've been like, flip, these guys are so it was the most musically talented bunch of folk that I've ever went to see. It was amazing. I was just so in awe the whole time. After studying, after being kind of fairly involved in music for 10, 15 years, I kind of thought I knew what was going on. I thought I knew that I could someone played a riff on a guitar and I was like, I could play that, or I understand what's going on or whatever.
Yeah.
But these guys are just blew
the water.
Blew me out of the water. It was amazing. It was an unbelievable experience. Definitely I've been to see a lot of big name bands, and these guys just
Have you?
Have I? I'm really popular.
I've seen some like big bands in Glasgow. Like,
I've
yeah,
seen,
man, sweet, sweet man, sweet.
I've seen the Red Hot Chili Peppers and all.
Oh, so have I, mate. I thought they were like contentious opinion here.
But
I went to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers at T Park one year, and I thought it was quite excuse my French, quite
shoddy,
quite shite. No. I don't know if we're allowed to use that word, but
I don't know. Anyway, well, yeah. Continuing on, that was horrendous behaviour from Aiden.
I know.
But
I'm the rated R superstar.
Corey Wong and the gang were just flipping nuts, man. Like there was one part of the show in QMU in the
Kudos Bar.
The Kudos Bar, where the saxophonist, I do not know his name, unfortunately. He was obviously just a session musician that was hanging out at the time with Corey Wong and the gang, but he was playing a tenor and an alto sax simultaneously, producing this harmonic kind of thing going on, and I was just sitting there like, I was just out of my.
So he had like one sax in each hand.
Oh yeah,
both out the same mouth.
Yeah, and he was playing them both at the same time.
Wow,
it was like this harmonic thing going
talented
on.
Dudes.
And
It's
it was
pretty
just
wild.
nuts. It was nuts.
I remember last time I was in QMU to see a band. We went to see a band, and there was a guy who played lead harmonica, and he had like a harmonica.
That's
Oh, by
nuts.
the way, before going any further, I'd like to give a shout out to Mr. Ross Gillen, who has just tuned in. How's it going, Roscoe? I went to see this guy, and he had a harmonica, and he had like a jack in it, and he had it hooked up to like all these effects pedals.
Electric
and he was-
harmonica
and he
with
was playing,
effects
He was
pedals,
playing
there
like
you go.
lead harmonica.
That is brilliant.
They'd
What
a
band
they'd a
was-
rhythm
what
rhythm
band was
guitarist, right, and a bass player, and he was playing lead harmonica.
Love that.
That sounded like Scott Henderson.
It was
kinda
wild,
carry
mate, it
on
was
right there.
wild.
Yeah, if you want to listen to some serious or serious harmonica, flipping Scott Henderson. That's
the
where
way
I
to
got
go.
my inspiration. Bought harmonica, realized I couldn't play harmonica that well. Then, kind of sadly gave up. But whatever.
Worth
But
a
yeah,
go,
so
though.
Corey Wong.
Yeah.
So he's part of he's got his own thing going on. I went to see him, and his own compositions that he was
Yeah.
playing in QMU, which it was just nuts.
Yeah, Corey Wong's great. He's
he
done
plays-
some collaborations with Tom Misch
He's
as
done
well,
Tom-
right?
yeah, Tom
who's
He's
like a
like-
bit of more of a household name that you
He's,
might have heard
yeah,
of.
in the UK especially, he's just blown
some
up.
great collaborations there.
With
He's
this
just
kind of
brilliant.
new jazz.
Yeah, and
thing
Wolfpack,
going on.
check all them out as well.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Great musicians.
But yeah, so we've got a song from the Fearless Flyers, which is a band that kind of is a subsidiary of Wolfpack. Consists of what is it? It's Corey Wong and the guy, the Nate Smith on the drums.
Yeah.
And it's some other amazing musicians. But yeah, we'll
So
play,
we've got that queued up for you next.
What's the song called, Mr.
Park? This is
Mr. Park. It's
Mr.
called
Park.
Introducing the Fearless Flyers by
The Fearless Flyers.
There we go.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Enjoy.
Okay, Ross has queued a song. Is that what they play?
I'm not sure if it is. There we go. song introducing the Fearless Flyers. And next on, we got a recommendation from in the comments of
we've got a recommendation from
band Doves, who
the
some of
band-
them are Glasgow based, right?
Yeah. So basically, my pal Ross, hi Ross, was asking us to put on Black and White Town, which is a fucking good track. But
Yeah.
The big thing about it is hopefully next year the Barrowlands is going to be back to
And things open back up.
hopefully
Oh
be-
man, I can't wait. I
Hope-
can't wait for
yeah,
Barrowlands
so
because
hope-
some of the best gigs I've
exactly.
seen are there.
So
Yeah.
hopefully Barrowlands will be back to like business as usual. But Doves are doing 2 nights at the Barrowlands, and I think both of them are sold out at the minute.
Pretty sweet.
Massive band from the kind of mid-noughties era, got that kind of Mancunian swagger type thing.
Uh-huh.
But this song, Black and White Town, is I think a good advert for their music. So Ollie, if you want to take us away, we'll listen to a wee bit of Black and White Town by Doves.
Let's go for Doves, and then afterwards we can talk a bit more about Barrowlands.
Of course,
'cause we can't rave on enough about what good of a venue.
We
We've
can't
got
skip
some
it.
more,
So yeah.
So this is Doves with Black and White Town. Here we go. No.
Took a bite out of mountain range.
I'm gonna put Doves back on. You know, bad DJ skills.
Wanna go. Here
that.
Yeah.
Got some bangers.
They've got. I mean,
yeah, I'm not gonna play the cliche tunes. I think on the.
You're not gonna
on
play
this
the
playlist.
cliche tunes?
Nah, I'm thanks, man.
What's your thoughts then if you're going to go Franz Ferdinand?
Franz Ferdinand.
Does anybody know anything about who Franz Ferdinand
A bit
was?
of Austro-Hungary going on in here.
Of course, aye.
He's not really that, like, you know.
I mean,
it's
he
not
had
as
his
if
moment.
it's not as if he called, like, you know.
He had his moment 102
You think?
years ago. You
You
know?
think?
Yeah. He was alright.
Yeah.
Don't know
Didn't
about
get
that
his
one.
place in the sun like Bismarck did though. Bismarck got his place in the sun. You know.
Fair, yeah. Franz Ferdinand needs more publicity, in fairness.
There you go.
No, they
so that's
don't.
what we're doing now.
Excuse
trying
me?
to Spread the word.
Giving them more
Any
publicity.
members
than
of the
the word.
Black Hand, just call out to us
Black
now.
Hand. Right, okay, that's it. Cut him off now. Take his
Yeah,
mic away. Ollie, cue the tune.
So this is an album track. You could have had it so much better by Franz Ferdinand. Name of one of the albums. This is the album track. So here we're gonna go.
The last message you sent said I looked really down, that I ought to come over and talk about it.
Josh.
Well, I wasn't down. I just wasn't smiling at you, yes. I look at you now, it seems that you're slapping me back as if it's alright, but it's not. I'm trying to get up, but you're pushing me down. Oh yeah, you're pushing me down, so I get up on my own. Oh, I get up on my own. Get up on my own. Oh, I get up on my own. Yeah, I get up on my own. Get up on my own. Oh, I get up on my own. Get up on my own. There's some grinning goon on my TV screen telling us all that it's alright because she wears this and he said that, and if you get some of these, it'll all be alright. Yeah, if you get some of these, it'll all be alright. Yeah, well, I refuse to be a cynical goon, passing the masses an easy answer, cause it won't be alright. I know it won't be alright. I know it won't be alright. It won't be alright unless you get up, come on and get up, why don't you get up, come on, get up, so come on, get up, come on, get up, unless you get up, so get up, yeah. I'm just a voice in your earpiece, telling you no, it's not alright. You know you could have been so much better. Oh, you could have been so much better if you tried, if you tried, if you tried, if you tried. Woo! So get up on your own if you got up on your own. Get up on your own if you got up on your own. Yeah, up on your own. So come on up on your own. Get up on your own. So get up on your own. Yeah, get up, come on, get up, that's right, get up, come on and get up, come on, get up, yeah, get up, come on and get up, come on, get up, yeah.
And
Yeah.
Lewis Capaldi, then Deacon Blue.
Just what is it that you...
Oh no, that's not it. Okay, thank you very
So-
much.
Technical difficulties from Williams there.
Alright.
Nah, it's fine. So that was Franz Ferdinand. You could have had it so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I've like, love them or hate them, one of the bigger bands that have came out of the West of Scotland
Yeah,
in the
I
last
mean, you
10,
can't
15 years.
flipping hate them.
You can't hate them. They've
No.
got a
You
few
can see-
classic
you-
indie
like,
bangers.
you can be,
Go up,
like, you know,
turn
like,
up to Firewater
Yeah.
any Thursday. They're gonna play
Take
Franz
me.
Ferdinand
No,
show.
they're going to play.
Take me
They're
out.
going to play
do,
Take
do,
Me
do,
Out.
do. They're gonna play that.
It's not,
aren't
it's
they?
not,
Without
you,
doubt.
You can't even play the Franz Ferdinand card. They're going to play that song.
Yeah.
That song.
I mean,
yeah.
You know,
They've
to
got
hate-
some classic bangers.
As, like,
you know.
like, the only reason why maybe I differ from the used to is because I have had to come up in the Glasgow scene and hear that song at every indie
just had
club night
dislike.
ever.
Yeah, but you have to like appreciate that
It's a
it
banger.
is
yeah.
an absolute banger.
Yeah, but like,
And it's like, yeah, it's one of these songs that you're like, you listen to, then you really appreciate, then you realize what it's actually about.
yeah.
And then you're like, oh
Let's
shit.
get- let's
Oh,
get- let's
oh
get-
dear, oh
let's
dear,
get-
oh dear.
let's get a good
Oh yeah,
time
this is why the
change.
band's named this.
But anyway, moving on
Sniper
from
shot. Another
Ferdinand.
very popular artist.
Another big.
Lewis
probably-
Capaldi,
prob-
the biggest. Well, at the moment,
Probably
obviously.
Scotland's biggest export at the moment.
At the moment, Lewis
Apart
Capaldi
from,
Not from Glasgow, from
apart from,
Bathgate.
has gone worldwide.
Yeah.
What a
The
successful
chunky
artist.
monkey that is Lewis Capaldi.
What a successful.
the
Our
very
favourite.
talented potato smiley.
Yeah.
that we
Good
love to
comedy,
call
good
our
chat
own.
as well.
Yeah.
He's just quick banter. He's a
He's like
witty guy.
a potato,
Great
a
music.
potato smiley that can sing right well.
That's not a bad
But
description, yeah.
so we're going to put
Fade.
to try be like a little bit less mainstream. We're going to
Back
put
to his
one of
early
his
stuff.
one of his
I was
lesser
thinking,
known songs.
Grace and Fade.
Grace
like,
and Fade are good.
were really nice. We were
but
like queuing up between the two. Like
we
on
went-
the playlist, I'm gonna queue on. I'm gonna share on QMU. It's Grace, but for
and tonight we're going to go
after
for
our little
Fade.
discussion, we're putting on Fade anyway.
So yeah, so take it away, Mr. Williams.
have that
This is
next.
Fade by Lewis Capaldi.
It's top tune.
That's what kind of pop. It's a bit.
It ain't no wonder why we lose control when we're always a heart attack away from falling in love. Well, I know that we've been hardly holding on. To tell the truth, I can't believe we got this far. Running here on empty. I wish somebody would have told me that I'd end up so caught up in need of your demons that I'd be lost without me ashamed. Guess that I'm a fool for the way that you cut me. Girl, you make my heart break more every day, but don't fade away. And when I
What's going on with the internet?
It ain't no wonder why we lose control when we're always a heart attack away from falling in love. Well, I know that we've been hardly holding on. To tell the truth, I can't believe we got this far. Running here on empty. I wish somebody would have told me that I'd end up so caught up in need of your demons that I'd be lost without you leading me astray. Guess that I'm a fool for the way that you cut me. Girl, you make my heart break more every day, but don't fade away. And when I'm just about to pass the point of it all, you come ripping all the air from out of my lungs. And now it's so hard to breathe. I wish somebody would have told me that I'd end up so caught up in need of your demons that I'd be lost without you leading me astray. Guess that I'm a fool for the way that you cut me. Girl, you make my heart break more every day. Well, I know that somebody would have told me, somebody would have told me that I'd end up so caught up in need of your demons, that I'd be lost without you, leading me astray. Guess I'm such a fucking fool for the way that you cut me. 'Cause girl, you make my heart break more every day. But don't fade away. To tell the truth, I can't believe we got this far. Don't fade away. To tell the truth, I can't believe we got this far. So don't fade away.
Can you hear me?
Can you
Joe?
hear us?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was Lewis Capaldi. I'm sure a lot of you have heard that name.
Yeah.
With the song Fade.
Yeah. So probably
Oh,
like
what
not
a
even-
legend.
Not,
What a great guy. Well, yeah, world renowned.
World renowned now.
One
Not
that, yeah,
Glaswegian,
biggest-
obviously, for basketball.
Yeah, well, I mean,
originally.
yeah,
Yes,
kinda-
but
you kinda
we
like
thought
to
trying
claim that
to
one.
do it under the umbrella.
we thought we'd
might as well give him a
sneak-
mention
sneak-
in this
I feel like
playlist.
if
yeah.
anybody deserves to be snuck in, then
It's more
it'd have
more
been Lewis.
Glasgow than it is Edinburgh, though. In fairness,
Yeah.
even
I
though
mean,
even though
there's
geographically
there's cause for debate there. Ask people for Bathgate. I think it's a split
Bit of
decision.
a
But anyway,
rivalry, yeah.
moving swiftly on from Mr. Capaldi.
Capaldi, another great Glasgow
Yeah,
artist.
so
Father
this is,
Son.
This is one close to, especially me and Oliver's heart.
Yeah.
A band that
a great gig at O2 Academy.
great gig at O2 Academy.
So on the
Shall
south,
she rest in peace?
Yeah, and
so the O2 Academy is the one that burnt down.
Yeah.
So O2
No,
O2
ABC burnt down.
ABC
O2
burnt
Academy
down.
still
I
grand,
misspoke.
mate. Yeah.
Yeah, O2
Untouched
Academy
site.
is still up going. It
Yeah.
used to be a cinema apparently.
Yep.
Oh, which I mentioned that earlier. I'm not sure when it's getting released onto the QMU Facebook and things. Earlier this week, I did a little tour, a music tour of the city of Glasgow about what music venues are up for grabs, and things like that. So I did a little tour of Glasgow, cycling around, giving you information about sort of the capacity and what sort of bands play there. So check that out. That might be coming out on the QMU channel soon. But yeah, as part of that tour, we went to the O2 Academy on the south side,
Yeah.
which is where we saw Father Son.
Yeah,
Great-
so like
great band.
obviously, Father Son's a little bit closer at home here. So me and Ross Ross Layton's if he's my best pal. But we've kind of crossed paths with Ross Layton a couple of times.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
he's a really
after party at Garage.
Yeah, really
We did
down to
cross
earth dude,
paths.
man.
Yeah.
Like
Oh my
his
goodness,
music is
yeah,
amazing.
jealous.
So if you've never heard of a
Good
band
gig.
called Fatherson, we're about to play
Check them
one
out.
of one of their better singles. I would say it's called Open Book.
They got some great tracks.
some
Really,
bangers, man.
check out Father Son. Yeah, classic
Got
Glasgow.
to stick that one on, Ollie.
Yeah, so coming
only
up
got a couple
is,
left to go. So
Open Book.
Open Book by
Father Son.
Fatherson. Right, I'm not getting any volume now.
Sometimes you'll find me. I'm reckless, but easy to deal with on weekdays. But you know that from my weekdays, I'm scared that you'll find out I'm an open book with no pages. You don't care, it's over. Come closer. It's always been all you. I don't believe it's happening. The city
It's beautiful. His falsetto is
and great performers live. So they were
Oh, yeah.
O2 Academy they were all in boiler suits, right? Weren't
Yeah,
they?
they sold it out
And they
as
had a
well.
crazy like guitar setup and everything. Just great performers, full of energy. And it went on. How long was the set?
Close to 2 hours.
Close to 2 hours,
Close to
wasn't
2
it? Oh, the mosh in it. Oh,
But yeah,
just,
so
would recommend.
But so yeah, this is
any
kind of
day.
like us on the home straight now. So
Yeah, we're I think we're finishing this stream at 11:30.
yeah, so we've got,
Any of you tuned
probably
in?
going to play like maybe two songs, maybe 3 at the most.
Yeah,
but,
coming up. And
so
before that song, I mentioned the music history tour of Glasgow that I hosted, taking you through different venues in Glasgow. That's going up on
Tomorrow.
the QMU page tomorrow.
Yeah, it's
I
tomorrow,
believe.
isn't it? Yeah.
I've been told. So if any of you are new to the city and wanting to learn a bit about live music venues, yeah, you should check that out.
Yeah, I mean it's a great way to like it's the kind of inside information so that you don't
Yeah.
make any mistakes and end up like regretting your decisions for a night out. So I
Yeah,
definitely I would
exactly.
personally definitely recommend that. You're a
Cheers,
great
man.
you're a great tour guide.
Oh,
Both
thanks, man.
Is he aye? Is he aye?
Oh, I don't know. I was new to it. I was just trying to improvise.
Yeah.
But, you
I'll
know.
say moving
Thanks, man.
moving swiftly
Swiftly
on,
on.
as I feel like we're kind of getting close to our time. So we're just kind of these 3 last bands. I would say
Oh.
are probably I'd say 3 bands.
We've had some great experiences
Three
with
bands
these
to
guys
keep
from
3 bands to
Glasgow.
keep your fingers to the pulse with just now, who are very much active. The next one, I would say,
Yeah.
very much
These
so.
are all like recent
in the
up
process,
and coming Glasgow bands.
As far as I'm aware, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm kind of like mutual friends with a few of the boys in this band.
Why?
So as far as
Ooh, little, claim to fame.
So
Ooh,
as far
ooh.
as far as I'm aware, they're kind of like close to finishing the debut album, and I would hazard a guess to say that this would be the lead single of said debut album, and it's called Dimitri by the Dunts.
Here we go.
Ollie's going to give us it.
Such a tune.
Dimitri by the Dunts. And they're really
And we're
flipping amazing up and coming Glasgow band. Well, I mean, up and coming. What am I on about? They've
Oh, they've
they've
came.
They are.
They've been up and
already
came.
They're They're through Glasgow and beyond. My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
I would definitely say that they are the front runners for this kind of post-punk indie
yeah,
scene.
absolutely. I
that's
agree.
Coming
I
out
agree
of
entirely.
Glasgow.
Out of Glasgow, yeah, like it's.
They are like so.
The whole scene is nuts, isn't it? It's like
yeah. Well, we went to me and Ollie. We went on that. So Glasgow has like an urban music festival called Tenement Trail.
Tenement Trail. So and
And,
that goes to all different bars down like Suckiall Street. I'm sure you heard of it. Sort of
all the way
the
from
centre
there
for like loads of clubs and
round to
bars in
Tuts.
town. And yeah, it feature and of course Tuts, which isn't on Suckiall Street, but
Bath Street.
that sort of
Kinda on
Kinda,
Suckiall.
yeah.
all
Round
down
the
that
corner.
area of Glasgow. It's sort of a few different genres of music as well, because you have
yeah.
Priory Bar, which is a bit more
That's
punk,
more punk, yeah.
more punk, and then it starts off at
Punk.
that's punk, punk, and then it starts off that end of the street, and then ends up on like Garage, because that has like 3 floors of venues, so
Yeah.
that's good.
But I think when we went
yeah.
to that particular Tenement Trail and we tried to queue for the Dunce, and it was like halfway down the street.
Oh, for King Tut's.
In King
I
Tut's,
remember
like we
that,
couldn't get
yeah.
in. We couldn't get in.
Couldn't get
like,
in.
like it was like be moving swiftly on to a band who arguably maybe have got maybe like more worldwide acclaim at the moment as in the Snuts. They've maybe been going a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Maybe like a
Which
lot.
tune did we want?
and
So I
whatnot.
think What's Going On by the Snuts
Of course.
is
classic.
is a classic of theirs. So they're what I would call like a singles band at the minute. So like they've been going for like 2-3 years,
Yeah.
and they've maybe got like 8 or 9 singles.
And they had that EP. Was it called
Mixtape.
Mixtape EP. So tunes like Matador, which
Yeah, we've
one
seen
of
them.
my faves, and
We've seen them
that's
live,
on the
haven't we?
playlist. That I'm
I've seen them
releasing
live a couple of
tomorrow.
times, man. Yeah, seen them. In,
Amazing music.
yeah, good solid indie
stuff.
music.
Yeah.
So like yeah. So that's
Such a presence.
I feel
as well,
like
isn't it?
like maybe the Snuts is a little bit more palatable than Dunce. So it's like it's not as punky.
But they're
Yeah.
So-
comparable, aren't they?
Yeah,
Like,
so
yeah,
They're
yeah.
definitely part of the same music.
Same scene. And yeah, we've really like warmed these two bands, like
Yeah,
Dunce and Snuts.
Which is why we've
very
left
classic
them
over
towards the end. to
towards
put
the
these-
end.
So
last couple tracks. So
put this one on. What's Going On
What's
by
Going
the
On
Snuts.
by the Snuts.
Hope you enjoy it.
check out this EP. Highly recommend.
Splendid. Oh, I forgot this is just a.
See-through sky, and it's probably jumped. crumbling down, down, down. Hey, hey. What's going on in your head? Thought he was lying, you're fucking insane. What's going on in your town? Is it crumbling down, down, down?
Any guitar
Yeah.
player around the world, I guess.
That's a good tune.
The Dunce.
Oh,
I'd definitely
banger.
recommend check out the
Dunce or the Snuts.
mixtape EP.
By the Snuts. Easy to get mixed up with too. Yeah,
Dunce and Snuts, yeah.
mixtape EP by the Snuts. Yeah,
Exactly.
Solid
Check
shit.
them out. Right, and
We're gonna
next
send
up
it
we're
over
gonna
to
have,
Callum,
we've
yeah.
got 2 tunes left for you this evening on QMUTV. Thanks for all joining us. 2 tunes left. Do you want to talk about the next
The
track?
first one, actually, that is, is a huge inspiration of mine. Just 2 guys, turns out they're actually flipping Glaswegian as opposed to Geordie, which
Who knew?
I assumed. Mr. Mark and David Knopfler.
What band were they in?
Of course, they are from Dire Straits.
Woo!
One of the best,
Woo!
one of the best groups to ever have emerged from the UK in the 70s. This is a song that they have actually they've released twice. The first time
Do tell.
it was
yeah.
the first time in 1978, if I believe. They released it in the middle of an album. Nobody flipping paid any attention to it. It was just kind of fobbed off, and they were like, "Oh mate, we should do, we should like actually publicize this because
Didn't get the recognition it
This
deserved.
is a vibe,
Yeah.
because it's got like it's got a guitar solo that many people would have aspired to, in my opinion, have aspired to learn, and inspired to play guitar. But yeah, they've re-released it in 1980 after releasing it in 1978, 2 years later, and in another album, and yeah, this is a Sultans of Swing.
Oh,
from Dire Straits.
We have the Sultans.
Apparently kind of half Glasgow band. If we
yeah, I mean it's a bit of a stretch, but we're doing it.
Well,
We're doing it.
it's a
we'll
stretch.
play
It's a
that.
hot take. It's a hot take.
Hot take,
We'll go
there
for
you
it
go.
though.
We're
This
here now.
This is definitely a song that inspired me as a guitarist, and I hope it inspires anyone listening.
Here we go.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in out of the rain, they hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places. But the horns, they blowing that sound. Way on down south. Way on down south, London town. You check out Guitar George. He knows all the chords. But And it's strictly rhythm, he doesn't wanna make it cry or sing. It's that an old guitar is all he can afford when he gets up under the lights to play his thing. And Harry doesn't mind if he doesn't make the scene. He's got a daytime job, he's doing alright. He can play the honky tonk like anything, saving it up Friday night with the Sultans, with the Sultans of Swing. And a crowd of young boys, they're fooling around in the corner, drunk and dressed in their best brown baggies in their platform soles. They don't give a damn about any trumpet playing band. It ain't what they call rock and roll. And the Sultans, yeah, the Sultans that play Creole. Creole. And then the man steps right up to the microphone and says at last, just as the time bell rings, good night, now it's time to go home. Then he makes it fast with one more thing. We are the Sultans. We are the Sultans of Swing.
Off you go, Callum.
And if that wasn't something that made you want to pick up a guitar and learn how to flip and play it, oh my goodness, Mark Knopfler.
I know, right?
He is
What, that
an
guitar tone?
He is just a
Beautiful.
hero of mine. Like if I could, I don't know, if I could rank everyone that has inspired me to play guitar, I'd
number
put him,
one?
I'd put him at number one.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Fitting song to
over
put on
everything.
there.
It's,
You know what I
it's-
think?
He's
You know-
one of the guys that I've just discovered. Like, you know, obviously, you know, through my
Beautiful.
own kind of thing, and I've you know, there's been no influence where I've just come across Dire Straits, Knopfler, and everything, and been like, flip, this is me. This is my kind of thing.
Magical music.
It's
just
amazing.
good.
He's
Just
got his own
you
tone.
get- you
He
go into
doesn't-
a trance
he
when you
doesn't use
listen
a
to
flippin-
it.
He doesn't use
Yeah.
a plectrum. It's
Do
like
you know the thing? Being a musician for 40 years, you think you'd have enough money to buy a couple of plectrum.
Yeah,
I
just
don't know.
get 12p from
yeah,
your
it
local
seems like,
local
it's-
Jimmy's music store.
I like the.
Nah, just
I
gotta do his
remember
own
watching like something that's related to that. Is I remember watching Guitar Moves, right, and it was like Josh Homme from Queens of the Stone Age,
obviously,
and he was like learning how to play guitar, and he was like 2 years into guitar, and then like someone told him that picks were a thing, and then he was like, wait,
Yeah.
no one said there would be picks, and I was like, oh, it's so wholesome. I was like, he was just like doing his thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, like,
I didn't know there'd be picks.
Yeah, I mean, like Knopfler, and then they're on the like the Nationals or the Dobros, them steel guitars, and you know, playing their own thing, kind of southern U.S. music, and you know, like kind of using that and then having like a weird like British impact on that is just so inspiring.
Yeah.
Being able to like create this entirely new thing, you know, in the late 70s, early 80s. And
Music that you
he's
can just get
totally,
lost in.
Yeah, he's totally
Yeah.
an inspiration of mine.
It's fantastic. I mean, us tying it to Glasgow and specifically University
It
of
is.
Glasgow.
It is a
little
stretch.
bit of a stretch.
I mean, it doesn't matter. He's
So
a
I think
flipping legend.
we're going to
Yeah.
leave
Yeah.
you now. Unfortunately, I hope you had some fun, but we're going to leave you with something that's like a little bit more relevant. So this is another one of Creation Records bands,
Yes,
Primal
one of my
Scream,
faves.
Mr. Bobby Gillespie.
Exactly.
And
So
Budang.
thank you all for joining. This has been QMUTV Live. Yeah, we've been playing some tunes that are Glasgow based, Glasgow artists, a few artists that have played in QMU itself, and we're going to leave you with one of our faves, Primal Scream, Glasgow band. Thank you all for tuning in. This is Loaded.
Just what is it that you want to do?
Well, we want to be free. We want to be free to do what we want to do. And we want to get loaded. And we want to have a good time. And that's what we're going to do.
Well, wait, baby, let's go.
We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a party.
Just what is it that you want to do?
I'm gonna get deep down, I said. I'm gonna get deep down. Woo, hey!
We want to be free to do what we want to do.
Away, baby, let's go. We want to be free to do what we want to do. We want to be free to do what we want to do.
Just what is it that you want to do?
We want to get loaded, and we want to have a good time.